The Gods of Javier Milei. Why the Anarcho-Capitalist President of Argentina is a Creature of His Own Advertising. By Frederik Glas. It has been official since December 10, 2023. The 55-year-old Javier Milei was elected president of Argentina as the leading candidate of his electoral alliance La Libertad Avanza, Freedom Advances, in the runoff election, 55.7%, and is therefore, in accordance with the Argentine presidential system, head of state, head of government and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of South America's third-largest country after Brazil and Colombia with a population of over 47 million. Since then, he has been given a wide variety of attributes. Within the Argentinian left, there is a broad consensus that he is a fascist personality, according to the leader of the Small Workers' Party Solano. The Argentine Jewish Appeal, which sees itself as the political representative of a progressive sector of the Jewish community, calls Milei a leader of neo-fascist character, or the representative of an ultraliberalism bordering on fascism. He is an Argentinian Trump, according to France 24. Italy's head of government Giorgia Meloni, on the other hand, calls Milei a fascinating personality. For the NZZ, he is a global pop star of the new right, and for the German Hayek Society, not a populist but a popularizer of free market ideas. Philip Baguz, a friend of Milei's and author of the book The Milei Era, calls him an anarcho-capitalist lateral entrant who embodies the anti-establishment personified. Milei describes himself as a liberal libertarian and sees himself as a president in the land of inflation and decline who is pursuing the goal of making Argentina the freest country in the world, with prosperity for all Argentines. At the Davos World Economic Forum, Milei began his speech of honor with the warning that the Western world is in danger and ended it with the words, "Do not give in to the advance of the state. The state is not the solution. The state is the problem itself." End quote. Such missionary words are spoken by someone who proudly professes to have turned from an economic Saul to a Paul. As a trained economist, Milei adhered to neoclassicism and Keynesianism for years until he identified both as his mortal enemies. In Milei's own words, whenever a theoretical or practical observation does not fit into the neoclassical system, it is categorized as a market failure. This is not only a despicable concept, but also leads to state intervention. End quote. He arrived at these insights in particular by discovering the ideas of Ludwig von Mises, Friedrich August von Hayek, and Murray Newton Rothbard. The three are figureheads of the so-called Austrian school, whose common denominator, for all their differences, is an anti-statism and market fetishism that hypostatizes the individual and places private property above all else, celebrating ownership as a natural right. Milei calls reading The Austrians a wonderful experience that opened up a new world for him. Since then, he has been convinced the theory of the Austrian school is fundamental. It is like a compass that guides me in every decision I make. End quote. One of Milei's pioneering decisions was to ensure the dissemination and popularization of these ideas within Argentinian society. In doing so, he was helped by the fact that he still hasn't let go of his appearance, which he acquired in his youth as a huge Mick Jagger fan who also played in a Rolling Stones cover band. His hair, topped up in the late 60s look, including long and thick sideburns, is reminiscent of an aged British mod. This outward sex, drugs, and rock and roll image corresponds with the fact that Milei supports both unrestricted drug use and, although a strict opponent of abortion-free love and gay marriage, the freakiness continues in his private lifestyle, which he flaunts publicly. He is a self-confessed bachelor with an exceptionally close relationship with his sister, whom he likes to call boss. Karina, who is 2 years younger than him, was his leading campaign manager and has been the head of his presidential office since Milei took office. To give her this position, one of Milei's first official acts was to lift the ban on close presidential relatives working in government offices. Milei has a seemingly bizarre cult around his dog Conan, named after the title character of the fantasy film Conan the Barbarian, who died in 2017. Conan was a large Mastiff breed dog that Milei described as his closest friend and advisor throughout his life. The fact that he had Conan cloned 6 times after his death, named 3 of these clones after economists Milton Friedman, Murray Rothbard, Robert Lucas Jr., and claimed to communicate with the dogs via a mystic and to be advised by them, caused just as much of a stir at home and abroad as the fact that he had 5 of his dogs engraved on his presidential staff, the symbol of his office. What Max Horkheimer said in Egoismus und Selbsterhalt about such an exaggerated human relationship with animals is probably particularly true of Javier Milei's personality. Quote, "The sentimental love of animals is one of the ideological events in this society. It is not a general solidarity that naturally extends to these living creatures, but mostly an alibi for one's own narcissism." End quote. But could Javier Milei not have retained a degree of individuality despite or because of this self-absorption in the face of existing conditions? Horkheimer writes elsewhere, "The objection that, despite everything, the individual does not disappear completely in the new impersonal institutions, that individualism in modern society is as unrestrained and unbridled as ever before, seems to miss the essential point. The objection contains a grain of truth, namely the consideration that man is still better than the world in which he lives. And yet his life seems to follow a pattern that fits into any questionnaire he is asked to fill in. Especially the so-called greats of today, the idols of the masses, are not real individuals. They are simply creatures of their own advertisements, enlargements of their own photographs, functions of social processes." End quote. The fact that Milei, who wants nothing to do with such criticism of objective circumstances, was able to become the idol of the Argentinian masses as a creature of his own advertising, is due to the fact that the culture industry craves oddballs. Milei's success as a dazzling bully and shouter on Argentinian talk shows was not primarily due to his economic policy positions. "I gained popularity through these titanic battles on television," says Milei. His image as the underdog and terror of the establishment was well received. Javier Milei alone against the caste, as he still calls the 2 major party alliances Juntos por el Cambio and Frente de Todos in particular, which overshadowed everything at the time. To his own astonishment, he increasingly won supporters among young people and young adults in particular. The natural rebellious tendency of young people discovered liberalism. And for some reason, the young people liked what I was doing, Milei states, not without reminiscence of his own youth. His libertarian ideas received a considerable boost with the corona measures, which were particularly severe in Argentina with the longest lockdown in the world, Philip Baguz, and were called a caveman quarantine promoted by the World Health Organization by Milei, an avowed opponent of vaccination. Philip Baguz considers this period to be the decisive breakthrough for Milei and his Austrian ideas. Quote, "In general, there was a lot of leisure time to read or watch videos during the corona period. And on social media, Javier Milei was the most vocal defender of freedom. Milei's cries on television represent the discontent of the population. Without the pandemic, support for Milei would not have grown so rapidly and he might not have become president. At least not in 2023 foot." End quote. Milei has been seen as an avenger, superhero, and rebel among young people since corona at the latest. Many had played videos of Milei to their parents and asked them to vote for Milei. Philip Baguz, professor of economics and member of the Ludwig von Mises Institute and the Hayek Society, states that Milei's election was the result of a deep understanding of the ideas of freedom and its benefits. His voters are deeply filled with the superiority of the ideas of freedom, which only means the anti-statist freedom of the market. Milei's euphemism denies his own theses when he refers to a YouTube video from 2019 in which an elderly woman in a cake shop confesses to Milei with tears in her eyes, "You are the last hope that my son won't leave the country," referring to the enormous wave of emigration from the classic immigration country of Argentina that has been going on for years, resulting in a brain drain that is affecting society's substance. Or when he soberly presents the facts and figures that, before the 2023 election, 40.1% of all Argentinians were living in poverty and 9.1% in extreme poverty. Inflation was not only 143%, but was on the verge of hyperinflation of 211%, and per capita income was 65th behind Russia and Bulgaria, the same level as in 1974. Or when he points out that Argentina ranked 98th on the corruption index, on a par with Ethiopia, Albania, and Belarus. The statistics not only explain why Javier Milei was particularly successful among young and poor voters, they also explain a basic social mood ahead of the 2023 election that has little to do with the alleged mass internalization of an Austrian market radicalism, but all the more with the personification of Milei as a bearer of hope for the desperate. Baguz correctly states, "Argentina was so economically, socially and culturally devastated in 2023 that even established politicians turned to Milei's ideas. End quote. This primarily refers to the electoral alliance with the conservative Victoria Villarruel, who became vice president and responsible for defense and security after Milei's election victory. Villarruel was previously known for her vehement opposition to describing the period of the military dictatorship from 1976 to 1983 as one of state terrorism and for declaring the official figure of 30,000 disappeared at the time to be too high. Because Argentina, which has been one of the largest borrowers from the International Monetary Fund without interruption since the mid-1980s and has the highest level of debt to it, was almost at rock bottom economically and monetarily before the election, Milei was not only elected to office due to a lack of alternatives, but the majority of Argentinians will remain loyal to his radical austerity and restructuring course until the summer of 2024. The reasons for this often make for adventurous reading. A report in the NZZ, for example, reads, "The state airline Aerolíneas Argentinas urgently needs to be privatized," grumbles a cab driver as an aging plane takes off from the city airport next to him. He is outraged that the state-owned company is making a loss of $1 million a month while children have nothing to eat. An appeal for privatization from a cab driver? That was unthinkable in Argentina until recently. End quote. The enemy images of the many Argentines who think like the cab driver quoted are associated with buzzwords such as Peronism and Kirchnerism. Both are isms that, not only among Milei voters, stand for what has gone wrong over the decades in a country whose inhabitants like to nostalgically remember that it was once one of the richest in the world. Argentina was the place of longing for a better life, NZZ, for millions of Europeans who set out from miserable conditions, particularly from Italy and Spain, to establish themselves there. The fact that more than 90% of Argentinians are at least partly descended from Europeans is captured in the popular bon mot of the Argentinian writer Jorge Luis Borges, according to which Argentinians are Italians who speak Spanish and would like to be Englishmen who think they live in Paris. Peronism originated as a movement in the 1940s when Argentina was officially neutral but leaned towards the Axis powers and nevertheless allowed around 40,000 German Jews into the country despite a ban on Jewish immigration. The term is derived from its founder Juan Perón, who was Minister of War from 1944 and President of the country from 1946 to 1955, and then again for a short period in 1973 until his death the following year. During his presidency, not only high-ranking Nazi officials such as Adolf Eichmann, Joseph Mengele, Erich Priebke, and Klaus Barbie came to Argentina, but also numerous Germans who remained loyal to the Nazis and Nazi collaborators from France and Croatia, among others. Perón was an avowed Franco admirer of a secular character, for whom Catholicism, which still prevails in the country today, was at the same time the reinsurance against socialist aspirations, which he fought with socialist means without internationalism. However, his regime was by no means a copy of the Nazi regime because neither racism nor anti-Semitism played a major role in Perón's anti-imperialist and nationalist ideology. Perón not only created an industrial and service sector based on nationalization and the goal of economic self-sufficiency, he also ensured the development of a free welfare infrastructure consisting of schools and hospitals, set rigid price controls on rents, fares, and numerous consumer products, initiated housing construction programs, and introduced state social insurance. At the same time, he established a system of dependency and alimentación through the monopolistic CGT Trade Union Federation, which was in his thrall and with which he suppressed both communist and anarchist trade union aspirations and enforced loyalty. If necessary, social benefits were granted primarily via the Peronist trade unions, which were thus transformed into quasi-state social welfare offices. This Peronist legacy is still evident today in the ban on individual trade unions. A unique feature of Peronism is the veritable cult of Evita, Perón's wife, who died in 1952 at the age of just 33. To this day, she is considered the social face of Peronism, as she not only initiated numerous welfare projects, especially for women and particularly poor Argentines, she also received the countless petitioners personally and talked to each and every one of them. Those who sought her out saw in her the human face of Peronist politics in the guise of an ever-sacrificing saint. End quote. Such public stagings as a patron saint never took place against her husband's will, but always with his backing. Evita, who always affirmed that she only put her husband's ideas into practice, whom she always described as the real benefactor of the people, is likely to have played a significant role in Juan Perón's triumphant victory in the 1951 elections, in which women were allowed to vote for the first time. As a result, Peronism finally became a social doctrine, much to the displeasure of more and more Argentines, especially those who were better off materially. Quote, "Party membership became a condition for employment in the public sector." Pictures of Perón and Evita and quotes from their speeches filled school textbooks. In the new Peronist Argentina, political dissent was unwelcome. End quote. When it became apparent from the early 1950s onwards that Peronist statism would be highly deficient, Perón attempted to compensate for the financial bottlenecks and increasing national debt by making withdrawals from the statutory pension fund. In 1955, the military put an end to the state bankruptcy by staging a coup. This ushered in the era of military dictatorships, the last of which lasted from 1976 to 1983 and used extreme brutality against anyone suspected of belonging to the left-wing Peronist guerrilla Montonero, which was popular among young people. This militant group saw itself as strictly nationalist, but at the same time adhered to Che Guevara's focus theory and was a product of the internal Peronist wing battles of the 1960s. In 1973, after years of permanent economic and political crisis, the public longing for the return of Juan Perón, who had been exiled since the 1955 coup, grew ever greater, and the oil shortage triggered by the Arab oil boycott due to the Yom Kippur War did the rest. Perón's return was cheered by 2 to 3.5 million people at the airport, where a shootout between right-wing and left-wing Peronists ensued, resulting in 13 fatalities. Perón was able to run for president and won the election with 60% of the vote, defeating the left-wing Peronist Montoneros. In response to this rejection, the group became even more radicalized and militarized. When Perón died in July 1974, his wife Isabel took over the reins of government as acting vice president. Driven by the fear of losing power again, the Peronist government under her leadership became increasingly uncompromising and brutal in its treatment of its critics, even resorting to kidnapping and killing its opponents. In response, the violent unrest and attacks intensified, so that the military felt authorized to stage a coup against the Peronists in 1976. During the ensuing civil war-like conditions, the military took extremely harsh action against the left-wing guerrillas and their large circle of sympathizers. After these purges, known as national reorganization, the military wanted to release the country back into democracy. During this last military dictatorship, the country lost the 1982 Falkland War against the British, which was intended as a cross-camp national rally with the means of hooray patriotism to counter the growing discontent due to the deteriorating economic situation. The defeat was not only decisive for the resignation of the military, but also an expression of economic and socio-political failure, which was facilitated by the senseless sale, dismemberment, and dissolution of state-owned enterprises with only minimal proceeds for the state coffers. During this phase, state-owned enterprises lost their former role as an engine of development. The subsequent democratic election in 1983 was surprisingly clearly won by Raúl Alfonsín from the oldest Argentinian party UCR, which today is only a marginal party, against the Peronist candidate. Alfonsín took over a country with a gigantic foreign debt, hyperinflation, and a Peronist opposition that was deeply offended and angry at its electoral defeat. While a strong faction in the ruling party believed that the time had come for the final dissolution of Peronism, the Peronists, thanks to their strong trade unions, covered the country with over 4,000 strikes and 18 general strikes during Alfonsín's term of office until 1989, with the aim of rendering the government incapable of acting. When it became clear in 1989, after the early first round of elections, that the Peronists would form the government, Alfonsín prematurely handed over his office to Carlos Menem, who was president from summer 1989 to the end of 1999 and governed for long periods with emergency decrees. Menem, who rejected the economic principles of Peronism, became Argentina's first neoliberal president. Typical of the time, he moved in the wake of anti-Keynesian Thatcherism and Reaganomics, but also adopted the theories of the Chicago Boys, who were popular in Latin America at the time and who had already carried out a great deal of privatization and deregulation work in neighboring Chile, which was ruled by the putschist Augusto Pinochet from 1975 under the guidance of their guru Milton Friedman. Like large parts of the West, Menem also carried out the economic policy turnaround for which the buzzword neoliberalism stands. The pressure from the IMF to introduce relevant reforms was decisive. Cuts to social benefits, the privatization of the public sector and state-owned companies, and the associated inflation, which was relatively low by Argentinian standards, as well as the pegging of the peso to the dollar, led to income improvements in the first few years, particularly for the middle class, which gave Menem a second term in office. The unemployment rate even fell significantly for a time, but by the end of Menem's term of office, it was back at 13 to 14%. In their book, A Brief History of Argentina, Sandra Carreras and Barbara Pothas state the following about the Menem era: extreme deindustrialization processes and a contraction of technology and labor-intensive sectors with negative consequences for growth and employment were the dark sides of a policy that made Argentina a model pupil of international financial organizations in the 1990s. Menem left behind a shrinking economy, stagnating employment figures and investments, as well as a foreign debt that had now reached almost $150 billion. End quote. Menem's term of office also saw the two worst terrorist attacks that Argentina has experienced to date: the anti-Semitic bomb attacks in Buenos Aires in 1992 and 1994, on the Israeli embassy with 29 dead and 242 injured, and on the center of the Jewish community with 85 dead and 300 injured. After years of delay and obstruction, culminating in the murder of the investigating public prosecutor in 2015, it is now clear that Iran was responsible for both crimes as the mastermind and Hezbollah as the perpetrator. Neither attack met with or was motivated by any pronounced anti-Semitic sentiment, even in parts of the Argentinian population. Rather, they were a reaction to stopped or interrupted attempts at rapprochement with the Mullah regime under Menem, which even went as far as Argentina wanting to transfer nuclear know-how to Iran in addition to the delivery of over 100 kilograms of enriched uranium. The increase in the number of poor and unemployed as a result of the neoliberal Menem government also led to a change in the forms of social protests and in the main protagonists. Even under Menem, it was increasingly no longer union-organized strikes, but street blockades, which were primarily carried out by the poor and unemployed, for which the term cacerolazo, Spanish for pot, became common not only in Argentina from 2001 onwards. That year, images of thousands of people hitting each other with pot lids became famous. These mass protests forced the resignation of Menem's successor Fernando de la Rúa, who was not a member of the Peronist party, thus ending the Peronist era for the time being. For months, it looked as if the state had collapsed and money had been replaced by practices of exchange in kind and distribution from below. This biggest crisis in Argentina's history led not only the value theorist Robert Kurz to see in the crisis the sign of the final collapse of capitalism that his group Crisis had always conjured up. In Argentina, the state crisis solidified a system of self-government that is named after the Spanish term for street blockade, piquetero. Piquetero should not be confused with the numerous barter rings that emerged out of necessity at the time and now only exist on the fringes of society. The piquetero system is the dream of every radical left-wing movement and was also celebrated by Robert Kurz and his Crisis group as a movement that stands up to the state. Originally created as a loose association of unemployed people, it has long since become tightly organized and, in the hands of small left-wing parties such as the Workers' Party, Partido Obrero, has become a kind of extra-state compulsory structure with a membership of between 200 and 500,000. Members of the piquetero have to pay a single-digit percentage of their state social assistance as a monthly contribution. If material need is proven on the basis of a social plan, families receive 150 pesos, around 40 euros, a month in addition to the state social assistance in return for the 4 hours of compulsory daily work in their own projects, which range from traditional social projects to bakeries, sewing shops or recycling companies, as well as food, which is largely provided by the state. If you receive this benefit, you are usually obliged to take part in street blockades. The clientelism based on left-wing party preference, which is characteristic of the piquetero movement, meets with fierce rejection from the middle class. President Javier Milei is responding to this attitude in his attempt to solve the piquetero problem, as he calls it, by cutting state funding and making changes to the right of assembly. For example, the possibility of organizing indefinite street blockades, which in the past were used to force the state to finance its own piquetero job creation measures, is to be curtailed. There were three main reasons for the state crisis in 2001, which were mutually dependent. The pegging of the peso to the dollar caused the economy, which had become increasingly export-oriented under President Menem, to collapse due to high production costs in international competition, so that the Treasury recorded an extreme shortfall in revenue. As a result, the state was no longer able to repay the installments for international loans, and the IMF refused to disburse a large loan tranche. The announced state insolvency, which was tantamount to national bankruptcy, prompted the government to freeze all bank accounts and only allow cash payments of a maximum of 250 or 300 pesos to the population for a period of 90 days. Although checks and credit cards continued to function without limit, the de facto disappearance of cash shook society to the core, as society was primarily characterized by the circulation of cash, which also kept a traditionally huge informal economic sector going. Radical but essentially aimless mass protests broke out. On the streets, the population chanted, "Que se vayan todos," away with everyone. This meant all members of the government and the entire establishment. Society felt betrayed by a corrupt political elite, whose machinations it had tolerated for years, so as not to jeopardize the dollar parity and the associated illusion of being part of the First World. Under the Peronist interim president Duhalde, who ruled from 2002 to 2003, an emergency measure was introduced whereby every unemployed head of family received 150 pesos a month, with this payment being made via the piquetero system, among others, thus perpetuating it. At the same time, an emergency employment program was launched, which was also organized in part via the piquetero system and aimed primarily at expanding the public sector. The special feature of this program was that it was mainly women with children who benefited from this job creation. The decoupling of the peso from the dollar was also carried out under Duhalde, which quickly boosted the competitiveness of the Argentine economy and a boom in the software industry and call center sector in particular. Strong growth rates of between 8 and 9% were recorded as early as 2003. In 2003, an era began for which the term Kirchnerismo became established and which lasted 12 years until 2015. It is associated with the presidencies of the couple Nestor from 2003 to 2007 and Cristina Kirchner, 2007 to 2015. Kirchnerism can be characterized as a left-wing variant of Peronism after the neoliberal Menem era, which sought proximity to left-wing trade unions and movements such as the piqueteros, as well as to the left-wing Latin American presidents Lula and Chavez. During the Kirchnerist years, Argentina moved away from its strict austerity policy, the rights of industrial workers were strengthened, particularly in the low-wage sector, and the oil company YPF and the largest airline, which had been privatized under Menem, were renationalized. At the same time, the country distanced itself from the IMF and the free trade agreement with the USA in line with the Kirchner's anti-imperialist self-image. A side effect of the new policy was a return to barely disguised cronyism. Nestor Kirchner left the candidacy to his wife in the 2006 election campaign because his chances of being re-elected were slim. Cristina's popularity sank considerably during her first term of office, particularly among the rural population. Cristina Kirchner had attempted to make the export tax rates on agricultural products de facto unpredictable by linking them to the world market price, and this measure was met with massive rural protests, which prompted her to withdraw it. This attempt at a de facto tax increase for farmers was an expression of an austerity policy that sought to avoid cutting back on the Kirchner's main constituency, the industrial workers in the urban centers. Cristina Kirchner saved herself for a second term in office, which was characterized by increasing inflation, numerous corruption scandals, a sharp rise in crime, and high unemployment figures. Cristina Kirchner's conviction in 2022, when she was vice president of the country from 2019 to 2023, contributed to the widespread rejection of Kirchnerism among the population. She was sentenced to several years in prison for embezzling public funds and banned from holding public office for life. Her successor in the presidency was Mauricio Macri, who was not a declared representative of Kirchnerism. Under his presidency, national debt reached its highest level for 50 years. Gross domestic product fell by over 2% and inflation reached a new peak. With the election victory of Alberto Fernandez in 2019, Kirchnerism returned to power, although it was an open secret that Kirchner made the important decisions as vice president. The government imposed one of the toughest COVID lockdowns in the world, which led to an extreme slump in economic output and the impoverishment of large sections of the population. The fact that Fernandez did not adhere to his own imposed lockdown rules, traveling the country and hosting receptions in the presidential palace, sparked widespread resentment, which was directed against Kirchnerism in general. As a result, not only Javier Milei, but also his two most promising competitors for the presidency became a symbol of the end of Kirchnerism, Philip Baguz. As early as 2010, Sandra Carrers and Barbara Pott that stated in their book on Argentina, "There is hardly any room left for the intellectual figures of earlier decades who saw themselves as the voice of the people or the intellectual leaders of a class. Today, when someone tries to make a name for themselves as a guide for society, it is usually so-called experts, especially economists." End quote. The success of the expert Milei in the election campaign, which is iconographically represented by a chainsaw publicly presented to him, was primarily based on the fact that he combined his expert image with that of the approachable underdog and the honest skin, the tidier. When he first became a member of parliament in 2021, he caused a stir when he publicly gave away a large part of his monthly parliamentary salary. However, calling him a new type of Cotelo misses the point, although Milei also flirts with the role of the strong leader of the people in need of protection. The decisive difference, however, is that Milei does not see himself as a patron, not even with his raffle campaign, as is characteristic of the South American Cotelo type a la Hugo Chavez, Evo Morales, or Juan Perón, but on the contrary as the herald of a blood, sweat, and tears policy of painful hardship and suffering, at the end of which there will, again, Milei speaks of a period of 35 years, be prosperity for all. In Philip Bagou's words, since when does the slogan "we're out of money" win election campaigns? And that in one of the most anti-capitalist countries in the world. End of quote. At this point, the comparison that Milei is nothing more than an Argentinian Donald Trump is also misguided. With his Make America Great campaign, Trump promised his voters rapid income growth and no valley of tears, and, although not an ardent statist, he never had anything for the anti-protectionist libertarian ideas to which Milei adheres. In contrast to the anti-theorist from the USA, Milei is such an avowed theorist that he turned the broad quotation of Hayek's writings in particular into an entertaining campaign tool. He had rehearsed this during the 1.5-year run of his successful play El Consultorio de Milei, in which he performed a staged reading in front of giant likenesses of the Austrians Rothbard, Mises, Hayek, and the Chicagoan Milton Friedman in a mixture of humor, economics lecture, and economic commentary, Bagou's, presenting his libertarian worldview, which always culminated in the smashing of a sign with the inscription Central Bank, and was accompanied by Milei, referring to this institution with the words son of a bitch, in reference to this institution. While such actions are suitable for serving anti-Semitic resentment among all those who smell the name Rothschild behind every bank, it has nothing to do with Milei's program. Although Milei sees taxes per se as a kind of theft from the people, it would be wrong to call Milei's smashing campaign anti-Semitic because in his economic worldview there is no distinction between the rating sphere of circulation and the honest creation of capital beyond interest. For his election campaign, which he ended with a mass demonstration of hundreds of thousands of supporters in Argentina's second-largest city, Córdoba, on November 13, 2023, Milei, unlike the other parties, did not need a conventional planning campaign manager. His campaign was supported by an army of volunteers who distributed pamphlets, stickers, and flyers, according to Philip Bagou's. In fact, the campaign budget was sensationally low because of this army, although the exaggeration is probably not without a kernel of truth when Bagou's claims that the volunteers, who were often active in the network, were well trained by his many television debates, his speeches, his lectures, and the study of the books repeatedly recommended by Milei. Even if the comparison with Trump in terms of economic policy does not hold water, Milei is united with him in the fight against left-wing wokeism, whereby Milei is less concerned with ideology and more with the state as a progressive cultural warrior to be rejected, which should refrain from favoring and privileging minorities of all kinds. The electoral alliance with Milei's Vice President Victoria Villarruel, who stands for conservative values and, unlike Milei, rejects gay marriage, for example, is also based on the joint fight against wokeism. In general, it is obvious that the existing overlap between Milei and the so-called New Right, which is falsely described in the quality media as ranging from Giorgia Meloni and Marie Le Pen through to fascists like Björn Höcke and Götz Kubitschek, does not consist of a critical view of the state, as is the case with Milei. There are overlaps in the common fight against postmodern left-wing ideology in particular, which is always branded as cultural Marxism, a fighting term that Milei also often uses. The FAZ is therefore probably right when it attests to the very heterogeneous milieu of the New Right that it sees in Milei the man of the hour, who people want to have on and on their side, which in turn would flatter Milei, who was a loner and outsider for a long time in his life. One of his first acts as president was to abolish the 3 ministries of social development, education, and health and establish a ministry of human capital in their place. One could argue that such a designation is only brutally consequent and therefore adequate under the conditions of capitalist socialization. However, Milei is not a critic of the exclusive conditioning of all people into appendages of capital. For him, fate is rather an expression of freedom that is directed against any attempt, no matter how ineffectual, to grant a remnant of basic security beyond the immediate usability of market subjects. an attempt that he accordingly regards as a betrayal of freedom. For this reason alone, it is not the restructuring of the state that is close to Milei's heart, but rather its radical dismantling, which has led him to distance himself considerably from the central idea of his great role model Murray Rothbard, who preached anarcho-capitalism. Unlike Rothbard, Milei does not want the complete abolition of the state, but the establishment of a minimal state. He therefore no longer describes himself as anarcho-capitalist, but as liberal libertarian. Under Milei, what used to be 18 ministries became 9, to which he added a 10th, the Ministry for Deregulation and Transformation of the State, in July 2024. Among others, the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity, the Ministry of Tourism, and the Ministry of the Environment fell victim to the cutbacks. Milei's radical austerity course on state spending, which he can maintain until at least mid-2025 by declaring a national state of emergency, is reflected in the abolition of public construction contracts and the reduction of subsidies for transport and energy, but also in the abolition of the rent freeze and the conversion of state-owned companies into public limited companies, including the state news agency Telem, which Milei accused of being a Kirchnerist propaganda agency. He also restricted the right to strike and issued a decree to refrain from gendering official correspondence and official announcements. Even though the president of Argentina has more powers than the chancellor in Germany, the country is still a federal state. Milei offered the governors of all 24 provinces the pact to implement a 10-point plan, which they had to agree to by May 24, 2024, which 19 governors did. The plan is said to be a copy of the so-called Washington Consensus, an economic program of austerity and deregulation initiated by the IMF and World Bank in the 1980s in response to the Latin American debt crisis. Nevertheless, even the IMF considers Milei's measures to be too radical with regard to the social situation, as the left-leaning Redaktionsnetzwerk Deutschland reported in mid-October 2024 under the title, "End of the Honeymoon. Argentina is losing patience," referring to the decline in Milei's still high approval ratings. In September 2024, the balance sheet of Milei's policies shows growth of 5% as a result of the rigid austerity measures, a drop in inflation to 18.3%, and a budget surplus for the first time in decades. At the same time, the proportion of Argentinians considered poor rose from 44% in December 2023 to around 60%. Milei's first trip abroad was to Israel in early February 2024 to express his full solidarity with the Jewish state in the fight against Hamas. During his visit to Jerusalem, he announced his intention to move the Argentinian embassy there as soon as possible. Milei combined his visit with a prayer at the Wailing Wall because he claims to be Catholic but also practices a bit of Judaism. It will remain Milei's libertarian secret how an avowed enemy of every state can support a people whose life insurance is a strong, defensive, sovereign state. In any case, he has already appointed Rabbi Shimon Axel Wanish, whom he counts among his circle of friends, as Argentina's ambassador to Israel in December 2023. What is certain is that the vast majority of Jews in Argentina welcome Milei's claim to be the most pro-Israel president in Argentinian history. If Milei's solidarity with Israel is to be explained, then it is probably because he clearly counts Israel as part of the West and is against all those who see themselves as enemies of the West or are identified as such by him, which does not mean that he has a precise concept of the West. In any case, it was no coincidence that he distanced himself from the BRIC states, above all China, Russia, and Iran. In the case of Russia, there was a demonstrative turn towards a pro-Ukrainian position, which was probably motivated by similar pro-Western motives as the unrestricted support for Israel. As a friend of former Brazilian President Bolsonaro, Milei distanced himself from the current openly anti-Semitic left-wing President Lula, which led to relations with the neighboring country becoming cooler than at any time since the close strategic partnership agreed in 1997. Knowing Milei's ideological background, his denial of a human contribution to climate change is a mere trifle compared to the fact that he is in favor of privatizing even prisons, argues against state-imposed compulsory education, and justifies the legalization of the sale of one's own organs on the basis of ownership of oneself. This insistence on ownership of oneself is not a break in his boundless commodity fetishist thinking, for Milei is only consequent in following his anarcho-capitalist role model Murray Rothbard, who only rejected a right to intellectual property because its enforcement would call the state into action as guarantor. For the same reasons, Milei has no problem with the formation of monopolies, because breaking them up would only call the state into action, which for Milei, as for all Austrians, should not be an ideal overall capitalist, i.e. should not have a visible hand that would have the task of guaranteeing fair competition. Thus, for Milei too, the market is nothing more than a process of discovery in which the capitalists will find the right path as they move forward. These words do not express a commitment to the principle that property obliges. On the contrary, the invisible hand, declared to be godlike, makes such a social guiding principle superfluous. According to his Austrian way of thinking, he only recognizes seemingly autonomous market subjects who are controlled by a state that acts contrary to the system. Quote, I have a deep contempt for the state. I believe that the state is a criminal organization because a group of politicians are united and use their monopoly on the use of force to steal from the private sector. End quote. It is only logical that for Milei taxes are nothing other than theft. Anyone who, in the face of such words, is reminded of the well-known passage from the Studies on Authoritarianism, according to which those who bang their fist on the table and complain about high taxes are the natural candidates for totalitarian movements, can read in the same passage as applied to Javier Milei, the indirect benefits that the individual may have from paying taxes remain obscure to him. He only sees that he has to pay without getting anything in return, which contradicts the principle of exchange on which the liberalist idea of the free market is based. End quote. Milei's international fans appreciate him for turning Argentina's particular history into a general history of state failure, which would only leave libertarianism as a glimmer of hope on the horizon. This form of state derivation resembles the findings of the Crisis Group far more than it would have liked. In view of the Argentinian state bankruptcy in 2001, they had stated, quite in terms of value theory, that this crisis symbolized the crisis of the working society in an almost ideal-typical way. This flat derivation of the particular as an expression of the general ignores the fact that Peronism and Kirchnerism do not stand for the changes of the state in general or have embodied capitalism, but rather stand for a particular national, or better, national economic form of development, which was of course not free from global capitalist conditions. Like all Austrians, Milei knows no distinction between the general and the particular, but is committed to an unparalleled survival of the fittest. When asked about poverty, he told students at Stanford, "Do you think people are so stupid that they are incapable of making the right decisions? There will come a time when people are on the verge of starvation, and then they will make a decision not to die." End quote. In view of such genuinely libertarian and non-liberal words, left-wing protesters had nothing better to do at the end of June 2024 in Hamburg than to accuse Milei, on the occasion of the Hayek Society's award of the Hayek Medal, of his visit serving the sole purpose of strengthening the networks of the international far-right movements and citing the presence of Beatrix von Storch from the AfD and Hans-Georg Maassen from the Wertunion as proof of this. Such left-wing Antifa madness automatically obscures any intelligent thoughts that left-wingers might have, even if they don't come from Hamburg. Daniel Forstein is the name of an Argentinian who, like the left-wingers in Hamburg, seriously spreads the lunacy that Milei stands for the neo-fascism of the 21st century, and yet is at least able to classify Milei's libertarian anarcho-capitalist endeavors. According to him, Milei's thinking stands for the disappearance of the possibility of thinking of oneself as part of a community. If Forstein had avoided the poisoned word community, which points to poisoned paths, then he would have been easy to agree with. So it must be said correctly, also directed against Forstein. Milei's thinking means the disappearance of the possibility of thinking of oneself as part of a society and thus as part of the West, and is thus at the same time the conscious rejection of the possibility of establishing the association of free people. Some will remember Margaret Thatcher's statement, "There is no such thing as society," she said at the height of her time in office. What today seems almost unthinkable from the mouth of a head of state unless he is called Javier Milei and is president of Argentina, was booming in the 1970s and early 1980s when Keynesianism and Fordism, and with them the state, were finally in crisis. First came the Chicago Boys in Chile under Pinochet, all Chilean economists who had studied at the University of Chicago, then Thatcherism in the UK. This was followed by Reaganomics in the USA. All three terms were buzzwords of the time among friend and foe alike. Their apologists advocated the withdrawal of the state from economic regulation, taxation, welfare, and the tertiary sector in favor of a hypostatization of the individual, private property, and the market attitudes for which the term neoliberalism became naturalized. None of these three buzzwords stood for fundamental anti-statism or for a turn towards laissez-faire or a liberal-style night watchman state as in the 19th century. During the rule of Pinochet's junta, the state had certainly not retreated, and despite all the differences to Chile, under Thatcher and Reagan, Parts of the state's formerly dedicated tasks in the area of security policy were privatized, but the repressive apparatus remained state-run. The professional manner in which Great Britain waged the Falklands War against Argentina in 1982, but also the brutal and uncompromising police action against the miners' strike in 1984-85 under Thatcher, or the increase in the defense budget under Reagan (SDI) in order to put an end to the Soviet Union through an arms race, do not stand for a reclusive, weak state. Rather, it was a question of restructuring the state, which meant that the state ended its Keynesian artificial demand policy of deficit spending, and instead a stable monetary policy guaranteed by the central bank should provide the basis for extensive self-regulation of the market. Margaret Thatcher's statement on the non-existence of society should be seen against this background. She was not propagating hostility towards the state, but a state skepticism that was anti-Keynesian and anti-socialist. It sounded like this: I think we have lived through a time in which too many people have been made to understand that if they have a problem, it is the government's job to take care of it. I have a problem, I get a grant. I'm homeless, the government has to house me. They blame their problems on society. And there's no such thing as society. There are individual men and women, and there are families. And no government can do anything except through the people, and the people have to take care of themselves first. It is our duty to take care of ourselves and then to take care of our neighbors. People have too much of their entitlements in mind without knowing the duties. There is no entitlement unless you have first fulfilled an obligation. End quote. Thatcher's longing for a return to a Protestant ethic, if you like, and not to Catholic subsidiarity, which can be seen in the last sentence of the quote in particular, was always also a rejection of authoritarian state allegiance and a nationalized way of thinking that no longer wants to know anything outside the state. However, she could not logically make the necessary separation of state and society, because she did not want to reduce what does not constitute the state to a general concept. As a result, she automatically harbored a general suspicion of any form of public welfare and placed private initiative above all else. This criticism was all the easier for Thatcher because, unlike in Germany, where the Hegelian separation of state and civil society, coupled with the traditional Roman separation of public and private law, prevailed, the British legal concept of common law makes little distinction between private and public law. In some circles, Margaret Thatcher is still celebrated today as a shining light of freedom and happiness for her rejection of any concept of society, for not wanting to get to the bottom of it all. Quote, she said about putting the state back in its place. She wanted to help the country to flourish again by reviving its entrepreneurial culture and its respect for private property. Her policies shook the country out of its inertia and led it into a new era of progress and confidence. The 11 years she spent at the helm of Britain are impressive proof that consequent privatization, deregulation, and tax cuts are an effective antidote to pernicious collectivism. End quote. Just one look at the precarious state of the publicly funded British National Health Service, NHS, is enough to recognize cynicism in such lines. After all, it was Iron Lady Thatcher who put the NHS in a catastrophically deregulated state that continues to this day. Countless former NHS standard services were outsourced to private providers with the result that the quality of these services deteriorated noticeably. This deregulatory intervention by Thatcher weighed particularly heavily because in the UK, unlike in Germany, the emphasis and strength of British social policy has traditionally been not on the always controversial income support, but on social services. It is no coincidence that the lines celebrating Thatcher can be found on the website of a German institute named after Ludwig von Mises, who was one of the protagonists of the so-called Austrian school, which should not be equated with the Chicago Boys. Unlike the representatives of the Austrian school, the mentor of the Chicago Boys, Milton Friedman, acted not only as an advisor to Augusto Pinochet and Ronald Reagan, but also to Margaret Thatcher. While the ideas of the Austrian school had an implicit influence on Thatcher and were, in the words of the Thatcher Foundation, only present beneath the surface, Friedman's monetarism explicitly influenced the Iron Lady. The central point of Friedman's ideal, as with the representatives of the Austrian school, is the self-regulation of the market without state intervention. It should provide the basis for supply-oriented rather than demand-oriented economic growth, although the state has a monopoly on determining the amount of money in circulation. As the current Argentinian president Javier Milei rejects Friedman's central bank idea in particular, despite some overlap with it, this is also where Milei differs from the classic neoliberal heads of government of the 1980s. As a supporter of the Austrian school, Milei is unlikely to have any objections to the Mises Institute's blanket denunciation of the central bank idea as central bank Marxism. What unites the followers of the Austrian school against Milton Friedman's monetarism is their rejection of both a state and supranational central bank such as the European Central Bank, which they want to replace with free banking that should function no differently than any other market participation. The fact that his banking idea is not called market banking is due to the conviction of all followers of this school that their economic liberalism alone is both an expression and a guarantee of true individual freedom. Herbert Marcuse remarked about Mises in his 1934 essay Der Kampf gegen den Liberalismus in der totalitären Staatsauffassung, the struggle against liberalism in the totalitarian concept of the state, that one only had to take his presentation of liberalism to hand to recognize the true picture of the liberalist economic and social system behind the usual obfuscations and shifts. Whereupon Marcuse quotes Mises as follows: "The program of liberalism, summarized in a single word, would have to read property, that is, special ownership of the means of production. All other demands of liberalism follow from this basic demand." End quote. It cannot be denied that liberalism is a historical product and expression of private ownership of the means of production, or rather of the way in which production takes place under the social relationship called capital. Mises, however, makes this the only valid prerequisite for freedom and thus, like the entire Austrian school, strictly denies the mute compulsion of the capitalist relationship. Marcuse also saw the parallel to the new anti-liberalism, under which he subsumed both the conservative revolutionaries as well as Italian fascism and German National Socialism, in this transfiguration of the society of capital in terms of natural law as being characterized by eternal natural laws in social life. However, he did not make this parallelization without at the same time insisting on the difference that liberalist naturalism springs from an essentially rationalist system of thought. Marcuse formulated his thoughts under the impression of the monopolistic stage of capitalism, which had replaced liberalism as the form of thought of an era when the actual economic carrier of capitalism was the individual capitalist. And on this basis, the rationalization of law and the rationalization of business was realized in an unprecedented way. Marcuse identified the fact that liberalism of Austrian provenance has no concept of the whole and therefore cannot define the relationship between the general and the particular, between public and private, as a decisive reason why it very soon encounters barriers that it can no longer overcome on its own, even in the event of a minor crisis. Quote, "The liberalist rationalization of economic management, as of social organization in general, is essentially a private one. It is bound to the rational practice of the individual economic subject or a variety of individual economic subjects. Although in the end the rationality of liberalist practice should prove itself in the whole, and on the whole, this whole itself remains beyond rationalization. The harmony of general and private interest should arise by itself in the undisturbed course of private practice." End quote. The magical invisible liberal hand or the free play of forces, to which Marcuse refers here without naming the liberal magic remedies, would then also prepare the ground for liberalism itself to create the total authoritarian state out of itself, whereby the liberalist celebration of the ingenious economic leader, the born boss, would already preform the charismatic authoritarian idea of the leader. What Marcuse called the undisturbed course of private practice, Mises later developed into his own doctrine of human action praxeology. In it, he rejected any control through state interventionism and any planned economic model. The only thing that counted was practical action as a market subject, because only this action generated freedom and truth, ideas that he developed in detail in his most important work, Human Action, the title of which was already programmatical. It was Friedrich August von Hayek, a student of Mises, who knocked the rationally acting Homo economicus as a constant maximizer of utility, which his teacher had portrayed, off its pedestal. Margaret Thatcher valued Hayek above all as a political and economic philosopher, i.e. more for his criticism of socialism than for his vision of a slimmed-down liberal state. Hayek was less interested in distancing himself from Mises in terms of content than in methodological detachment, Hans-Georg Henecke, for the purpose of a more uncompromising critique of socialism than Mises had already achieved. For him, the focus was on rejecting any form of social idea that claimed to be based on reason. In front of this enemy image, Hayek not only worked on the idea of socialism, whose social viability he also identified as a precondition for the emergence of fascism and National Socialism. As an Austrian, his work was of course just as centrally directed against Keynes' economic theories. In doing so, he always asserted something third between human instinct and reason, which he, following Mises, did not see as being realized through a man-made projection, but only through human action. In the words of the author of a book on Hayek, Hayek rejects the idea that humanity can pull itself out of the mire by the tail of its reason as the Munchausen syndrome of rationalism. End quote. When he was awarded the Nobel Prize for Economics in 1974 under the impression of increasing criticism of Keynesianism, Hayek felt a particular need to make it clear in his acceptance speech that he did not see economics as an object of science, as it was neither comparable to the natural sciences nor to the humanities. Rather, it is based on a presumption of knowledge, on a scientific error, to want to view economics scientifically. While Hayek certainly shared the insight of critical theory that not recognizing the limits of individual science was tantamount to hubris, unlike the Frankfurters, he was by no means interested in overcoming the limitations of individual science in favor of a theory of society, let alone a critical one. Instead, he declared, "If we act in the belief that we possess the knowledge and power that will enable us to shape the processes of society entirely to our liking, a knowledge that we do not in fact possess, it is likely to do us much harm." End quote. Hayek was not only disgusted by any positive, planned idea of society, but also by talk of the whole as untrue, of disguised practice and of delusion. For him, on the other hand, it was clear that the functioning of an advanced industrial society was based on a subtle communication system, which we call the market, whereby he regarded this communication as a form of action. It was only logical for him to trivialize competition by calling it a discovery process. Hayek's definition of freedom was purely negative, in line with the old anarchists saying that it is the absence of coercion. The fact that he understood freedom to mean both the production of goods and the market shows that he was certainly no anarcho-romantic. Instead, he was certainly in favor of state coercion bound to the law as a guarantor of security, on the basis of which private and individual freedom should flourish. In this sense, Hayek was never an uncompromising opponent of statism. He categorically rejected the definition of just and unjust, especially when the adjective social is added to them. He called such categories weasel words, i.e. nothing more than empty phrases. The right morals among people should be ensured by religions, which should act as their guardians. Hayek had as little objection to elites, which for him had a pioneering and avant-garde function, as he did to monopoly positions on the market. He rejected Bismarck's social security system as a state-imposed compulsory insurance system as a coercive system that curtailed freedom if it only recognized the state or its equivalent institutions as insurers. According to him, trade union rights should be so narrowly defined that they are only useful in disputes conducted strictly as wage disputes. Hayek's thinking does not want to recognize the dialectic of equality and inequality, of freedom and lack of freedom, and declares inequality to be a prerequisite for freedom and individuality. If one assumes that its salient feature is an original authoritarian content, one is overstretching the critical concept of the authoritarian. This is all the more true if, like Bjorn Ehlers, for example, one claims on the one hand that Hayek even updated the authoritarian character of National Socialism, but then on the other hand correctly admits that Hayek's dogmas correspond unwittingly and without reflection with the authoritarian character. Hayek, like the entire Austrian school, simply denies the historical process of decay that the individual has experienced since the era of liberalism due to the continued influence of the state and capital, whereby the monadic nature of atomized mass society is even declared to be the initial condition for individuality and freedom. What Horkheimer emphasized in egoism and the freedom movement as central insights of critical theory is not seen as a curse by the Austrian school, but celebrated as a blessing for humanity. Quote, "Bourgeois society is not based on conscious cooperation for the existence and happiness of its members. Its law of life is a different one. Everyone thinks he is working for himself, must be concerned with his own preservation. There is no plan that determines how the general need is to be satisfied. By everyone trying to provide those things for which he can obtain others that he needs, production is regulated in such a way that society can develop in the given form. This fact alone, that during the epoch that emancipates the individual, man in the basic economic sphere experiences himself as an isolated subject of interests and only comes into contact with others through buying and selling, gives rise to foreignness as an anthropological category. Everyone is the center of the world, and everyone else is outside." End quote. The deliberately wrong thinking of the Austrian school was taken to extremes by someone who saw himself as an anarcho-capitalist and as such made a particularly strong impression on the Argentinian president Javier Milei, precisely because he was critical of both Hayek and Mises. Murray Rothbard understood his anarchist idea, which is propagated today in particular from the Ludwig von Mises Institute in Alabama, as strict anti-statism. For him, the state was nothing more than a thief and oppressor. Therefore, he was no longer concerned with the restructuring or dismantling of the state, but only with its unconditional abolition. Unlike the usual anarchists, Rothbard did not see property as theft. He also saw himself as a radical opponent of any collective idea and instead praised private property above all else. While Mises and Hayek still had to be convicted as supporters of natural law, as Herbert Marcuse had done, Rothbard openly acknowledged that the right to property, life and freedom were not social norms a posteriori, but a priori. This explicitly included ownership of oneself and for oneself, which for Rothbard went so far as to say that even parents would not inherently have the responsibility to feed their children. For Rothbard, it was only logical to strive for a zero state, and to really no longer know anything public, neither law, security, or defense, neither education and health care, neither roads nor parks, neither administration nor other services. He declared his non-aggression principle, according to which it was forbidden to harm others physically or through theft or robbery, to be the basis for living together. Rothbard was also an advocate of a political alliance with anti-status conservatives, Philip Baguse, in order to better convince them of his stateless anarcho-capitalism. An alliance idea, it is claimed in some quarters, that Javier Milei strategically adopted for Argentina. Hayek in particular is often cited as proof that the ordoliberalism of the Freiburg school, which is primarily associated with the name Walter Eucken, differs little from the Austrian school before the emergence of Rothbard. This is usually attributed to Hayek's late teaching activities in Freiburg and his long-standing friendship with Eucken. There is no doubt that Hayek and Eucken's views overlap greatly. This is made clear by the fact that Eucken is not the founder of the social market economy, whose name was just a weasel word for Hayek. Although Eucken's ideas formed the basis, it was Alfred Müller-Armack who developed them further into what Ludwig Erhard is officially regarded as the father figure of. Eucken still spoke out against the separation of economic and social policy, which became a defining feature of the social market economy. Eucken differed from Hayek in that he did not radically reject state intervention in economic policy, despite the shared anti-Keynesian enemy image, but rather regarded it as the great exception and argued for a regulatory and economic policy framework in general, including a minimum income, which for Hayek was tantamount to arrogation of knowledge. In order to distinguish himself from the Freiburg school because of these differences, Hayek referred to it as restrained liberalism, with which he wanted to make it clear that, like all representatives of the Austrian school, he not only did not want to know any concept of the separation of the social general from the particular, but certainly not of the capitalist reduction of man, on the one hand to the member of bourgeois society, to the egoistic independent individual, and on the other hand to the citizen, to the moral person, as Marx formulated it in his book on the Jewish question, which was often misunderstood by interested parties. If the Austrian school is to be understood against this background, then it would have to be denounced as a program to coerce the individual, on the basis of capitalist socialization, to withdraw the citizen capable of cooperation with others in favor of the selfish independent individual. The cost of this socialization is submission to a conceptual ban on the whole. A conceptual ban that Herbert Marcuse already declared war on in his critique of Ludwig von Mises, because he recognized in it the criminal apologetic concealment of the objective conditions that it is. Quote, "The primacy of the whole over the individual rightly exists insofar as the forms of production and reproduction of life are given to individuals as general, and insofar as the appropriate organization of these forms is the condition of the possibility of individual happiness for people." End quote. Ordem e progresso, order and progress, is written on Brazil's flag. For a long time, not much was heard about progress. In this country, the news from Brazil, the former economic miracle country, was mostly gloomy. Things have been different since the mid-90s at the latest. At the Febrile 95 Foreign Trade Fair in São Paulo, German industrialists and politicians expressed their enthusiasm for the country's economic development. After the depression of the 1980s, today's neoliberal policies on the continent are giving rise to hopes of new growth potential. Brazil would play a similar role in the development of the bloc of South American states, Mercosur, as Germany did in the shaping of the EU. After all, in economic terms, the fifth largest country in the world is growing much faster than other countries, according to Hans-Olaf Henkel, president of the Federation of German Industries. What was not mentioned? The new integration into the world market means a social Darwinist order for the majority of the population. Last year, A raid on a shopping mall attracted public attention in Rio de Janeiro like no other crime. In the Rio Sul shopping center, the military police arrested 2 suspected thieves after a shootout. The officers pulled Cristino Mesquita, who was already handcuffed, behind their patrol car, where the 20-year-old was shot dead in cold blood, in front of hundreds of onlookers and the rolling cameras of TV Globo, Brazil's largest broadcaster. Over the next few days, the media were bombarded with calls and letters supporting the murder. The policemen were sentenced to several years in prison in September 1995. The worldwide media response was too great to allow an act that was part of everyday life in Rio to go completely unpunished. However, the murder and the reactions to it shed a significant light on the discussion about public safety in Brazil. According to official statistics, crime has fallen in recent years. In contrast, the propaganda of a threat scenario surrounding organized crime and drug trafficking has increased. While it used to be the communist threat that endangered national security, the new enemy image of the social threat has emerged since the end of the 1980s. The mere sight of impoverished people serves as a trigger to reach for a revolver. Drug crime has become the enemy par excellence for the privileged classes. The fight against poverty and criminals through expulsion and exclusion, including social cleansing, now dominates media and political fantasies. According to official figures, over 1,500 people were shot dead by the military police in the city of São Paulo alone in 1993. The majority of their victims were poor, dark-skinned, and under the age of 25. Some officers boast that they have already killed more than 60 people in the line of duty. In addition to the official organs of repression, there are the so-called esquadros de morte. The death squads continue the work of the police after hours. A member of the hit squads, which executed over 1,200 people in Rio in the first half of 1994, described their self-image in the Rio daily newspaper O Dia as follows. The groups are set up by people from the neighborhood, by military police, businessmen and victims of crime who want to put an end to the rising crime rate. The police cannot monitor every neighborhood, every street. In the meantime, crime is growing and the number of destitute people is multiplying. We are restoring order. End quote. The war against the socially déclassé is reflected in the geography of the cities. There, impoverishment, urban development, and security mania merge. It is no coincidence that the murder of Cristino Mesquita took place in front of a shopping center. The huge shopping centers are the culmination of an urban dichotomy. If the streets have become unsafe, the old security in the protected temples of consumption is not at risk. Here, the middle and upper classes can shop undisturbed by the new subversives, dealers, street kids, beggars, and thieves. Rigid guards keep anyone who looks marginal out of the shopping areas. If necessary, they also use brute force methods that are well received by the public and the media. Quote, "A robbery in a shopping mall is not a normal robbery. It is an intrusion into a sacred space of consumption. Hence the brutal reaction of the police officers. Hence the applause." End of quote. The artificial paradise of shopping is the counterpart to the manufactured inferno of the favelas, the poverty-stricken districts of the big cities. In the threat scenario, they serve as a projection for social chaos, as a symbol of the threat of poverty and crime. This is expressed in the creation of pure and separate territories. The public space in the city centers with its luxurious shopping streets, the well-guarded residential castles of the rich, and the favelas in the periphery. This division of the city escalated when, in January last year, the government responded to calls for public safety. Entire districts of Rio were out of control. The favelas on the Morros, the city's hills, were the source of the rampant violence. To the applause of the middle and upper classes and the media, the government sent several thousand soldiers with tanks and helicopters into the slums. The conquest of the areas controlled by criminals and drug traffickers was announced in the newspapers in the form of war reports, and the armed forces of the government and criminals were listed in general terms. At the end of the operation in March, the army presented a few rusty rifles and returned to the barracks. The only thing that had changed was the life of the population of the favelas. Under the conditions of the state of emergency, they were deprived of basic civil rights for months, and poverty and criminality were equated. The invasion was ultimately won by the military in the newspapers and TV reports. Some time earlier, the social situation had been reduced to an enemy image in a media war for minds. The gunman on the hills. As early as 1992, during the World Climate Summit, tanks drove up in front of Rio's largest favela, Rocinha, and aimed their guns at the huts. Even then, the reason given for the deployment was not to protect the favela residents from the violence of the drug trade, but to shield the city from the favelados. However, this also meant that the poor districts were declared enemy territory and the entire social issue was territorialized. In a 1990 study by the ESG, Escola Superior de Guerra, a scenario was painted under the title, The Year 2001. It concluded that the armed forces would have to be deployed on the streets to confront this horde of bandits, to neutralize them and systematically destroy them. The state has long since withdrawn from the lost areas and left the inhabitants to their fate. More than 50% of Brazil's working population work in the informal sector, which accounts for 30% of the national product. The transitions between poverty, petty crime, precarious odd jobs, and drug trafficking are fluid. The local parallel structures of the illegal drug economy determine entire districts, providing employment, social benefits, and order. As in other Latin American countries, drug trafficking is a flourishing economic sector. Particularly since the USA intensified its ideological fight against drugs in Colombia, international trade has also shifted to Brazil. However, a large proportion of sales are made in the largest country in South America itself. The domestic market is large enough to ensure that business is booming here. It is estimated that the illegal trade employs over 200,000 people in Rio alone. For marginalized young people, it is usually the only opportunity to participate in the exchange of goods and the circulation of money. The drug economy is based primarily on low-wage labor. Unemployed and mobile young people are the most important recruiting ground for this type of business. The trade is organized along business lines, and the drug money is a major contribution to the country's financial markets. In Rio, veritable corporations are fighting over the control and division of the industry. The Commando Vermelho, one of the largest drug rings, owes its success to a combination of armed violence and local social policy. However, the success of the Red Commando also tells a different story. If you believe the reports of some local journalists, in the 70s and 80s the social criminals in prison came into contact with the political prisoners from the urban guerrillas of the time. The prison inmates, most of whom came from the favelas, adopted the organizational forms and parts of the political concept of the convicted cadres, who were often members of Maoist groups. The anchoring in the people later became an important part of the business policy. Part of the profits were given to the inhabitants of the poor districts. The weakest were financed in case of illness and social need. This enabled them to gain the sympathy and support of the favela population, an advantage that should not be underestimated when developing and defending the market against rival groups and the police. Another major economic sector in Rio is gambling, jogo de bicho. Officially forbidden, almost everyone takes part in it. The lottery is based on animal symbols, so you don't need to know how to read. It is also possible to participate with small stakes, which explains the popularity of the game among the poorer sections of the population. Alongside the drug trade, jogo is the second largest illegal labor market and generates several $100 million a year. Despite all the rhetoric to the contrary, the parallel structures are hardly ever seriously threatened by the state. After all, the illegal industries are ultimately also about lucrative business for the state representatives, who make good money right up to the highest government offices. Law and order politicians in particular like to rely on forces connected to the drug trafficking and gambling complex. Politics and crime go hand in hand. The mayor of Rio, who promised to deploy the army during the election campaign, was on the funding list of illegal gambling. Similarly, many police officers are on the payrolls of drug and gambling bosses. A large part of the police force has fallen out of direct state control. The low state salaries make the officers ideal for side jobs in private security services that take over the function of the police. In Rio, several $1 billion are spent on this every year. Helio Tavares Luiz, head of the Criminal Investigation Department in Rio, explained in Veja, Brazil's largest news magazine, why the police are unable to find a solution to crime. In his opinion, Brazil's elite has no interest in a serious police force equipped with modern resources. The upper classes themselves are too deeply involved in illegal business. Quote, The police are violent, beat, and torture because the elite of society wants it that way. They want a police force that acts against the poor, but not one that could turn against themselves. End quote. The division of the city is therefore quite functional. In the poverty zones, drug dealing and gambling still ensure a functioning accumulation of capital that is integrated into the national and international circulation of money. For the marginalized youth, it represents a dangerous source of income to which there are hardly any alternatives. For the middle and upper classes, on the other hand, it is a haven of evil. The expansion of social impoverishment is perceived as a threat from the out-of-control poverty economy. As long as poverty and violence remained on the hills, it was easy to ignore. However, since the occupation of the favelas by the army, crime has been building up new lines of business. Although, according to the military, drug trafficking fell by 50%, at the same time bank robberies increased by 200% and kidnappings tripled. Under the slogan Rio, do something, Rio, around 100,000 Rio residents marched through the city center to protest against the violence, at the same time as the Febril 95 took place in Sao Paulo. The procession began symbolically in front of the Candelaria Church. 8 street children were murdered at this location by a death squad in 1993. After the massacre, the citizens' movement Viva Rio, Rio Should Live, was founded, which now called for the demonstration. However, it was not so much the fate of the street children that triggered this reaction. When 3 members of wealthy families were abducted in one day in October, the citizens' movement, which had previously had little resonance, was suddenly reinforced by the business association and the mass media. What distresses the wealthy class far more than death squads and misery? In 1995 alone, almost 100 prominent family members were kidnapped. This made it clear that the privileged are no longer adequately protected by the isolation of their neighborhoods. The elites are increasingly confronted with the consequences of their own policies, which create a few islands of prosperity and a sea of devastation and social misery. Since the end of the 1980s, the economic and political ruling class in Brazil has been embracing the neoliberal beliefs of the world market, and the call for privatization and deregulation of the state has been gaining ground. However, if poverty does not remain within its prescribed limits, if the drug trade emerges not only in the form of laundered money on the financial markets and the bank accounts of corrupt politicians, there is reason to take action. If the state is no longer able to maintain the borders of the demarcated territories, this branch of public security is also privatized by death squads and private hit squads. This kind of neoliberalism may not be foreseen in the textbooks of its theorists, but it does not contradict them either. In a postmodern reality, social differences are fixed on demarcated territories. The social civil war with death squads and a state of emergency in the poor settlements exist alongside formal democracy and the consumerist middle classes. This social order follows the liberal modernization of Brazilian society almost naturally. Like no other, the current president Fernando Henrique Cardoso stands for the modernization of Brazilian capitalism. In the 1960s, he became known as a leading exponent of the dependency theory. Due to unequal trade relations, the terms of trade, he argued, the countries of the Third World were in a permanent state of economic dependency on the capitalist centers. Cardoso varied this paradigm. Crescimento e Pobreza was the title of one of his first writings. The idea behind the book is as follows. Brazil is growing like hardly any other country in the world, and poverty is growing alongside wealth. As a solution, the countries of Latin America should adopt a development strategy that essentially amounted to a copy of the Fordist model in the metropolitan areas. Under the conditions of catch-up development and one-sided dependency, however, state protective measures were needed to organize the development of a domestic industry. With the help of protectionist measures, domestic products were to replace high-quality imports, agricultural exports were to be replaced by industrial products, and a functioning domestic market was to be created. Although the implementation took place under the rule of an authoritarian military dictatorship, the basic economic premises were similar to the views of the left-wing dependency theorists. In particular, they called for the democratization of society in order to enable a fair distribution of wealth. During the construction phase, financing was provided by extensive loans from the metropolitan areas. In the 1960s and 1970s, these were plentiful and cheap. When the Reagan administration introduced a monetarist turnaround in economic policy in the early 1980s, the entire strategy of growth through debt collapsed. The global increase in interest rates and the sharp rise in the dollar exchange rate made it almost impossible for highly indebted countries to repay interest and loans. In this way, the crisis of Fordism, which had begun in Europe and the USA in the 1970s, spread to Latin America with a time lag, but then with even more serious consequences. In the 1980s, the lost decade, deindustrialization of gigantic proportions set in. The attempt to develop relatively autonomously from the world market resulted in an economic and social disaster. At the very least, it became clear how inadequate the term dependency was to describe the structures of global capitalism. The prospects of national development in the capitalist periphery proved to be unrealizable due to the obvious lack of opportunities for a semi-autonomous industrialization process based on relative decoupling from the world market. As a result of this development, national modernization plans were abandoned. It was no longer renunciation but unconditional integration into the world market that became the basis of economic policy. Cardoso summed up this reversal best. Quote, "Today we no longer see the system of international integration and participation as the cause of our problems, but as their solution." End quote. This sentence is the result of changing adaptation to the circumstances, because only their acceptance seemingly makes progress possible. By turning away from the state-centered form of accumulation and political organization, capital loses its seemingly national character. This accumulation strategy gains a decisive dimension through the rationalization and globalization of production, which ultimately leads to the destruction of the state reformist control of Fordism. In Brazil, Cardoso is very successful in adapting his country to the conditions of the world market. The central points of his program are the privatization of state industry and the opening up of domestic industry to international competition. His actions during the Petrobras workers' strike served as an example. This largest and most important company in the energy sector played a central role in the former development plans and was considered a strategic sector that had to remain under strict state control. In May last year, Petrobras was privatized as part of the new economic policy. The strike by the workforce, who feared for their relative privileges, was crushed with the deployment of the army. This was therefore not only a turning point in state economic policy, but also a fundamental defeat for organized labor in Brazil. As a result of the opening of the world market and the state's deregulation measures, the divergence of Brazilian society accelerated. In the context of catch-up development, it was possible to establish high-quality industrial production in some sectors, for example in the automotive industry, at great expense. These sectors have also been able to integrate successfully into the global market. For the rest, however, there is not even the hope of integration. This is because the modern part of society is becoming increasingly disconnected from the rest of the country. The catchphrase "Bel India" makes this clear. One part of Brazilian society has a social structure and economic performance that can be compared with Western industrialized nations, e.g. Belgium. The rest exists at a development level of India or below. In the face of global capitalism, there is no longer any country that is even relatively independent of the dynamics of the global capitalist accumulation process. The alternative is not between dependence or autonomy, but between passive subjugation to the dynamics of the global accumulation process or the preservation of leeway that makes it possible to influence the manner of integration into the world market. If the connection is successful, the social consequences can perhaps be somewhat mitigated at some point. No, his program is not neoliberal, but neo-social, Cardoso explains at every opportunity. There is no better way to describe the whole project in one word. The division of the periphery into successful emerging countries, some of which are integrated into the global market with high-tech products, and regions that are at best still suitable as suppliers of raw materials or landfill sites, is deepening. Brazil combines both developments. At the same time, third world zones with corresponding working and living conditions are also emerging within the capitalist centers in the course of these upheavals. The differences between metropolitan areas and the periphery are shifting. Quote, "The gap between rich and poor is getting deeper and deeper. It is the role of the American right that is sweeping the country and turning it into another Brazil, a heap of immensely rich people in gated communities surrounded by a sea of poor people." End quote. This is how Paul Auster describes the development of the USA, exemplified by the state of his home city of New York. Their two causes and consequences are reversed in the public consciousness. It is no longer poverty, but the poor who are declared to be the real problem. The privileged panically see the rest of the world only as a threat, as vermin and pariahs, as social parasites and criminals who must be fought with all means at their disposal. Poverty and social marginalization are spreading across traditional class boundaries. Economic, social, and cultural similarities are less and less common across society. To the extent that the totality of capitalist socialization unfolds its destructiveness, it becomes difficult to find a subject of emancipation. Just a decade or two ago, for example, the international solidarity movement could rely on the various organizations of the revolutionary left. They had similar ideas, however flawed, about the causes of social misery, were well organized and spoke in the same terms. But who knew Cristian Mesquita before his TV appearance? The new subversives are neither organized nor do they have the means of modern communication, and are therefore not particularly responsive to political discourse or agitation of any kind. For them, a leftist usually comes from the same otherworld as the newsreaders on TV Globo. In future forms of oppression, writes Horkheimer, the capital relation could periodically decay in order to rise from it again and again. In its metamorphoses, the alternating existence of these forms of production would resemble the mystical phoenix bird, which, having burned itself to death, rises rejuvenated from its own ashes. A new capitalism rises from the ruins of a catch-up development, more barbaric than its predecessors, but functioning efficiently. Bourgeois society's ideals of a higher civilization are transformed into a negative utopia. This can be exemplified by the repression against social poverty described at the beginning. According to reports in various Brazilian newspapers, the death squads in Rio are tightly organized along business lines. They function as a kind of service company for contract killings. Research has shown that the profits from this industry are reinvested and reappear in the financing of planned shopping centers. The sectors that fall out of the modern production sectors are reintegrated into the value chain. In this respect, Brazilian capitalism is highly modern and still harbors undreamt of growth potential. The elimination of mass-produced misery is itself being reorganized on a capitalist basis. The distinction that Marx made between the internal or national spheres of commodity circulation and their general world market sphere can also be used to examine the contrast between Keynes and Hayek's theories. Both abstract in their own way from the specificity of the commodity of labor power by using Marx's concept of value to also ignore the problem he posed with the intensity of labor and its averaging. To put it pointedly, one views them like troop contingents, the other like pork bellies. Keynesian reforms must therefore be based on the conditions of the autarky policy or the war it promoted, which Keynes himself felt compelled to recognize, but Keynesians usually suppress. See the articles John Maynard Keynes, National Self-Sufficiency, The New Statesman and Nation and the United States and the Keynes Plan. Thomas Piketty is a good example of this, which had to set a precedent in European social democracy. He cannot help but note that in the 20th century, it was the wars that wiped the slate clean, greatly reduced the return on capital, and thereby created the illusion of a structural overcoming of capitalism and of that fundamental contradiction. End quote. The extent to which he himself remains within this illusion is shown by what he understands by that fundamental contradiction, namely that the entrepreneur threatens to transform himself into a rentier and gain power over those who own nothing but their labor, quite as if this power did not belong to the capital relationship. This leads to the usual pathological projection, the rentier enemy of democracy. This is the only way Piketty can divert attention from the fact that the appropriate solution to regain the welfare state and break the power of entrepreneurs in its sense would be another global war, and instead propose a global capital tax. It would prevent the spiral of inequality from continuing, while leaving the forces of competition intact and maintaining the incentive for new accumulation. Just as he knows and then lies to himself about the fact that it is the world wars that create new conditions for the special development of returns and thus for the welfare state in the post-war period, he knows and lies to himself about the fact that this capital tax, if it is to be global, must remain a utopia because it presupposes a world sovereign that does not exist. In the near future, it will be hard to imagine all the nations of the world agreeing on the introduction of such a tax. A common tax rate for all the world's wealth, but it is a useful utopia. Quote, even if this ideal cannot be realized in the foreseeable future, it is indispensable as a yardstick for judging what alternative solutions can and cannot achieve. In its optional form, such an institution requires a very high degree of international coordination, the realization of which is not very promising in the medium term. but it can certainly be implemented gradually in countries that are prepared to do so, always assuming there are enough of them, for example at European level. End quote. Piketty always assumes that there is no competition between states for wealth, while the adverbs gradually and in the medium term contain the fatal aspect of his global capital tax, namely the dissolution of the world market into geopolitical areas, each of which would have its own tax system and regulatory regime. The author can hardly conceal the fact that he has already found his true role model in China. Nothing is further from his mind than the apology of Chinese-style capital regulation, which is as opaque as it is unstable. Quote, nevertheless, capital control remains a way of regulating the dynamics of wealth inequality and keeping it in check. End quote. It would therefore be desirable to have less opaque and less unstable regulation, but it does not occur to Piketty that such regulation is produced by the war situation that he claims to want to prevent with his global capital tax. The vanishing point of the Austrian school is, conversely, to abolish the nation-state in the world market. Hayek proposed the abolition of central banks, including the Federal Reserve. Quote, national currencies are neither inevitable nor desirable. Von Mises already wrote that if the program of liberalism is carried out everywhere on earth, the world state is a reality. End quote. Hayek specifically proposed replacing the government's monopoly on money and national currency systems with free competition between private issuing banks. He thus anticipated ideologies such as those circulating today in the course of the introduction of so-called cryptocurrencies. Equipped with these ideologies, those who call themselves woke and pursue identity politics are now following in the footsteps of those old white men of the Austrian school. Neither the Keynesian view nor its liberal counterpart is able to determine the relationship between the nation-state and the world market. Accordingly, Keynes could approve of the economic policy of the Hitler regime, even if only for a short time, as the enforcement of sovereignty, and Hayek, albeit with great reservations, could approve of that of the Pinochet regime as the enforcement of the world market. The same false opposition can also be found, albeit in reverse, between traditional Marxism and the so-called critique of value. Ernest Mandel, for example, speaks not only of unequal exchange, but also of value transfer between the third and first world. He sees the world market not in terms of international values, but in terms of the national values of commodities. He views all commodities as if they were all labor power, which is, so to speak, his metaphysics of the proletariat. He argues as if the same scale of averages would apply to commodities as to labor intensity. However, as Marx made clear, international values are formed for the individual commodities, with the exception of labor power, in which the difference in national commodity value is dissolved. Transfer of value can therefore only be asserted here by those who, directed against the world market, cling to the national values of commodities and regard the international ones as an imperialist raid against which socialism in one country must seal itself off. Quote, only through the protection of the foreign trade monopoly could Russia and China escape this fate after their socialist revolution. End quote. In contrast, Robert Kurz proclaimed the end of national economics in his Black Book on Capitalism. He writes, a large and rapidly growing part of the world market is, in reality, no longer an exchange between inherently coherent national economies, but part of an internal division of functions between immediate global corporations. These companies, or rather corporate agglomerations, belong to a previously unknown transnational dimension. The business economy, previously embedded in a national economic regulatory space, breaks through this and operates immediately on the regulation-free terrain of the world market, as being beyond the national economy, transnational. End of quote. Since Kurz and the Croesus and exit circles disdain the pathological projection of Jewish finance capital, in their eyes this terrain is embodied in the USA, which is prepared to wage its world order wars for it. Others, on the same conceptual basis as the Schwarzbach capitalismus, or rather, in the same Marxist swamp, direct their propaganda instead at the enemy called globalists and do not hesitate to speak of postmodern capitalism. With COVID, this capitalism has now apparently also spawned a virus. In any case, the metaphor of terrain exposes itself. The world market has no terrain, trade on it never takes place independently of national markets. One could also say, it takes place in them or through them. That is why it is not possible without the sovereignty of the individual states, just as they are not possible without it. No sovereignty without a world market, no world market without sovereignty. However, it is undisputed that the radius of action of states in world trade relations is limited in each case, that its size itself changes, and in this respect even the phrases of globalization and deglobalization contain a grain of truth. But no concept of the world market can be derived from this grain of truth. According to the widespread ideology of the opponents of globalization, a kind of synthesis of Mandel's late capitalism and Kurz's Black Book capitalism, in view of the competition between monopolies that is immediate to the world market and already takes place beyond the principle of a ranking of national averages, nations have practically no choice but to isolate themselves as far as possible from the world market and, if they do want to participate in it, to dig for oil wells and other raw materials or to fraternize with those who can call such capital their own. Just as finance capital, due to its sheer size and the associated possibility of postponing the crisis, can be fantasized as a power that would no longer have anything to do with the valorization process of industrial capital, so now those companies that, on the basis of a certain national labor intensity, namely that of the USA, are now demonized in such a way as if in their world profits were no longer based on the respective national averaging and thus the law of value as Marx understood it, as if they were instead able to plunder a globally available digital resource that they could appropriate without even paying taxes. Ideologically, this postponement is now seconded by the measures against climate change. This is because the movement on which they are based is as effective internationally as the modified law of value on the global market. And like finance capital, it is also fixated on the future. Borrowing from Benjamin's theses on history, one could say that Fridays for Future's will to sacrifice is formed on the ideal of grandchildren liberated from climate change. They are held responsible for the trend towards zero time, which is where everything is heading. If the Comintern once said that fascism was the dictatorship of the most reactionary, chauvinist, and imperialist elements of finance capital, today the dyed-in-the-wool Stalinists say that the new fascism emanates from Silicon Valley or wherever they want to see the most digital elements of capital at home. So instead of criticizing the political economy, one criticizes neoliberalism or, which is the same thing, postmodern capitalism, names that are given to the world market to make it a morally and ideologically harmless enemy, at least for the time being. For it is not only that general laws analyzed by Marx are misrepresented as the deliberate application of certain theories, namely those of the old neoliberal economists or the new postmodern philosophers, which the stupid or corrupt politicians feel called upon to follow. Not only are the laws thus presented as a new creation that put an end to the economic miracle of the post-war years, in which wealth was so beautifully distributed at the same time, very similar to those theories. The distinction between their national and international validity, which Marx still knew how to make, is more or less suppressed. In other words, sovereignty and the world market are no longer understood as the two necessary sides of one and the same thing, namely capital. So it is hardly surprising that a fetishized sovereignty can serve as a cover for the delusion of self-sufficiency, in which the left and right want to mobilize against the world market. Sovereignists against globalists. This, however, brings back something of the ideological prehistory of Auschwitz. Depending on one's mood, more anti-capitalist German or more anti-imperialist international, either the globalists, insofar as they are presented as an economic threat to German sovereignty, or the sovereignists, insofar as they are militarily in league with the USA, i.e. with the hegemon of the world market, can be embodied in Judaism as delusional as ever. Otherwise, there is only unity in the fact that the practical preparation for repeating Auschwitz in the Middle East is left to the Islamic Racket Republic of Iran, which can present its own idea of self-sufficiency in this way. In his essay on antisemitism and National Socialism, Moishe Postone explained how modern antisemitism goes beyond the mere equation of the Jews with the sphere of circulation and money, which was already illuminated in the dialectic of enlightenment and which essentially had a longingly backward-looking character. The positive emphasis on nature, blood, land, concrete work, and community went hand in hand with the glorification of technology and industrial capital. This form of anti-capitalism is based on the one-sided attack on the abstract. The abstract and the concrete are not understood in their unity as substantiating parts of an antinomy. Instead, there is only the one-sided attack against abstract reason, abstract law, and, on another level, against money and finance capital. This attack creates the necessary personification. Thus, the opposition of the materially concrete and the abstract becomes the racial opposition of Aryan and Jew. Modern antisemitism consists in the biologization of capitalism, which itself is only understood under the form of the appearing abstract as international Jewry. The question is, however, why the modern anti-Semite so persistently emphasizes that this Judaism is international even when, indeed especially when, it is Zionism. Why reason and law, money and financial capital cannot be unified in the same way as abstractions and embodied in Judaism without the imagination of an absolutely worldwide conspiracy, in order to split off something that is fantasized under various titles as concrete reason and concrete law, racial laws, Sharia, concrete money, and even concrete financial capital, German savings, Islamite banking. An answer can only be given with Marx's concept of the world market as the place where commodities universally unfold their value. If, as already quoted, foreign trade develops the true nature of value, which presents itself in an unlimited series of different use values. But if value is only represented in national surplus produce, the increase of value for the sake of value finds a limit in the narrow-mindedness, the narrow circle of use values, in which the value of labor is reflected here. While Marx needs this narrow-mindedness as an abstraction, so to speak, in order to do justice to the law of value in its unmodified application, the modern anti-Semite, who of course has and wants to have no concept either of the law of value or of the abstract at all, turns it into his concrete worldview and a political program. The direct or indirect turn against the world market makes it possible for him to investigate what is contrary to the affirmed narrow-mindedness within the state in order to identify this with Judaism. In this way, the specific delusions produced by Jew hatred in modernity and the anti-modernist model, according to which a state should exist in the greatest possible, preferably complete self-sufficiency, can be seen as communicating vessels. Their communication goes back to the Enlightenment, as can be seen in particular in Johann Gottlieb Fichte. In contrast to other forms of German idealism, the obsession with forcing everything economic under the primacy of the political from the outset and without mediation, and as in a counter-movement to Adam Smith's Wealth of Nation, is constantly evident in his thinking. This primacy is set in a significantly different way to Hobbes. In his contribution to correcting the public's judgments on the French Revolution, Fichte explicitly contradicts the view that there must be several monarchies that are strong enough to counterbalance each other, so that one monarchy does not devour and subjugate everything. But with this objection, Fichte is by no means taking sides with the universal monarchy, with a world sovereign. He writes, "We, on the contrary, conclude thus. This constant striving for aggrandizement from within and without is a great misfortune for the people's every unrestricted monarchy. You say it yourselves, strives unceasingly for universal monarchy. Let us block this source, and our evil will be removed from the bottom. When no one will want to attack us any more, we shall no longer need to be armed. Then the terrible wars and the still more terrible constant readiness for war, which we endure to prevent wars, will no longer be necessary." End quote. In contrast to the concept of the prosperity of nations, Fichte, who, unlike Kant or Hegel, hardly ever dealt with Smith or other English economists, projects its growth, which Adam Smith examined, onto the unrestricted monarchies striving for universal monarchy. Like Hobbes, Smith starts from the individual on the one hand and from the relationship between nations on the other. Unlike the author of Leviathan, he already distinguishes national economy from sovereignty. Not least for this reason, he is quite cautious in his assessment of the opportunities offered by the world market. No human wisdom and prudence could foresee what benefits and what misfortunes will accrue to mankind from it. Quote, "In general, they may well tend to be useful and beneficial, since they have to some extent brought together the remotest regions of the world and made it possible for them to help each other, to meet their needs for necessities and comforts in exchange, and to promote trade and commerce among themselves. For the natives of the East and West Indies, however, all the commercial advantages which might have accrued from either event have dwindled away, and have ended in the terrible misfortune which they have suffered, but which again has its roots more in accident than in the nature of the thing itself. At the time when both discoveries were made, the preponderance of power on the part of the Europeans was so great that they could afford any kind of injustice in these distant regions. Perhaps in the future the natives of those lands may become stronger and more powerful, and the power of the Europeans weaker, so that the inhabitants of all regions of the world may attain the same courage and strength, thus creating a balance of deterrence which alone can transform the injustice of independent nations into a kind of respect for each other's rights. Nothing, however, seems more likely to establish this equilibrium of powers than the mutual exchange of knowledge and technical skill of all kinds, which an extensive trade among all countries brings about quite naturally, indeed almost inevitably." End of quote. Fichte knew nothing of the English classics of economics, either then or later, whereas Hegel had already studied them thoroughly during his time in Frankfurt. This corresponds to the projection that the German philosopher holds within the state when he describes the Jews as a state within a state that lives in constant war with all other states. The German philosopher may therefore also appear to be the inventor of the ideology of the deep state, to the extent that today the anti-Semitic delusion has found a new expression in this predication. However, the term itself has a different political origin. In Turkey, liberals used it for the circles working towards a military dictatorship, and this corresponds more to what Fichte understood as the second state within the state, aristocratic rule. For some time now, the protagonists of the political right in the USA or in Israel have also been talking about the deep state when it comes to left liberal circles, especially in the judicial system. Anti-Semites of all stripes are now building on this by using the deep state to insinuate a conspiracy, especially in these circles, whose origin, however, is Judaism, which is identified with the world market, globalization, where the unrestricted king is not allowed to take away his paternal hut, and where he has his rights against the all-powerful minister. The first Jew who pleases can plunder him with impunity. You see, all this Fichte addresses his revolutionary-minded contemporaries directly, and cannot deny it, and speaks sweet words of tolerance and human rights and civil rights, while you offend the first human rights in us, and this directly addresses the emancipation of the Jews. Quote, "Does not the understandable thought occur to you here that the Jews, who without you are citizens of a state that is stronger and more powerful than all of yours, if you also give them civil rights in your states, will completely trample your other citizens underfoot?" End quote. Just as Fichte evidently found his negative, anti-capitalist concept for the accumulation of capital on the world market in the pursuit of universal monarchy, Judaism in turn appears as an inversion of the world market on national soil. Saul Asher wrote in 1794 that Fichte portrayed the Jew as the Hydra that destroys everything around it, and saw a new epoch of Jew hatred dawning here. If, however, in view of the post-Nazi constellations of the present, we can speak of an internal counterpower within non-Islamic states in connection with Islam, then this expresses the opposite of Fichte's state within a state. To understand jihad as an inversion of the world market on national soil rather characterizes an anti-globalist, be it right or left, critique of Islam, which cannot be a critique at all because, like Fichte, it wants to see the state based on self-sufficiency, as an ethnically homogeneous Grossraum or socialism in a country. Thus, when speaking of the state within the state, or more recently of the deep state, it is important to pay close attention to whether this insinuates an inversion of the world market on national soil or merely describes the possible disintegration of the state into rival rackets. Seen in this light, Fichte speaks of the state in the first person when he says that the first Jew who likes it plunders me with impunity. In place of the wish expressed in this context to expel the Jews, a little later in his writing on the closed commercial state, he calls for the expulsion of the world market from the national economy. He writes, "They must have human rights, for they are human beings," and therefore follows up his satirical murderous fantasy that he sees no other means of giving the Jews civil rights than to cut off all their heads in one night and put others on them in which there is no Jewish idea, with the suggestion, "To protect us from them, I again see no other means than to conquer their promised land and send them all there." End quote. End of quote. Here, too, he refers to the legal status of the free citizen and describes his work in the subtitle as an appendix to the doctrine of law. The contrast with Kant's 1795 work on perpetual peace could not be clearer. Quote, "It is the spirit of commerce that cannot exist together with war, and which sooner or later takes possession of every nation. For since, of all the powers, means subordinate to the power of the state, the power of money would probably be the most reliable, states see themselves compelled, though probably not exactly by moral impulses, to promote noble peace and, wherever war threatens to break out in the world, to ward it off by mediation, as if they were therefore in constant alliance." End of quote. It is connected with this view of the world market that limits are set to his anti-Semitism, in which at first glance he is only a little inferior to Fichte. In his anti-Semitic statements, which only became virulent after the French Revolution, he does not regard Judaism as a religion, but as a merely secular state. The Palestinians living among us had gained a not unfounded reputation for deceit due to their usurious spirit. By far the largest part of this nation of mere merchants and non-producing members of society sought to replace the loss of their civic honor, i.e. probably their own state, with advantages of cheating the people under whom they find protection and even themselves among themselves. Just as this negative assessment of the merchant class does not match the positive assessment of the spirit of trade and money that Kant presented in his essay on perpetual peace, he still seems to be striving for integration, where Fichte calls for the Jews to be denied civil rights or recommends that their heads be cut off or that they all be sent to Palestine. In contrast to his views from the 1780s, which had gone so far as to place Judaism as a religion of reason even above Christianity, Kant now wants the Jews to be converted to Christianity so that they could become a learned, well-mannered people capable of all the rights of the civil state. In the 1796 Grundlage de Natuurrechts nach Principien der Wissenschaftslehre, Foundation of Natural Law according to the principles of the theory of science, he first provided the arguments under international law for expelling the Jews. Every individual had the right to compel the other individual he encounters to enter into a state with him or to escape from his sphere of action. Quote, if one of the two is already in the state and the other is not, the former compels the other to unite with his state. If neither of them were already in the state, they at least unite to form the beginning of a state. Hence the proposition follows. He who is in no state can be legally compelled by the first state that meets him, either to submit to it or to escape from its vicinity. End of quote. However, this caused Fichte the problem that, according to this proposition, all people living on the surface of the earth would gradually be united in a single state. Although he rejected this argument probably also because it reminded him all too much of the legitimization of a universal monarchy. By pointing to such boundaries given by nature, the surface of the earth was cut up by seas, rivers, mountains, and by them separated men, so it was also necessary that different states arose. It remained the core of his state-theoretical considerations to always view the state in isolation. In this way, Fichte can completely suppress the fact that the act of arbitrariness from which the state emerges does not abolish arbitrariness, but necessarily continues to exist in the relationship between states. Hegel thought he could finally escape this dilemma by separating absolute and objective spirit. Schelling, on the other hand, can be considered the harshest contemporary critic of Fichte alongside Saul Asher. Since the French Revolution, people had taken pains to show a possibility of how unity could be compatible with the existence of free beings, that is, how a state could be possible that was actually only the condition of the highest possible freedom of individuals. This alone is impossible. It is therefore natural that now, at the end of this period, when there was nothing but freedom, the most consequent minds, when they pursue the idea of a perfect state, arrive at the theory of the worst despotism. End quote. It is precisely at this point that Schelling explicitly refers to Fichte's closed commercial state. According to Schelling, the state as such cannot find any true and absolute unity, insofar as all states are only attempts to become organic wholes without ever really being able to become them. This is most clearly demonstrated by the collision of states with one another. The highest phenomenon of unity not found and not to be found is war, which is as necessary as the struggle of the elements in nature. Here people enter entirely into the relationship of natural beings against each other. End quote. Thus, in German idealism, it was not Hegel, but actually Schelling, who, because he denied the possibility that the state could be unity as reconciliation, took up the legacy of Hobbes, directed against Spinoza. However, he could only do so by opposing the false unity of the state with a true one, whose credibility had suffered badly since those classical metaphysicians, the unity of God. In Schelling's investigations into the nature of human freedom, the real opposition does not arise between the individual and the state, but between the individual and God, the particular and the universal. In the particular, which has its meaning in the self-preservation of the individual by virtue of his drives and passions, but which, in contrast to Spinoza, no longer coincides a priori with the self-preservation of the whole, Schelling sees a will of its own at work, the will of the reason, which can be understood in its opposition to the universal, but which must not be fetishized in it. God's will is to universalize everything, but the will of the reason is to particularize everything and make it creaturely. In this will of the reason, Schelling sees the dark ground, on which, as he says, all personality rests, but it does not in principle exclude harmony with the light, with the true general. It can hardly be regarded as a coincidence that Schelling, like Hegel, not only advocated in his philosophy of law that the Jews should receive all civic rights, but also attempted in his philosophy of history to think Christianity with the conceptual means of Jewish mysticism and, conversely, to understand Judaism itself as the cosmic shell of the future. According to Schelling, it still has a connection with the true historical process. For viewed in absolute terms, i.e. negatively, with regard to the state, the Jewish people became the bearer of divine history because it was least capable of founding states in the service of the world spirit. Only by ignoring this persistent relationship of force that mocks reason is Fichte able to reinvent the absolute ego in the form of the closed commercial state or to project it onto the level of sovereignty and, in practical political terms, to transform himself from an idealist philosopher into a tribune of the people who preaches to the Germans the closed commercial state and, in other words, war against France and England. At this level, therefore, what Schelling had already criticized in the Wissenschaftslehre as an eternal and indissoluble circle of reflection is merely repeated. What is supposed to be an absolute objective par excellence outside the ego is itself an outside the ego positing by and for the ego and therefore also in the ego. If the juridical state is formed by a closed set of people who are subject to the same laws and the same supreme coercive power, then this set should now be restricted to mutual trade and commerce among and for one another, and everyone who is not subject to the same legislation and coercive power should be excluded from participating in that trade. It would then form a commercial state, a closed commercial state, just as it now forms a closed juridical state. In this way, the German philosopher arrives at his political economy, at the only true system demanded by reason, according to which the state would completely close itself off from all foreign trade, and from now on form a separate commercial body, just as it has already formed a separate juridical and political body. Once this closure has been brought about, everything else follows quite easily, and the measures to be followed from now on no longer lie in the field of politics, but in that of pure jurisprudence. End quote. On such a basis, the tendency towards universal monarchy is now fully revealed as one of wealth through world trade, and is therefore condemned even more harshly by Fichte. Quote, a state that follows the usual system of trade and intends to gain a preponderance in world trade retains a permanent interest in extending itself even beyond its natural borders, in order thereby to increase its trade and, by means of this, its wealth, to use this in turn for new conquests, the last again in the same way as the previous ones. One of these evils is always followed by another, and the greed of such a state knows no bounds. End quote. With the systematic sealing off of the trading state, this greed is no longer possible internally either, and the growth of prosperity is halted. Quote, the main results of the theory put forward are these, that in a state conformable to the law, the three principal estates of the nation should be calculated against each other, and each restricted to a certain number of members, that each citizen should be assured his proportionate share of all the products and manufactures of the country in return for his labor, as well as the public officials without visible equivalent, that for this purpose the value of all things should be fixed against each other and their price against money, and kept above it, that finally, in order that all this may be possible, all immediate trade of the citizens with foreign countries should be made impossible. End quote. And the paradisiacal life of the German can begin, in which money finally becomes as concrete as labor, if it is only done according to national custom abstract labor, at which Marx's concept of intensity is aimed, becomes concrete labor, which coincides with family ties and national custom. Fichte writes, every piece of money that a man brings to himself remains for him and his grandchildren and great-grandchildren for eternal times quite certainly worth this particular commodity, e.g. this measure of grain, and he can exchange it for it at any hour. The value of this money can rise in exchange for goods, but it can never fall. Everyone is sure of the continuance of his accustomed condition as long as his work continues. No one can become impoverished or in want. Neither can his children and grandchildren, if they work only as much as is required of them according to the general custom of the country. End quote. The measure of prosperity is predetermined by nature itself and is unalterable. Quote, now, however, strictly speaking, and in the state of mere reason, no man is entitled to a higher prosperity than that which results from the climate he inhabits, and from the culture of the nation of which he is a member. End quote. As far as the relationship of states to each other is concerned, this gives rise to something like a first form of the Grossraum theory. Certain parts of the surface of the earth, together with their inhabitants, are destined by nature to form political wholes. Every state had to preserve what it otherwise intended to preserve through war, namely its natural borders. Only then would it have nothing more to seek from any other state. Quote, their extent is separated from the rest of the earth by great rivers, seas, inaccessible mountains. The fertility of one tract of land in this extent transmits the barrenness of another. The most natural products of the one, which can be obtained with the greatest advantage, belong to the same products of the other, and point to an exchange demanded by nature itself. For one line of fat pasture is one line of arable land, one line of woodland, and so on. None of these lines could exist on their own. Together they produce the greatest prosperity for their inhabitants. These hints of nature as to what should remain together, or what should be separated, are what is meant when one speaks of the natural boundaries of empires in modern politics, a consideration that is far more important and serious than is generally taken. Nor is it merely a matter of military and fixed borders, but far more of productive independence and self-sufficiency. If war is to be abolished, the reason for wars must be abolished. Every state must preserve what it intends to preserve by war, and can only reasonably intend to preserve its natural boundaries. Henceforth it has nothing further to seek from any other state, for it possesses what it sought. No one has anything to seek from it, for it has not gone beyond its natural boundary and entered the boundary of another. End of quote. The question arises as to who assigns to states what is determined for them by nature, or in other words, in which political authority this nature is embodied. Fichte's closed trading state already shows that modernity's aspirations for self-sufficiency, if pursued stringently enough, contain not only the ideal of geopolitical Großraum, but also the longing for a world sovereign to rule over them. With this delusion, one wants to take into one's own hands precisely what is being blamed on the Jews. This longing is therefore not in contradiction to Fichte's rejection of universal monarchy, which in his thinking represents the Christian counterpart to the rule of the Jews. In certain respects, Fichte shifted the pathological projection of his hatred of the Jews in this construction, thus overcoming it without negating it. 3 years after Fichte's writing on the closed commercial state, Gradinor took up the formulation on Judaism as a state within a state, from Fichte's earlier writing on the French Revolution, and declared that the Jews formed a secret society for the purpose of world government, that they wanted the rule of the world. His book went through 6 editions in a short space of time and sold 13,000 copies. In any case, there is no further mention of the Jews in the closed commercial state, not even in the passages where he speaks of the negative characteristics of international trade, which he considers to be so negative. However, every attempt to politically implement the theory of the greater sphere contained therein brings to light once again what seemed to have been overcome in Fichte's ideological Haushalt, precisely by the closed trading state, the focus of an enemy image in which one wants to see the world market embodied. If Marx, in contrast to Fichte, only wanted to bring the world market into the concept at the end of his critique of political economy, or if he largely refrains from it in the development of concepts in the first volume of Capital, with the exception of the chapters from which we have already quoted, then no historical sequence is meant, as if the world market were, as it were, the crowning conclusion of the historical development of capital. In the manuscripts for the 3rd volume, Marx also abstracts from this throughout the transformation of profit into average profit. However, when he speaks here of total capital and the total working class, he is by no means referring to international capital and the international working class, although he only makes this explicit in one place, where it concerns the constant emigration and immigration of capital, its distribution between the various spheres depending on whether the rate of profit falls there or rises here. It is through them that the ratio of supply to demand causes the average profit in the different spheres of production to become the same, and therefore the values are transformed into production prices. Capital is more or less successful in this equalization the higher the capitalist development in a given national society is, i.e. the more the conditions of the country concerned are adapted to the capitalist mode of production. End of quote. Rather, it is the opposite. Without commercial capital extending beyond the continents, there would have been no primitive accumulation. Industrial capital would never have come into being, just as, consequently, the world market created by commercial capital has proved to be the conditio sine qua non of capital. Quote, in the same way, the expansion of foreign trade, although the basis of the capitalist mode of production in its infancy, has become its own product in its progress, through the inner necessity of this mode of production, through its need for an ever-expanding market. Here again we see the same twofold effect. Capitalist production is based on the value or development of the labor contained in the product as a social value. But this is only on the basis of foreign trade and the world market. This, therefore, is both the precondition and the result of capitalist production. End of quote. And while the former merchant capital was to a certain extent able to make its profit from the different use-value levels of production in the various regions of the world, the later world trade has taken up its legacy insofar as the different levels in the intensity of the various national working days, wherever they are performed, are reflected in the international values. But what use is it to dismiss the closed trading state as Fichte recommended it to the Germans with Marx as a delusional contradictio in ejecto, when National Socialism and socialism in one country, with the primacy of Großraum policy or foreign trade monopoly have put it to the test? On the one hand, Marx understands foreign trade, like the crisis, as an inner necessity of the mode of production, which is based on capital accumulation under penalty of destruction. On the other hand, he deals with it in the third volume precisely in those sections that deal with the causes that counteract the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The necessary intensification would probably only have been achieved in the volume on the world market, which was specifically intended for this purpose, and it would have been most conducive to this if Marx had written the book on this subject as a centenarian in view of the catastrophic politics, Adorno, opened up by the First World War. As correct as it is to see the world market as the only existing form in the abstract that is capable of postponing the crisis from turning into annihilation, it is also certain that, on a capitalist basis, only the World War crisis can concretely take its place, the exponents of which are precisely pursuing a policy of autarky in order to set annihilation in motion everywhere. At first glance, Marx's criticism of the protectionist turn of the American national economist Henry Charles Carey does not so much seem to be directed at Carey himself, for whom protectionism was merely a means of asserting himself on the world market, as a fundamental rejection of world trade, as established in Germany, following on from Fichte. Marx mocks the fact that for Carey it is ultimately this trade that destroys the native beauties and harmonies of the capitalist mode of production. But if on the one hand he rejects this view, on the other he rejects that of the free trade optimists. Both agreed in exorcising contradiction from the political economy. To the early Carey, who, like David Ricardo, was still an immediate advocate of free trade and claimed that state interference distorted the natural economic relationship, Marx recommended reflecting on whether these state costs are not also natural fruits of capitalist development. As far as the late Carey is concerned, however, Marx is directing his mockery here at the position that he, as a representative of U.S. capital, ultimately adopts vis-a-vis the British world hegemon still in power at the time. Marx writes, "The raisonnement is quite worthy of the man who first declared the capitalist relations of production to be eternal laws of nature and reason, the free harmonious play of which is disturbed by state interference, only to discover afterwards that what arises, what makes state interference necessary, is the protection of those laws, not the natural laws of the capitalist mode of production of England's diabolical influence on the world market, an influence which, as it seems, is the laws of nature and reason through the state, alias the system of protection." End quote. The attempt to force such a policy, whether in the name of industrial capital or in the name of some kind of subsistence economy practice, against the world market, this is precisely what the fighting term neoliberalism serves for, does not only mean regression, as Marx already indicates in the Grundrisse, as if he wanted to replicate Fichte's writing in a threatening only local context based on blood surplus, nature and relations of domination and servitude. At the same time, it promotes barbarism on a scale and with an intensity unknown even to the most barbaric past. In the continuation of the First World War in the Second, German politics took this completely as its content, understanding the external collapse of the world market as an internal order for total war against the international financial jury. It therefore comes as no surprise that Hitler had the emerging hegemony of the USA in mind from the very beginning. Destroying it was the condition for breaking up the world market into large spaces, which in turn formed the economic condition for National Socialism to achieve its actual goal, to destroy the Jews. All of this is already laid out in the decisive point of the NSDAP party program, which is called Breaking the Bondage of Interest. In his Außenpolitische Standardbestimmung of 1928, which was intended as the second book of Mein Kampf but was never published, there are several references to the significance of the threatening hegemony of the USA, even to its threatening world hegemony, which could only be averted by a National Socialist Germany with the corresponding racial policy. See Adolf Hitler, Foreign Policy Assessment after the Reichstag elections of June-July 1928. It can be shown in detail that Hitler's foreign policy was concerned with this goal from that time at the latest, which the conquests in the East served as a means to achieve. See Brendan Sims, Hitler, A Global Biography, pages 199-218, 680f. However, the author of this global biography blurs means and ends when he says, the main reason and context of Hitler's war of extermination against the European Jews was his relationship with the United States, and at one point even goes so far as to describe the Holocaust as a preemptive strike against Roosevelt's America. In contrast, a typical representative of the German historians' guild of today, such as Ulrich Herbert, is characterized by the fact that he only uses such misconceptions as a pretext to stubbornly brush aside the book's findings on the relationship of National Socialism to the world market and its hegemon. Hannes here, for example, also initially understands Operation Barbarossa as the total subjugation of the Soviet Union and the violent making available of its population in order to establish a self-sufficient, large-scale economy based on agricultural products and raw materials that would guarantee Germany's independence from the global economy. End quote. From the outset, the expansion into the Großraum of the Soviet Union, which was billed as a fight against Bolshevism, was linked to the goal of self-sufficiency in order to replace the world market and its hegemon with a new spatial distribution of the earth. When Hitler writes that the ultimate decision on the outcome of the struggle for the world market will lie with force and not with the economy itself, it immediately becomes clear that this refers to the struggle against the world market and for the Großraum order. For when National Socialism would have ended the shortage of space, then the people would no longer need to push their offspring into the big cities as factory workers, but would be able to settle them as free farmers on their own place, precisely in order to open up a complete internal sales area for German industry, which could withdraw and relieve it from the raging struggle and scramble for the so-called place in the sun in the rest of the world. In this sense, as early as the period of relative stabilization in the 1920s, Hitler set the gaining of new ground against the cheap solution and the delusion of global economic conquest to which the Germany of the Weimar Republic had succumbed. The geopolitical order Hitler's Germany was striving for ultimately failed not only because the Soviet Union and its preferred autarky of socialism in one country put up greater resistance than anyone had thought, which was, however, made possible not least by the support of its Western allies, and accepting it already indicated a certain willingness on the part of this socialism to coexist with the world market and its hegemon. Rather, it became clear that a war against the USA was unavoidable in order to break up the world market into Großraum, and only then did the war for a new distribution of space become a world war. The delusion of autarky practically turned into that of world domination. The goal of destroying the Jews, which existed from the outset, formed the continuum. Alfred Sohnrethel has made the prerequisites for this change clear like no other, not least thanks to the insights into economic policy processes that he was able to gain as an assistant at the Central European Economic Day, a lobby organization of the leading sectors of the German export industry. His reflections on the character of the fascist economic cycle and the lines of development of foreign policy confront Germany's position on the disintegrating world market with the crisis-induced impossibility of utilizing production capacities in this country other than through immediate coercion. Sohnrethel thus succeeds in highlighting the time pressure under which the Germans were preparing for war, which most members of the Institute for Social Research, including Franz Neumann, considered unlikely until 1939. This was particularly dramatic in a letter dated February 28, 1938 to Adorno, who had asked her for an assessment of the current situation. Quote, "The German economy is really sitting so hard on the fact of the total lack of productive reserves that it cannot delay expansion for much longer without breaking with the fundamental motives of fascism." According to reliable information from a major German industrialist, in mid-February, i.e. after the political crisis and after Berchtesgaden, the armament rate was cut by 30%, and the labor reserves are so completely exhausted that 15-year-olds are being recruited out of school into the production process, in some cases before they have finished school, in order to have the young people needed for mobilization in the factories. In German industrial circles, there seems to be a veritable war panic. People are arriving in England, including now an important, although non-Aryan, director of the LG, who have abandoned everything in order to get out before the feared outbreak of war. The emigration blocking rate has fallen to 4.5%. On the basis of a number of new pieces of information, we have discussed the situation with political friends and in the presence of an Englishman who has been briefed on the situation here and have come to a very gloomy conclusion. My prophecy on your departure has come true faster than we thought possible. It took not 3 weeks but 3 days for the pro-fascist course to prevail in London. The situation for Chamberlain is characterized by the fact that the Conservatives are now facing a greatly worsened electoral situation and the government has to fear the emergence of disastrous scandals from some departments. But moreover, for the first time under sole Conservative responsibility, the country is being governed into a growing economic crisis. All of this cries out for compensation in the form of placable successes, which are sought by saving the peace through friendship with the dictatorships. The continental situation provides all the support one could wish for. Hitler needs the CSR, the most developed and most valuable object of the expansion that is due, in the shortest possible time, I estimate 3 to 4 months at the most. For the moment, like Mussolini, he is meeting Chamberlain's need for his friendly face, but if this does not pay off soon, he will have to take by force what he can no longer wait for, Austria, the CSR, Hungary, etc. End quote. It is this danger of war that Somrithel sees replacing the disintegrating world market relations as soon as he looks at National Socialism from the outside. It alone still had a synchronizing effect, and it ultimately also allowed the Roosevelt administration to jump into an absolute, purely state inflationary investment boom in order to restart and maintain those production capacities that had fallen out of utilization. In 1971, Charles Kindleberger summarized the international development of the 1930s as follows. The drying up of the international capital market, customs discrimination, foreign exchange control, clearing and payment agreements caused the share of multilateral payments to decline sharply. Trade was increasingly conducted bilaterally, and to the extent that it remained multilateral, it was restricted to the currency blocks. End of quote. In a more recent publication, Harold James argues somewhat differently from Somrithel that one could still speak of a world market at the end of the 1930s, but that the number of enclaves functioning according to special rules had increased considerably. Germany and its trading partners were the driving force here. They developed relationships that redirected trade flows and reduced the overall volume of world trade. Like Somrithel and Newman, James describes the economic policy of National Socialism as a muddle and notes the proliferation of institutions without clearly defined or overlapping competencies, mentioning in particular Hermann Göring's four-year plan, the leadership of the Reichswehr and then Staats's Foreign Policy Office. He also emphasizes the fundamental tendency of this confusion. Quote, Reich Minister of Economics Schacht maneuvered himself more and more into the sidelines by opposing an exaggerated policy of self-sufficiency and pointing out the high costs that would be associated with the development of domestic substitution industries. In 1936-37, he lost a bitter dispute with Göring over the use of inferior domestic iron ore in steel production. But there was a general consensus in Germany that a reorientation of trade away from northwestern Europe and North America was desirable. End quote. In their place came transactions with less developed countries, no longer based on world market prices, but on foreign exchange management and clearing agreements, with Germany showing itself willing to pay prices above world market prices simply to induce or promote the political dependence of certain countries. Roosevelt and his Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau, as well as, in the broadest sense of the word, their ideologue John Maynard Keynes, were still very open to the autarky option around 1933, as Charles P. Kindleberger has reminded us. While his Secretary of State Cordell Hull advocated an expansion of international trade, Roosevelt, on the contrary, was in favor of autarky and more or less allowed the London World Economic Conference to collapse. And when Keynes heard the president's message to the World Economic Conference on July 3, 1933, he said, "President Roosevelt is magnificently right, Keynes." The Daily Mail, July 4, 1933. A few days later, he published the article National Self-Sufficiency in the New Statesman, which almost reads as if he wanted to introduce the English to Fichte's closed commercial state. I sympathize with those who would minimize, rather than with those who would maximize economic entanglement between nations. Ideas, knowledge, art, hospitality, travel, these are the things which should of their nature be international. But let goods be homespun whenever it is reasonably and conveniently possible. And, above all, let finance be primarily national. End quote. It was no coincidence that Roosevelt's government work in the first half of the 1930s was still regarded by the Germans as inspired by the idea of Volksgemeinschaft, Völkischer Beobachter, June 7, 1933. The new president had finally broken with the outdated idols of American politics, Völkischer Beobachter, March 23, 1934. In March 1934, Hitler congratulated the American president almost personally on a year of successful work in eliminating the economic emergency. The president's successful struggle was being followed with interest and admiration by the entire German people. The Herr Reichskanzler agreed with the Herr President that the virtue of duty, sacrifice, and discipline must rule the entire nation. These moral demands, which the president placed on every single citizen of the United States, were also the quintessence of the German Constitution, which found expression in the motto "Common good comes before self-interest." End quote. It was not until 1936 that the National Socialist image of the U.S. economy changed, and in 1940, for example, it was said in retrospect that there had been a lack of consistency in America. All attempts to break the position of corporations by means of regulation or law had failed. Within a few years, however, he and the Roosevelt administration revised this attitude. In the spring of 1936, as Harry D. White reports, Keynes was already convinced that stabilization would be possible precisely through the cooperation of the various national treasuries. Quote, "There was still a long way to go from here to the reintroduction of freer trade and capital movements," in the article published in the Economic Journal in 1946. But it could just as well be said that a long way had been traveled since 1933. End quote. As long as he was fascinated by the self-sufficiency option, Keynes had also believed, not coincidentally, that his theory of production as a whole could be much more easily adapted to the conditions of a total state than the theory of the production and distribution of a given output produced under conditions of free competition and a large measure of laissez-faire, as it is still written in his preface to the German edition of the General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money, published in 1936. See the article by Kurt Baumann, Autarkie und Planwirtschaft. Kurt Baumann is a pseudonym of Kurt Mandelbaum, who worked closely with Friedrich Pollock. In his autarky phase, Keynes was also at least as open to the particular experiment in Russia as he was to the new modes of political economy in Italy and Germany. The long road that he subsequently traveled very quickly, at the end of which he negotiated the Bretton Woods Agreement and the establishment of international institutions such as the World Bank and the Monetary Fund with the Americans on behalf of Great Britain in order to achieve the restoration of the world market, saw a decisive turning point. The two largest examples of the total state in Europe, Italy and Germany, which had just seemed to Keynes to demonstrate the scope of his theory, he described a little later after the Abyssinian War and the attack by the Condor Legion in the Spanish Civil War, as brigand powers who spent a lot of money to persuade the rest of the world that they are the enemies of the human race. It is having the desired result, not least in the United States. No one trusts or respects their word. These tactics are not characteristic of great statesmen and conquerors. They appear to be morbid, pathological, diseased. End of quote. In 1939, Keynes signed an appeal against the Munich Agreement, recommended that the USA break off diplomatic relations with Germany, worked out plans on how to finance the war, and was finally appointed by Churchill to the government's economic advisory staff. Finally, in 1940, he revised his general theory from this point by thinking the preface to the German edition through to the end, as it were. It seems, politically impossible for a capitalistic democracy to organize expenditure on the scale necessary to make the grand experiments which would prove my case except in war conditions. End quote. What can be said of Keynes' development applies to the entire political development in England as well as in the USA. The self-sufficiency option was eliminated by the option for war against Germany. In 1933, Roosevelt had still cut the military budget by almost a third, so that the U.S. Army was exceeded many times over by the strength of the Wehrmacht around 1940, just as the victory of such allies in this war made the revival of world trade appear possible. But even in the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung, the autarky option had initially found pronounced approval in general, although here it was still focused on the possibility of establishing socialism in one country. Here, too, therefore, there was a long way to go before Horkheimer's racket notes and a Hegelian interpretation of America's hegemony and the rule of law it made possible. The analyses that Sommerfeld wrote down in exile in England from 1937 onwards were aimed at the difference that existed between developments in the USA and Germany, which Friedrich Pollock attempted to capture in a rather ideal-typical comparison of democratically planned and totalitarian state capitalism. Unlike Horkheimer and Pollock, Sommerfeld argues from the point of view of the world market and its disintegration. Neither the development in the USA nor that in Germany is still taking place on the basis of international monetary and capital movements based on freedom of trade, but according to the dimensions of the shattered currency ceiling. However, the prosperities in the USA and in Germany and Europe developed separately and according to very different methods of financing. In the Third Reich, the lack of capital was replaced by a state-forced fiction, and through price and wage dictates, an increase in variable capital through the reemployment of the unemployed as well as labor service and forced labor. There was a tendency on both sides of contractual relationships towards absolute surplus value production, in which growth results from merely increasing labor time. In the USA, on the other hand, the reaction to the real threat of war emanating from Germany was to place orders that fueled relative surplus value production, i.e., according to Marx, the genuine capitalist form, the intensification of labor. The war effort, the desired victory over Germany, could be understood here as a prerequisite and as a unifying condition to ultimately guarantee the contractual relationships of surplus value production and to contain the confusion of authority that also existed here, especially between the various authorities of the New Deal, through forms of mediation that were dependent on a uniform monopoly of power. For the financial groups in the USA, owe their actual superiority to their leading position in the relative production of surplus value. but in this respect also remain bound to political democracy as their form of rule. German fascism, on the other hand, was, as Sommerfeld writes, broken capitalism, virtually the broken form of capitalism. It started from the most serious flaws of world capitalism, from the large-scale industries developed beyond the limits of profitability, and set capitalist production in motion according to the logic of its flaws, its negation, by detaching capitalist profit formation from the conditions of economic value creation and from the law of equilibrium. Sommerfeld thus succeeded, without explicitly going into it, in crossing the boundaries of both positions in the controversy at the Institute for Social Research, which consisted of seeing National Socialism either from the point of view of continued capitalist exploitation, Newman, or from the point of view of its novel state capitalist abolition, Pollock, whereby in both cases the international solidarity of the capitalist class was initially still regarded as the supreme unit, which, despite the visible tendency towards rearmament everywhere, made a world war hardly likely. Franz Newman recalls this in his letter to Max Horkheimer from March 2, 1941. However, Newman approached Pollock's concept of state capitalism insofar as he, probably independently of Sommerfeld and based on his diagnosis of the unstate, found his own formulations for the fractured form of capitalism in Germany by stating that National Socialism was both capitalist and anti-capitalist at the same time. This in turn enabled him to perceive the disintegration of world market relations in the self-sufficiency aspirations of German expansionist policy, which he had previously largely ignored because he too had actually assumed the global solidarity of the capitalist class. The fact that the internal market had to be organized differently and that prices had to be regulated differently when profit creation was replaced by the conditions of value creation was first and foremost evident in the banking system. In Germany, the National Socialists created, as Newman again emphasized, a supervisory office for the credit system, composed of the president and vice president of the Reichsbank Directorate, a member appointed by Hitler and the state secretaries of various ministries, which controlled investments in the form of the Reich Credit Commissioner. The autonomous institution of the Reichsbank, which had been headed by shareholders and the board of directors, became an administrative authority of the Reich government which, by closing the free capital market, was able to force the banks to invest primarily in government bonds, which they did without hesitation due to their high liquidity. This meant that the banks had lost the ability to control the credit apparatus themselves and thus, as Newman puts it, to pincer the political apparatus, because this pincer is precisely the relative independence of the central bank vis-a-vis the government. Under the auspices of National Socialist rule, there no longer seems to have been any need for this, which Newman was somewhat astonished to discover. The supremacy of the political practiced here does not mean, as he indirectly argues against Pollock, that the flow of investment is planned. In fact, it is impossible to say that investment planning exists in Germany. Too large a sector, self-financing, is completely beyond control. Nor does state sovereignty over the credit system mean that control is exercised for the sake of general interests. But neither does it mean that the banks oppose credit control. There is no longer any need for the banker to go on strike against a government because the short-term interests of banks and government have become almost identical. The regime fulfills their expectations. The financial groups behaved in the same way as all other groups under National Socialism. They acted like rackets, competing fiercely for advantages beyond the contractual relationship, but always having to make up again after the dispute over the spoils in order to go on further raids together. The fact that these moves knew no bounds was already evident at first glance in the claim to totality of the National Socialist state propaganda. In accordance with the National Socialist state's claim to totality, in Germany the state reserved for itself the sole and exclusive right of supervision over the central banks, whereas in the parliamentary-governed United States and in England the private sector character of the central banks is more prominent. The small and large gang leaders of the national economy could not be proud enough that, out of the necessity of the need for an internally stable currency, a currency is being created for the first time that is not based on a precious metal, wrote one of those National Socialist Keynesians. Keynes himself had called gold the barbaric metal, and did not conceal at the end what, however, this currency could be based on alone. Quote, Germany's repeated attempts to solve the debt problem had to remain fruitless in view of the economic irrationality of the politicians of the owning countries. The present armed conflict justifies the hope that, in addition to the clarification of the political atmosphere, a solution will also be found to all existing monetary questions. End of quote. The slogan of the dictatorship of finance capital, which the left came up with, is tailor-made to conceal not only these processes but also their decisive precondition, a precondition which is not openly expressed even by Newman, Pollock, and Sommerfeld, but which could be expressed indirectly in the unsolved problems of their attempts at explanation, in the questions which their insights left open. It is therefore important to free these attempts and insights from the rationalizing tendency that still emanated from Marxism. Anyone who understands National Socialism in any way whatsoever as a means to the end of accumulation and self-preservation has already missed the point and trivialized it. The short-term interests of the individual power groups that Newman speaks of could only be identical because the long-term goal of the war of extermination was certain, which the Volksgemeinschaft itself embodied in the literal sense. Embodied and not, as Newman initially believed, merely in propaganda. Although we can continue to speak here with Sohnrechtel of value and profit formation, this is only insofar as it is equivalent to a fictitious bill of exchange, namely one drawn on the profits of the future war. This bill of exchange was the basis of the liquidity pumped into the credit market by the Reichsbank in order to finance the absolute production of surplus value, but to such an extent that it appeared to be redeemable solely through immediate appropriation, through mere looting, i.e. not through the realization of surplus value and not through appropriation on the basis of contractual relationships or not with the aim of enforcing it elsewhere and thus restoring the world market. The envisaged war, to which the bill of exchange was drawn, was by no means a means to the end of redeeming the bill of exchange, but together with the bill of exchange only the means to another end. But capitalist valorization, for whatever end, cannot be turned into a mere means, unless it is to reassert itself as an end, which would be the economic determination of hegemony on the basis of world market relations. This is why the idea of being able to redeem this exchange by making loot proves to be a sham and a mere pretext, just as making loot on the geopolitical basis of Grossraum already invalidates the logic underlying the issuing and redeeming of the exchange. So when Sohnrechtel speaks of a fictitious bill of exchange, the fictitious, also contrary to his own intention, would no longer be able to be unlocked with the Marxian concept of fictitious capital. The fiction consisted of pure delusion, though not in the sense of a mental illness, as it already emerges unmistakably in the anti-Semitic term, for the world market, international financial jury. This does not rule out the possibility that political delusion and mental illness can balance each other out in the consciousness of one and the same person. Under its spell, the redemption of change becomes redemption through annihilation. Annihilation of a total enemy, as Carl Schmitt envisaged the goal of National Socialism in his own. An enemy that this very delusion sees embodied in the Jews. According to its own logic, they can no more be considered an enemy among other enemies than the world market can be considered a market among other markets. This overturns the primacy of economics, to which Sohnrechtel and Newman still clung. This primacy is only valid as long as not only the sphere of circulation and the legal system remain intact, but also the monopoly on the use of force continues to exist, so that the priority of foreign policy over domestic policy in the Hobbesian sense can also apply. Otherwise, the primacy of politics will prevail, which will no longer allow any distinction to be made between foreign and domestic policy, and will only create unity as a war of annihilation. Either the world market or world war, the tertium datur was once called communism and, because it depends on the condition of possibility, is still called association, in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. According to the blurb on the first German edition of Superimperialism, published by Kletkata, Michael Hudson teaches economics at the University of Missouri in Kansas City and works closely with David Graeber. Hudson also works as a financial analyst and advisor to Wall Street and is also one of the financial and economic experts of the Occupy movement. In reviews, you can also read that he likes to mention that his godfather was Leon Trotsky. In any case, his books indicate that he seems to be pursuing the old Trotskyist strategy of entryism on Wall Street, should his consultancy work be more than a publicity stunt, but also that Wall Street itself will certainly not be harmed by it. He knows this all too well himself, which is why he addresses his books to Germany. It is Germany's choice to end financial imperialism, the foreword proclaims. It is no coincidence that the title of his book following superimperialism was Killing the Host: How Financial Parasites and Debt Destroy the Global Economy, which was published in 2015 as an English-language book by a small German publisher specializing in Assyriology. The host nations are to be freed from the parasite that is killing them. According to the foreword to financial imperialism, it is necessary to overcome the interests of the financial sector and other rentiers, but to do this, the monetary imperialism of the USA must first be ended. To this end, he advises Germany to join the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, which was founded in 2009 and to which China and Russia belong, and in which Iran has already been granted observer status. This would make it possible to avoid the isolation with which the U.S. strategists threaten countries that oppose their financial imperialism, and only in this way would it be possible to bring trade and investment in their own national currencies back under control and stand up to the U.S. sanctions. China and Russia were following the example of good old capitalism, which had not yet been dominated by finance capital. Quote, "They are following the classic path of development, sticking to a mixed economy with public and private components." End quote. The choice is therefore between short-term gains through dependency, which leads to austerity, and long-term independent development, which ultimately guarantees prosperity. Whether to follow the classical path and start from public infrastructure measures, or whether to privatize the public sector and leave planning to profit-oriented companies. End quote. It is now common knowledge that Chinese expansion in Asia, Africa, and Latin America is based on providing loans primarily for infrastructure investments, thereby creating direct political dependencies linked to the promise of prosperity. This expansion is the exact opposite of the method of the U.S. hegemon, which links the promise of prosperity solely to the accumulation of capital, which as an end in itself must also run counter to immediate political dependence. The hegemon's form of rule is based on this, which can only be mediated by financial capital and the world market. The purpose of Hudson's books, however, is to portray precisely this form of rule as unmediated. In other words, the author reverses hegemony and imperialism. The USA is to blame for everything, but not because it promotes capitalism, but because it only uses it as an economic means to a political end. Historically, the author projects this reversal as far back as is possible without necessarily having to refer to religious ideas such as the eternal great devil, and in order to still be able to refer to historical facts, in other words, up to the First World War. With the best will in the world, Hudson cannot blame the USA for the outbreak of this war, but as he does not want to hold Germany responsible either, he borrows from Lenin's theory of imperialism. Governments in a capitalist world are the executive organs of the national bourgeoisie. The conflicts of interest between competing national groups of finance capitalists must inevitably turn into international disputes involving states. It followed that war was inevitable. Hudson follows Lenin to the extent that he states that the World War arose primarily from competition in international finance capital. However, in his capacity as a backward-looking political and Wall Street consultant, he then asserts what Lenin would never have said. It was short-sighted of the individualistic actors of international laissez-faire finance capitalism to demand that their governments divide up the world and its markets and thus risk a global war. With the entry of the USA into this war and its financial demands on the Allies, the scope of Lenin's theory has already been exceeded for him. The war had in fact led to this private financial capital being replaced by a system overburdened with interstate claims and debts. According to the whole line of argument, the USA was solely responsible for this because it was not prepared to forgive the debts of its allies, who therefore had to insist on German reparations payments, and these reparations payments then gave rise to National Socialism in Germany. What such a causality amounts to, or rather what it is based on, becomes immediately clear when Hudson writes that the United States thus earned the nickname Uncle Shylock, and this nickname is also included in the subject index, at least in the German edition. Hudson certainly shows the need not to focus the conspiracy theory too clearly on Judaism. He also wants to avoid the accusation of moralizing. In contrast to Hitler's prescient Reichstag speech of January 30, 1939, in which the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe was announced should the International Financial Jury again succeed in plunging the nations into a new world war, Hudson retrospectively states that it would not be correct to claim that Uncle Shylock had provoked the Second World War out of malice. Or to put it another way, quote, "The USA would have known the consequences of insisting on the repayment of war debts that the world could not possibly cope with. But the unbearable burden that the country placed on its allies from the First World War, including Germany, contributed more than anything else to the conflict." End quote. The individual elements of causality remain entirely arbitrary as long as only their beginning and end are established in the sense of an anti-American conspiracy theory. Thus, the assertion that the USA forced its allies to drive Germany to ruin, from which National Socialism arose, in no way prevents the author from claiming elsewhere that the USA built up the former World War II enemy Germany in the 1920s as a rival against Great Britain, which it did not begrudge reaping the fruits of its victory. It is also significant that Hudson does not even ask the question of where the American state got the assets to act as a lender, to what extent it had to go into debt not only directly to finance arms deliveries, but also indirectly through the loans it now granted itself. The latter was the case because, in order to become a creditor of the Allies, it had to do without the money that had been lent in its own country. The USA had already been in a depression for some time at the time, and could no longer issue government bonds here. As a result, due to the sheer amount of its liabilities, there was no other way to achieve victory over Germany on the Western Front. This state was under a compulsion unknown in the 19th century to collect its debts after the war in order not to jeopardize the prosperity that set in after another depression in 1920-21. This compulsion can be explained by the fact that the dollar was by no means the reserve or reserve currency at the time. Although the Federal Reserve had been in existence since 1913, there was still a long way to go before the USA could borrow in its own currency. However, in order to portray the American state as the global usurer, and at the same time exculpate the Wilhelminian and Habsburg empires, Hudson even goes so far as to regard private financial capital as a lesser evil. Quote, "It can even be argued that the American state would have served the interests of its industry and financial sector better if it had not intervened financially or militarily in the war in Europe and had refrained from participating in the reconstruction of Europe. A Europe exhausted by a prolonged war would have been at the mercy of private American finance capital." End of quote. The intervention of the American state, which now began to act as a lender itself, on the other hand, restricted the potential spheres of expansion of private American finance capital in Europe and the European colonies. End quote. Here, the author is once again attempting to present himself as a historical Wall Street consultant. One gets the impression that he would rather have accepted a German victory than the hegemony of the USA, which came about as a result of it becoming the undisputed lender to the rest of the world. Instead, Hudson would like to go back to the time before the First World War, when states were already in debt, but these debts were primarily to private investors, not to other states. Quote, "The war changed that. It gave rise to enormous debts owed by states to other states. These debts were significantly higher than international private investments and were based on completely new principles. The bulk of the claims after the war were for loans for arms deliveries, which amounted to $28 billion in 1923, and for the reparations payments of $60 billion that Germany had to make since 1921. End quote. As delusional as the construction on which Hudson's concept of financial imperialism is based is, in detail it builds on the real processes that decisively changed the world market as a prerequisite for hegemonic power with the two world wars. Before the First World War, states did not borrow internationally from other states, but from private lenders even in the event of war. England, for example, did not borrow from allies, but from Nathan Rothschild's banking house in order to defeat Napoleon at Waterloo. In other words, if England can be described as the world hegemon of the 19th century and as the predecessor of the USA in this respect, then this hegemony was based on other structures, on a different relationship to the world market. As far as England is concerned, not only on the productivity of its industry, but also on its colonial empire, which to a certain extent delimited the world market and the rules that applied to it for the Commonwealth of Nations. As far as the international rise of the United States is concerned, the colonies that were part of England's hegemony were initially replaced by the government bonds that the USA held after the First World War. Before this war, one ally had supported the other primarily in the form of subsidies, not least in order to share in the spoils after victory, which consisted of immediate material assets, above all the gain of territory. The USA, however, and Hudson sees this as the source of all evil, offered loans instead of subsidies. Quote, "The justification was that they were not entering the war with territorial or colonial claims." End quote. If their loans had taken the form of subsidies, they would naturally have been interested in a share of the spoils of war, because, according to the Council's historical account to foreign relations, it is in the nature of a subsidy that the donor has a significant influence on the redistribution. For giving such subsidies, Prime Minister William Pitt had led the coalition against Napoleon to reorganize Europe. The U.S. interest in World War I, on the other hand, was to defend its own sovereign rights, and once they were secured, it was left to the Allies to divide the spoils of war among themselves. The USA concluded a separate peace with Germany, which did not include reparations, and only insisted on repayment of the loans to the Allies. This approach was geared towards enforcing the mediations of the world market as opposed to the traditional policy of colonialism. In this respect, the immediate appropriation of wealth was necessarily replaced by fictitious capital, which the state claimed for itself. However, Hudson presents it in such a way that the USA was actually claiming the primacy of politics. Quote, "It was not the investments of private finance capital that decided the foreign policy of the United States, but the government that decided, more or less indirectly, the growth and destinations of American investments abroad. End quote. This is the new theory of imperialism that Hudson presents, which is not new at all, but merely systematizes the anti-imperialist delusions that have long circulated about U.S. neocolonialism. He is not at all interested in the fact that the U.S. government determines investments indirectly rather than directly, and this is precisely how he is able to make the difference between hegemony and imperialism disappear. He also writes that the USA had cast an eager eye on the British Empire. They wanted to smash this world empire in order to be able to incorporate it, and does not realize that he is contradicting his own distinction between subsidy and debt. In fact, the USA broke with the primacy of the political by not doing what Hudson would have advised them to do, namely to write off the arms deliveries to the Allies as war costs. Quote, by refusing to negotiate with its European allies over their debts, the United States took an even more irreconcilable stance than the Entente did toward Germany in the Treaty of Versailles. End quote. The author does not even consider that the World War should not be regarded as a war like any other, that the new dimension of its costs could rather have enforced the primacy of economics, which the USA merely complied with, indeed had to comply with, insofar as the world market itself was not to be abolished. Furthermore, Trotsky's Godchild perfectly demonstrates what characterizes all anti-Americanism. No matter what the USA does, whether it intervenes or withdraws, whether it fulfills functions of the hegemon or refuses to do precisely that, it is and remains the epitome of the reprehensible. In the period after the First World War, Hudson accuses the USA of refusing to take over the leading role from Great Britain in maintaining stability in the international financial system. And he quotes George Auld, "Sterling had lost its guiding role, or so it seemed, but the dollar was not yet an indispensable part of the world economy. The international monetary system was trying to function without its partner, the credit system. There was no state that fulfilled the function of a global lender." End quote. However, Hudson accuses the USA of assuming this function in the period after the Second World War. On the one hand, he says that the United States had numerous opportunities after the First World War to maintain its financial claims on Europe without destroying the global economy, that it could have pursued a policy like the one after the Second World War even then, and thus conceals the fact that the USA in the 1920s and 1930s was still far removed economically and militarily from the opportunities it had after the Second World War. On the other hand, the main interest of the later chapters of the book is precisely to portray U.S. policy after the Second World War as even worse. What happened after the Second World War was nothing less than a reversal of international law, and even Europe and especially Great Britain would have to accept the accusation that they had accepted without resistance the American plans for such a pernicious post-war order. It hardly occurs to the author that this acceptance could have anything to do with the military importance of the USA in the Second World War. Nor does it occur to him that, in contrast to the period after the First World War, the USA was therefore able to waive its demands for debt repayment, namely by settling these debts in a different way, and the US dollar, together with its link to the gold reserves, which reflected its military superiority, could now become the hegemonic currency. On this basis, the currency parities could be fixed relatively permanently. The productivity and balance of payments imbalances of the individual countries were balanced out by the exceptional productivity of the American economy. All interest groups in the USA agreed that a return of the crisis after the Second World War had to be avoided. This was only possible if the USA gained access to foreign markets. It was precisely this promotion of U.S. exports that took the place of loan repayments and reparations. Hudson acknowledges this new strategy of opening up foreign markets for American exports. In 1945, there was a consensus that 60 million jobs had to be created, but clearly sees it as a particularly insidious maneuver to drive other countries into dependency. The U.S. Treasury held 60% of the world's monetary gold at the end of the Second World War, making the dollar the most coveted world currency. Quote, more and more, multilateralism for the United States was tantamount to the end of the British Empire and the creation of a concentric dollar zone centered around American gold, American economic power, and American full employment. End quote. Of course, U.S. imports could only increase as long as U.S. exports increased. Quote, this was the U.S. concept of expanding world trade under the auspices of the IMF. End quote. With this instrument, the U.S. was actually able to set fixed gold parities for all convertible currencies so that other countries would not boost their exports by devaluing their currencies, which were in competition with U.S. exports. As is well known, however, The dollar's peg to gold came under pressure when the USA's productivity lead diminished and the export offensive reached its limits. And only then did the dollar develop its effect as a hegemonic currency. The gold price peg, which had been created at the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1944, was therefore abandoned under Nixon. Since the central banks of other countries could no longer buy gold after 1971, without encountering a clear rejection in the USA, there was only one asset in which they could invest their balance of payments surpluses: American government bonds. But these securities were no longer as good as gold. The United States issued bonds at will to finance its rapidly rising budget deficits. The shift from gold to the dollars printed to finance the American balance of payments deficit, with which foreign central banks were now flooded, transformed American military spending into the basis of the world's currency reserves. The USA, which had been a creditor nation after the First World War and became a world hegemon in this function after the Second World War, now developed into a global debtor nation. In Hudson's vocabulary of imperialism theory, this is presented as follows. While other countries had become satellites of the U.S. economy in the 1940s and 1950s due to the position of the USA as creditor of the world, they now became satellites due to the debtor position of the USA. End quote. Indeed, foreign central banks and finance ministries were persuaded to stop redeeming dollars in gold and instead to accumulate dollar-denominated assets in growing quantities, regardless of any fears about the stability of the dollar. Hudson describes this as a complete capitulation by the western parts of Europe and Asia. Quote, "The world would henceforth trade on terms dictated by the United States, for the massive U.S. foreign debt had become a club with which to beat the world into submission." Zitat Ende. The cudgel was therefore the threat of triggering a collapse of the world monetary system, and it was all the more effective as the dollar glut intensified in 1972 and 1973. Quote, "The suspension of gold convertibility effectively forced Europe to either hold dollars, mainly in the form of U.S. Treasury bills, or dump them on the market, thereby allowing the dollar to determine its own value, which amounted to a de facto devaluation by the United States. This turned the U.S. balance of payments deficit, that is, the global dollar surplus, from a U.S. problem into a problem for Germany, Japan, and other countries with balance of payments surpluses." End quote. What Hudson is completely indifferent to, or even regrets, is that this saved the unity of the world market, preventing it from breaking apart as it did in the 1930s. Of course, the bloc confrontation, with the Warsaw Pact's invasion of the SSR and the war in Vietnam, provided the corresponding emphasis at the time. Even today, this transition of the USA from world creditor to world debtor is not only based on the Federal Reserve's obvious ability to supply the international markets with liquidity at the beginning of a crisis, as happened most recently in 2008 in the course of the banking crisis, in order to prevent or postpone a development like that of the 1930s, but also on the unique possibility of financing a military apparatus that is able to prevent an Islamic regime like that of Iran from achieving what it hopes to achieve from the outside. However, reflecting on this hegemony is by no means a reason to abandon the critique of political economy, as any idealization of the USA would suggest. As categorically as the hegemon speaks of the values of the West instead of the value of the capital relationship, as emphatically as democracy and human rights are invoked, the hegemon per se is only ever concerned with enforcing the world market and breaking down the boundaries of capital accumulation, and only under this condition with values, democracy, and human rights, which, like all moral questions in the face of the capital relationship, must therefore be regarded as side effects or positive collateral damage. As the establishment of U.S. hegemony in the war against Germany has already shown, even in the best of cases it can only ever be a necessary, but not a sufficient condition to prevent the repetition of Auschwitz in a state of bondage. Adorno, the USA under Roosevelt famously inhibited the immigration of a larger number of Jewish refugees. The railroad connections to the extermination camps were not bombed. In order to avoid idealizing the U.S. hegemon, it is essential to take a close look at this darkest chapter in the history of the Roosevelt administration. However, to denounce U.S. hegemony as imperialism, as Hudson does, is directed head-on against the critique of political economy. According to this denunciation, the World War crises and the development of the financial markets afterwards were not crises of capitalist exploitation, but the actions of the international finance capitalists, the parasites, and then the policy of their protective power, the financial imperialism of the USA. In the global economic crisis of the 1930s, the USA was merely a victim of its own intransigence towards its debtors in Europe. Hudson then presents the crisis of the 1970s in a similar way. Here, too, it was by no means a crisis of the whole. Hudson shifts the causality entirely to the fact that the USA had gradually lost its lead in productivity. Quote, U.S. exports were less competitive on world markets. Having lost both the financial and export strength of the early post-war years, the United States no longer had the means to sell its exports on credit rather than for cash, while other countries now had those means. The American economy was moving towards what some observers called a post-industrial society. End quote. In this way, it is suppressed that it was a development in the entire world, which only had to show itself first and most clearly in its leading economic power. Cui bono? Hudson's concept of financial imperialism is designed precisely in such a way that it can be used to completely camouflage the history of German disaster policy. It appears precisely as an immediate result of U.S. policy and the parasites it has covered up, and it is not without logic that the author recommends Germany today all the more emphatically to break out of the system of U.S. financial imperialism and seek an alliance with Iran. No wonder, then, that Michael Hudson was invited to this year's Rosa Luxemburg conference in Berlin as an American star guest. During his appearance at the beginning of 2019, he ranted that most copies of Superimperialism were sold to the U.S. Department of Defense and the CIA in the 1970s. Quote, at the time I was teaching at the New School for Social Research. Herman Kahn then hired me as an employee of the Hudson Institute, and shortly thereafter the Department of Defense paid me a stipend of more than $85,000. That was more than my annual salary. In return, I was supposed to explain how imperialism worked at the Pentagon War College in Washington, and to my surprise they used my book as teaching material. End quote. Perhaps this is even true. After all, it was the Pentagon in the era of Jimmy Carter's presidency. In contrast, the demand from left-wing circles for superimperialism was rather low. Quote, but the nephew of the Japanese emperor wanted to have it translated. But the USA regarded this as an unfriendly act and turned him down. It then took another 10 years before my book was translated into Japanese. End quote. Hudson also proudly announces that he now teaches as a professor at the School of Marxist Studies at Peking University. Here, where he wants the counterhegemon to be located alongside Germany, the counterhegemon under whose aegis the world market is to break apart into immediate political dependencies of geopolitical large spaces in China, his book has also achieved the highest circulation worldwide. He took this as an opportunity to create his own private, narcissistic, and positively intended conspiracy theory. Professor Michael Hudson himself is behind China's policy. Quote, China has realized that the dollar standard forces other countries to co-finance the expenses for the U.S. military stationed abroad. So when Germany increases its currency reserves with U.S. dollars, it is actually indirectly helping to finance the U.S. budget deficit generated by military spending. For this reason, Russia and China are no longer financing their foreign policy with the U.S. dollar. They want to avoid possible U.S. sanctions imposed by the U.S. government along the lines of, we will ruin your banking system if you don't follow Washington's orders. We will pull out of the clearing system of banks, impose penalties, and prevent your banks from operating or doing any dollar business. All this will happen if you do something we in the U.S. don't want. End quote. China and Russia are therefore following Hudson's advice and are now no longer accumulating U.S. dollars and no longer investing in this currency, but in gold reserves. Quote, the idea behind this is to stop hoarding U.S. dollars and thus ensure that the USA can no longer finance its military encirclement policy towards Europe and Asia with the help of these countries. End of quote. The only thing missing in this alliance against the U.S. hegemon is Germany. Quote, but the USA is urging Germany to buy its high-priced liquid gas instead of purchasing it from Russia as it has done up to now. The U.S. government claims that Moscow intends to invade Europe. Allegedly, the U.S. wants to protect Europe, but Europe will have to pay for it. U.S. President Donald Trump is demanding that Germany spend 2% of its gross domestic product on armaments. Of course, this also means buying weapons in the USA and not those produced in Germany. The U.S. war industry has become the most important export industry and the largest employer. U.S. trade unions support war because it creates the most jobs. This is why the U.S. fights all countries that have an alternative to the U.S. dollar. This is also why the euro was conceived in its basic outlines by the most important economic university from the Cold War era, the University of Chicago. The euro was to become a satellite currency of the U.S., a part of the dollar, so that any European balance of payments surplus would flow to the U.S. Treasury in the form of U.S. dollar bonds. In this way, the euro acquired characteristics that would prevent an active economic policy from the outset. End quote. So the USA is also to blame for the euro crisis. Quote, this means that the EU does not pursue a policy according to Maynard Keynes' theory, cannot work itself out of a recession and stimulate the economy because the source of the money required for this is the commercial banking system. And the problem with bank money as opposed to government money is the interest that is charged. In order to achieve these interest rates, banks only grant loans at certain conditions and are very strictly controlled internationally by the Fed and financial officials in the USA. Against this background, further pressure is being exerted on Europe not to trade with Russia and not to buy gas from there. End of quote. The way in which Michael Hudson differs from the German left, despite his spirited appearance at the Rosa Luxemburg conference of the Junge Welt, is best illustrated by one of Gegenstandpunkt's training brochures on finance capital. The war against Nazi Germany is also seen here as a means for the USA to assert itself as the supreme imperialist. Quote, by winning world wars, 2 hot and 1 cold, the USA has enforced the competitive regime to which the nation-state heirs of the Soviet Union and its satellites, as well as the People's Republic of China, have also joined after the dissolution of the socialist camp and after the rejection of the planned economy conceived as a precursor to communism, and they continue to maintain a readiness for war which they consider indispensable in order to sufficiently exclude alternatives to civil intercourse between states in conformity with capitalism. Peter Decker, Finance Capital. The worldwide marketing of American national debt, this noble way of using foreign wealth for America's financial strength and power, enables this country, it is quite rightly said here, to constantly develop a military apparatus of force which does not always have to be used, but is indispensable in order to discipline the rest of the world to some extent in the interests of the USA. End quote. In contrast to Hudson, the anti-imperialists from the opposing point of view are also better able to assess the strength and weakness of the hegemon, and here one may perceive remnants of Marx studies. On the one hand, they recognize the strength much more clearly in the military power, in the sheer size and power of the U.S. military apparatus. On the other hand, they do not simply ignore powers such as Germany or the EU as competitors within the same system, even if this is a competitor out of competition, or even see them as alternatives to financial imperialism as Hudson does. They name the balance of power within the IMF and World Bank more precisely, for example that it is only a particularly high proportion of votes held by the USA that constitutes hegemony here, and they state that on the world market itself it is merely a matter of a quantitative overweight of the US dollar in the basket of several currencies that are available as reserve currencies for refinancing states in payment difficulties. Quote, with the capitalist power of credit which is embodied in these currencies, they compete with the USA at its own level, namely in the crediting and utilization of the world economy for the success and justification of their credit creation, and thus attack the exceptional position of the USA and its dollar. America, for its part, is fighting with the power of its capital and with intensive economic relations with all countries from which it can earn money, not least with free access for its strong economic sectors to the European market, against the emergence of equal competitors in its like-minded partners and the emergence of the euro as an equal alternative to its world money, which would not tolerate the loss of its dominance in world business if only because of the huge amount of government debt held in value by the U.S. central bank system. The competition between the major world money powers is therefore fundamental. It affects the foundations of their position in global capitalism. Nevertheless, it does not break their agreement on the competitive order, nor does it end the cooperation of the major opponents in the preservation and further development of the established regime with its freedoms for capitalist property. Both sides know what they have in it. End quote. The Gegenstandpunkt at least knows that these powers do not have a definitive grip on the system on whose global functioning they had made their own capitalist wealth dependent, that the world's money competitors are not automatically masters of their own conditions of success. End quote. This is precisely what the hopes of the German left are pinned on. While Michael Hudson is very specific about the SCO alliance and would like to see it viewed hopefully as the beginning of a counterworld market, they prefer to follow their general and apocalyptic hatred of mediation. Nothing is therefore more symptomatic of their concept of imperialism than the derision poured out by the Gegenstandpunkt on the forms of hegemonic politics, insofar as they make it possible to postpone or limit the use of force. Quote, through the global financial market, its constitutional guardians are able to get hold of all third powers and their protégés. in a completely civil form, an encroachment on foreign sovereignty that can otherwise only be achieved by force. End quote. The sympathy for the fact that it can again be done by force is expressed discreetly, because the Gegenstandpunkt does not want to make common cause with the ordinary left and right anti-imperialists. The way in which the IMF takes action is described in detail, namely by linking loans from its funds fed by the powerful world economic powers with tough, strictly controlled conditions with the sole aim that the governments of countries in difficulty regain access to the credit markets, even at the expense of the remaining subsistence resources and possibilities of the capitalistically unused people of the state. End quote. Not a word is said about the alternative offered by a power like China, where loans are granted not so that these governments can regain access to the credit markets, but in order to create direct political dependencies. In any case, Gegenstandpunkt means thinking from the state's perspective in order to unmask the hegemon, who of course wears no mask at all. What is disturbing is actually the renunciation of force that it can impose on other states. Quote, "It is about the premise of civil interaction between states, which provides the world powers with such beautiful civil means of coercion, namely the general fundamental renunciation of violence itself. And ultimately, no one is as clear about this as the great world leaders themselves. This can only be ensured by their superior power, a power that takes the freedom of decision on this fundamental issue out of the hands of the other rulers on the globe." End quote. They need a force with which they can effectively restrict the freedom of foreign sovereigns, deter them from the sovereign use of their power, and force them to respect the constraints they have established. Quote, "Only then are they, sufficiently for their own purposes, masters of their own destiny." So the equation that the global regime of finance capital can only function as the political economy of their imperialism is also true from their point of view. End of quote. Gegenstandpunkt hesitates to openly advocate that the foreign sovereigns should no longer be restricted in their exercise of power, that they should be given complete control of the decision on this fundamental issue. Just as Michael Hudson hesitates to openly take sides with the Islamic Racket Republic of Iran. What such critics of finance capital have in common is their silence about the fact that Germany has already taken full control of the decision on this fundamental issue and what the use of force means in this case. What they have in common is their silence about the extermination of the Jews. Since the Bonn multi-agent Werner Moss was arrested in Bogotá on November 17, 1996 and temporarily stored in a high-security prison, Bonn has had only one interest: to keep the embarrassing background to the affair hidden, to cover up the actual clash with the hegemonic power USA in a torrent of words about the peace that the German agencies involved wanted to bring to Colombia. According to Winfried Wolf, PDS member of the Bundestag, Bonn's policy in Colombia is characterized by 5 points. Since 1984, the federal government had positively accompanied Moss activities in Colombia, as Secret Service Coordinator Schmidbauer admitted in the Bundestag debate on December 14, 1996. The decisive lever for Bonn's influence was Moss' entry into the kidnapping industry in Colombia, a highly lucrative sector in this country, which brought with it contacts with the companies operating in Colombia on the one hand and with the ELN guerrilla group active in this industry on the other. By 1994-95, the German government had worked its way so far in this industry that Bonn was internationally regarded as the first port of call for kidnapping cases involving company representatives. There is even evidence of requests from Argentina to the federal government or the federal chancellery in 1996 to seek the release of kidnapped Tekin employees. On the other hand, Bonn's growing influence had the disadvantage that Moss activities could not remain hidden from competitors, such as the CIA. In the mid-1990s, the influence the German government had achieved in Colombia seemed great enough to land a major coup, to establish a round table in December 1996 in the country, which had been living in a state of war, sometimes open, sometimes covert, for decades, and to reconcile the civil war parties. The plan was to appoint the Nicaraguan Sandinista leader Daniel Ortega, with whom Schmidbauer said he had held lengthy talks in Bonn, as one of the mediators. A meeting between Schmidbauer and Colombian President Samper in New York in the summer of 1996, in which Moss also took part, served as preparation. Piquantly, a package containing several kilos of heroin was found in the presidential plane on Samper's flight to New York, which was interpreted as a clear indication of the links between the Colombian drug mafia and Samper. In addition, the USA had previously banned Samper from entering the United States, so that he had to obtain an entry visa. According to Wolf, a clear indication of the conflict of interests between Bonn and Washington, which was only barely concealed. Part of the peace plan was also to provide the drug lords with a legal base. in an unofficial written offer drafted on May 29, 1996, which, according to the Colombian newspaper El Espectador, was jointly projected by a representative of the Colombian government and Schmidbauer, they were guaranteed that they would not be extradited to the USA and would be allowed to keep some of their assets if they handed themselves in. The interests of German companies such as Siemens and Mannesmann also played a role in Bonn's policy. Finally, the Colombian government was also involved in the conflict. It had been officially informed about Bonn's policy at least since 1987, when Bonn had asked it not to expose Moss and in return offered the assistance of the Federal Criminal Police Office in setting up a Colombian special unit. At least until October 1996, the Samper government was also inclined to play along with the Bonn game. Colombia's Interior Minister Horacio Serpa was involved in at least one of the 6 or so exploratory talks. The conspiratorial effort involved in this type of foreign policy was considerable. The described meetings with Moss and Colombian representatives in Bonn were secret, as was the fact that Moss and his wife Ida were involved in the Samper-Schmidbauer meeting in Washington. According to Wolff, Moss was presented to the Colombian government as an official representative of the German government. A letter found on Moss at the time of his arrest, which had been issued by the German embassy in Bogotá, identified him as traveling on an official mission. Moss was also equipped with several genuine false German passports that had been produced by former BND employees, which, according to Wolff, would have been unnecessary had Moss not also been playing a double game with the Colombian government. Bonn's assertion that there had been no official employment relationship with Moss also meant that Moss activities did not even have to be reported to the Parliamentary Control Commission, PKK, the body for monitoring intelligence activities in which the deliberations are secret and the members are obliged to maintain secrecy. Finally, 3 leading representatives of the ELN had visited Germany in June 1995 through the mediation of the German government and Moss: Manuel Perez, Comandante Nicolas, and Comandante Antonia Garcia. Schmidbauer commented on this in the Bundestag. To his knowledge, the talks had not taken place, but he could not rule this out and did not believe that one had to account to anyone in every single case of these talks. There was a scandal at the diplomatic level in January, when the U.S. Ambassador Miles Freixet, in an interview with the Colombian newspaper El Tiempo, referred to alleged mediation attempts by Bonn in the summer of 1996. Around the second week of July 1996, this Minister Schmidbauer informed American diplomats in Germany that he intended to negotiate with the Colombian government and the Cali cartel in Germany, and asked whether the American government was interested in such a negotiation. We immediately rejected this outright. End quote. The German embassy in Bogotá denied. The statement by Ambassador Freixet about the content of the talks between Minister of State Schmidbauer and a representative of the U.S. Embassy in Bonn is not true. End quote. Schmidbauer said in the last Bundestag debate. Mr. Freixet said that emissaries had been sent. We do not invent such emissaries. End of quote. So Schmidbauer only gave a sham denial, which only refers to the direct contact between him and American officials. And the statement by the German ambassador in Bogotá on the sensitive issue of negotiations with the Cali cartel speaks volumes. Quote, I see no point in continuing to discuss this issue. Bonn and Washington have clearly stated that they are not in favor of negotiations with the Cali cartel or any other drug cartel. Germany and the USA have excellent diplomatic bilateral relations. Mutual relations are friendly. End quote. So friendly, in fact, that Moss telephone conversations in the FLS kidnapping case in Colombia may have been recorded by American agencies and transmitted, specifically to Colombian authorities, in order to stop Moss activities. According to Schmidbauer, the German government knows nothing about this. It is no wonder that the federal government is being put under pressure by the USA on the issue of possible agreements with the narco bosses. The USA has always wanted to enforce their extradition to the United States, and the narco bosses fear nothing more than that. On the other hand, any attempt to reach a peace arrangement in Colombia without involving the narco cartels is doomed to failure from the outset. The power of the narco bosses, who represent the third armed force alongside the state and the guerrilla groups, which continue to control larger areas, is too great. It is precisely this situation of a lack of domestic sovereignty of the state apparatus supported by the USA that calls imperialist competitors with their own political concepts onto the scene. As far as the German government's planned negotiations with guerrilla groups are concerned, 2 things need to be considered. For the guerrilla organization ELN, which is linked to the much larger FARC in a more or less fragile coordination, the United States is the main enemy. At a time when the so-called socialist camp has disintegrated, it seems to want to use the FRG and, in the long term, the EU as a counterweight against US dominance. The European version of late Keynesian capitalism somehow seems more humane than neoliberalism, made in the USA, and the hard-hitting American policy of repression, which, according to Noam Chomsky, directs around half of the military aid provided to Latin America to Colombia. This is illustrated by a declaration signed by ELN leader Manuel Perez. In this statement, which was sent to the Colombian TV station CMI in mid-December, the ELN stated that it had not kidnapped Brigitte Chain, the wife of an ex-BASF manager in Colombia, in whose company Moss had been arrested. Rather, it had assisted in the efforts to secure Brigitte Chain's release at the express request of the German government. Moss had acted as a negotiator. He also acted as a peace broker in efforts to settle the guerrilla war in Colombia and established contacts with the Bonn government. For Bonn, on the other hand, organizations such as the ELN are in principle suitable as potential factors of influence. Their fundamental disagreement with U.S. influence after the loss of partners for their traditional internationalist orientation and the fact that an independent national development model is no longer possible within the New World Order puts them in a situation in which it seems advisable for them to secure the support of powerful sponsors. From Bonn's perspective, Latin American liberation movements can therefore play a similar role in the backyard of the most powerful competitor as the nationalist movements in Eastern Europe, initially as agencies of German influence and later, after successful integration into the state apparatus, as a FRG-friendly faction of the new elites. This is clearly illustrated by the political fate of Daniel Ortega. Having started out as a national liberation fighter, he mutated into a Marxist-Leninist under the influence of the Soviet Union and Cuba. Later, under the more promising patronage of the Socialist International, he metamorphosed into a democratic European-style socialist. After the failure of the Sandinista project, he is now available as a servant spirit for all kinds of unconventional solutions. In Colombia, the German and European export hit, "We Reach Civil Society at the Round Table," was apparently to be used once again according to the German government's ideas. This furniture had proved its worth when power was handed over to pro-German elites in Poland, and in the former GDR it was used to initiate the annexation to the FRG. This model could be attractive for Latin American intellectuals who are not looking for a US-dominated development, above all because it seems to avoid the direct and brutal power struggle with the old elites, a power struggle which, with the exception of Cuba, has so far only caused defeats for progressive concepts in Latin America. As these concepts generally aimed at state-mediated modernization, which failed due to the brotherhood in arms between the USA and the long-established comprador regimes, it is only natural for the political organizers of the impoverished as a potential new elite to be interested in the seemingly alternative European concepts. In this respect, the assumption that the orientation towards state socialist development models will be replaced by an equally fatal turn towards the rule of law and civil society hecho en Alemania is not far-fetched. It is striking that this aspect in particular is largely ignored by the German Latin America Solidarity movement. The uncritical relationship it had in earlier times to the state socialist-oriented movements continues today in an equally uncritical accompaniment of the affirmation of democratization and civil society south of the Rio Grande, as well as all kinds of market-compliant NGOs. Perhaps remnants of this movement are now coming close to their long-standing ideal of common struggle. If the former cadres of the liberation movements succeed in exercising democratically legitimized responsibility under German European protection, perhaps their metropolitan allies, in their capacity as incomparably qualified Latin American experts, will also be able to make their well-deserved contribution to German European foreign policy. At 7 o'clock in the morning of September 11, 1973, Chilean army fighter planes bombed the presidential palace La Moneda in Chile's capital Santiago. Surrounded by armed coup plotters, the world's first democratically elected socialist president, Salvador Allende, committed suicide. This was followed by 17 years of brutal military dictatorship under General Augusto Pinochet. He had over 4,000 people murdered, tortured, and disappeared, driving many into exile. The abrupt end of Chilean democracy and the events that followed still obscure the 3 years in office of Salvador Allende 50 years later. When he ran as the candidate of the left-wing alliance Unidad Popular, UP, on September 4, 1970, he emphasized two election promises in particular. The copper mines were to be nationalized and Chile was to leave the U.S.-dominated Organization of American States, OAS. From the middle of the last century, Chile, alongside countries such as Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, Uruguay, and Venezuela, was one of the Latin American states that were successful with the policy of so-called import-substituting industrialization and developed their own industries. Nevertheless, the economy depended heavily on copper exports and the mines were in the hands of U.S. companies. Allende received 36.6% of the vote at the time. This put him just ahead of Jorge Alessandri, the candidate of the right-wing Partido Nacional, PN, who received 35.3% of the vote. The Christian Democrat candidate finished in third place with 28.1% and was therefore eliminated from the runoff. This had to be decided by the two chambers of parliament, the National Congress, in which the UP did not have a majority. Allende was therefore dependent on the votes of the Christian Democrats, who saw themselves as moderate centrists. It was customary to confirm the winner of the presidential election as president. However, the election victory of a socialist provoked fierce resistance not only in Chile, but also internationally. In Cuba, Allende's victory was welcomed. However, in order to avoid making headlines for anti-communist propaganda, contacts were kept discreet for the time being. Nevertheless, the Cuban government supported the president's bodyguard with advisors and weapons during the election campaign and in the years that followed. Fidel Castro also sent the Secret Service agent Luis Fernandez Ona as a contact, who married Salvador Allende's daughter Beatriz shortly afterwards, thus strengthening the already close ties. The couple's daughter, Maya Fernandez Allende, who grew up in exile in Cuba, is now Chile's defense minister in Gabriel Boric's government. While Allende's bodyguard consisted of radical left-wing militants and received support from Cuba, he appointed moderate politicians to his foreign policy advisory staff. He did not want to isolate his country like Cuba, but rather, even on the advice of Fidel Castro, make it more independent through economic relations with the rest of the world. Allende therefore abandoned his election promise to withdraw from the OAS. Instead, he wanted to persuade the other members of the OAS to emancipate themselves from the USA and end Cuba's isolation. The U.S. government under President Richard Nixon was faced with a dilemma. On the one hand, it presented itself as the spearhead of democracy and freedom and did not want to openly intervene against a democratically elected president. On the other hand, it wanted to remain the hegemon in its own backyard, as Latin America was perceived to be, and under no circumstances tolerate a socialist government there. In the weeks leading up to the runoff election, the USA therefore had two options: influencing the National Congress so that Allende would not achieve a majority, and clandestine support for coup plotters. The greatest obstacle to a coup was identified as the commander-in-chief of the Chilean military, René Schneider. For him, the constitution was authoritative, which is why he rejected an attempted coup. Two conspiratorial groups tried to eliminate him, one led by General Camilo Valenzuela and the other by former General Roberto Vieux. Kidnapping and assassination attempts were carried out in quick succession. Schneider was fatally injured in one of these attempts and died in a military hospital on October 25, 1970. Whether the CIA was also working with the Vieux group and had planned a murder is not known with absolute certainty. What is certain is that the CIA had supported the Valenzuela group financially and with the delivery of 3 weapons for the attempt to kidnap Schneider, ordered by President Nixon and his national security advisor Henry Kissinger. The assassination attempt failed to have an effect. No coup followed, and the Christian Democrats voted for Allende all the more. The new government nationalized many sectors of the economy within a few months. Allende's law to nationalize the copper mines was passed by Congress without a dissenting vote. For the nationalization of key industries, the government was able to fall back on a forgotten decree from the time of the short-lived so-called Socialist Republic of 1932, which allowed the nationalization of strategically important industries. The government secured control over the banks by buying a considerable proportion of shares. The expropriation of large agricultural estates was possible on the basis of the agrarian reform that both predecessor governments of Allende Jorge Alessandri, 1958 to 1964, and Eduardo Frei Montalva, 1964 to 1970, had promoted. More than 4,400 properties were expropriated. In Allende's first year in office, Chile's economy grew by 8%, real wages rose by an average of 17%, and unemployment fell below 4%. In the local elections of 1971, the UP received almost 50% of the vote. The U.S. government imposed a trade boycott and cut development aid, which had a major impact, as between 1962 and 1969, U.S. development aid to Chile had amounted to over $1 billion, more than in any other Latin American country. In addition, the USA invested $500,000 in opposition parties, mainly the Christian Democrats. These developed more and more in a conservative direction, so that in 1971 a left-wing splinter party, the Izquierda Cristiana de Chile, IC, joined Allende's coalition. In July 1971, Brazilian President Emílio Garrastazu Medici visited Washington, D.C. The military ruler was denied a pompous reception, but behind closed doors great goodwill was shown. A conversation, the content of which was conveyed by the later CIA Director Vernon A. Walters, dealt with measures against the leftward development in Bolivia, Uruguay, and Chile. The Brazilian military, Medici reported, was working towards a coup in Chile and was in contact with Chilean officers. Nixon was impressed and offered money or other discreet help. As he put it, the Chilean government had information that the Brazilian military was training Chilean guerrilla fighters in Brazil, infiltrating secret agents into Chile and scouting the Chilean border for suitable starting points for guerrilla fighting. While the USA acted in alliance with the Brazilian military dictatorship, Allende made pacts with Fidel Castro's dictatorship in Cuba, as a convinced Democrat at a critical distance, but as a socialist and anti-imperialist also as an admirer. At the end of 1971, Castro came to Chile for 23 days, visiting mines and factories, speaking in stadiums and universities. He also met with representatives of the military, including Divisional General Augusto Pinochet. The revolutionary optimism seemed to have evaporated. Agricultural productivity was declining, the copper industry was struggling to maintain its productivity, the state was printing more and more money to cover its expenses. The UP was at odds over the progress of the nationalization policy. In addition, the government was unable to compensate for the loss of U.S. economic and financial relations with real socialist or non-aligned countries. There was a lack of transportation capacity, and the Eastern Bloc countries were often financially strapped and wanted to wait and see whether Chile could survive as a socialist country. In addition, suitable spare parts for the Chilean mines formerly operated by U.S. companies could not be found outside the USA. Castro tried to convince the UP to stand united behind Allende and defend the revolution by force of arms. Socialism could not be achieved without armed struggle. However, Allende would not be dissuaded from the Chilean road to socialism. The situation came to a head in 1972. Farmers protested against the land reform, which favored collectives over contract farmers. The latter therefore occupied agricultural land, which further worsened the already inadequate food supply. In October, there were strikes, protests, street battles, and acts of sabotage throughout the country. Allende reacted with severity and declared a state of emergency, while at the same time appointing high-ranking military representatives to the government, who were also respected by the opposition, in order to appease them. In left-wing circles, both in Chile and internationally, the theory that the CIA had filled the strike coffers and that newspapers financed by the USA had fueled strikes and protests has since made a name for itself. The latter is true. More important for the strikes, however, were the growing dissatisfaction and increasing political polarization. Inflation caused real wages to fall and the nationalization policy frightened capital. The situation worsened in March 1973, when the UP, 44%, was outperformed in the parliamentary elections by the opposition parties, 55%, which had now formed an alliance, including the Christian Democrats, who had become the strongest party and had long since withdrawn their support for Allende in Congress. Although the opposition did not achieve a two-thirds majority with which it could have ousted the president in parliament, Allende was on the defensive. Large sections of the population rebelled, the UP was divided, and without the approval of the Christian Democrats, his policies lost the necessary majority. The opponents of the Allende government in the USA and Brazil were able to sit back and wait. In June and July 1973, hundreds of thousands again took to the streets both for and against Allende, and strikes continued. In August, in a symbolic act, Congress passed a vote of no confidence in the president. Finally, the military, under Pinochet's leadership, staged a coup against Allende. What followed was a brutal dictatorship that cost thousands of opposition members their lives. The Brazilian military dictatorship supported the Chilean dictatorship from the very beginning, for example with the internment of prisoners with advice, action, and special forces. The USA also supported Pinochet politically and economically. 30 years ago, Wolfgang Port described the anti-imperialism of the German left, which had degenerated into anti-Americanism, as a kind of pathological love-hate relationship. On the one hand, heavily impressed by the products of the U.S. consumer and culture industry, but on the other hand, due to the gradual loss of the critical thoughts painstakingly acquired since the end of the 1960s, suddenly regressed to ordinary German citizens, the German leftists found themselves in a typical regulars' table situation in 1984, according to Port. Quote, "At the regulars' table, popular anger is vented at the greats, whom one loves because they are great, and whom one hates because one would like to be in their place oneself, especially since one is in the habit of convincing each other verbosely and loudly of how much more sensible and better one would decide oneself in Reagan's or Kohl's place, which is just what Augstein and almost all German columnists do, who rack their brains about the powers that be, perhaps daydreaming about their childhood wish that they weren't sitting at the machine but in the Capitol or the Pentagon, where they don't write articles but make immediate world history." End quote. 30 years ago, however, left-wing German anti-Americanism was nothing more than a marginal part of the cultural history of post-fascist Germany. Neither in its own country nor anywhere else in the world did it have the slightest chance of emerging from the realm of delusional pipe dreams into the realm of reality, which was also affirmed in the highest terms at the time. Port was therefore able to state with some relief in 1984, "Because the objective balance of power allows the Germans to be forced to abide by the rules of the game they have chosen for themselves, anti-Americanism will remain practically without consequences and will collapse like an evil spook, like a convulsion triggered by shock, which can be cured with a simple slap in the face that leads the patient out of his delusional world and back into the world of facts." End quote. Today, however, there is no longer any prospect of an authoritarian, benevolent slap in the face from a foreign leading power. Germany is sovereign and makes its own, highly self-confident contribution to shaping the world. The arrogant delusions of the anti-American regulars table of the early 1980s have largely become a universally accepted reality. The former swashbucklers are now in the position of serious political advisors, if not politicians. Until 1990, it was above all the reference to the crimes of the Germans as Nazis that ideologically justified the limited sovereignty of the FRG, but now self-confident Germany is turning the tables. Now Germany, occasionally seconded by its European allies, is thematizing the crimes of other states under the label of human rights violations. What the official German side still trades under the flimsy packaging of universality of human rights and international civil society ethics is now openly named by established mainstream leftists, rolling back U.S. influence and German advance. An example of this and a clear clarification of what the Pinochet affair is really about for German European interests can be read in thankful candor in the editorial of the January issue of Latin American Acronym. First of all, it states that, south of the Rio Grande, the economic and political interests of the U.S. and Europeans clash, and that the world policeman USA is opposed to others contesting its hemisphere. Beyond that, however, there were other important issues at stake. Quote, "The power to define what is a crime and therefore what is to be sanctioned. The USA still wants to determine this itself, especially in its backyard. And they certainly don't want to be talked into it by a Spanish investigating judge. Otherwise, when the International Criminal Court starts its work one day, someone might come up with the idea of prosecuting the USA for its crimes in Latin America." End quote. Contesting the hemisphere of the world policeman was already the concern of the leftists portrayed by Port, and they were already struggling for the power of definition, albeit in vain. Now that Germany has regained the power of definition over its own past, it is setting out to regain that over the past and present of its competitors. The power to define also means being able to select which aspects of a phenomenon should be of significance and to enforce the selection made as binding. This activity necessarily involves the suppression of unpleasant facts. The Pinochet affair, as it is presented today in the German media and the publications of the mainstream left, shows that self-confident definition is now as well mastered in Germany as the art of active forgetting. A significant comment in this context, not only because of its unintentional irony, can be found in the December issue of Latin American Acronym. Quote, "Whether Pinochet ultimately escapes justice or not, the ex-dictator will no longer be able to escape the retribution of unification." End quote. One might think that the times of megalomaniacal anti-Americanism described by Port are not quite over after all. For the pettiness of anti-imperialist fantasies of omnipotence could hardly have been expressed more succinctly and originally. What was once the great task of the revenge of the oppressed masses is now to be carried out by the retribution of memory. Of course, we know that sentimental flirtation with one's own powerlessness usually only masks the desire for one's own morally legitimized exercise of power and violence. Democratic friends of human rights immediately indulge in their fantasies of criminal courts and humanitarian missions. But be that as it may, why should we always forgo the joys of upholding moral rights? In the following, therefore, an attempt will be made to confront the German power of definition with the real phenomenon of Pinochet's rule, and to consign German participation in this blood-soaked piece of recent democratic history to the retribution of memory, just like the commenting wisdom of the German left. When the Unidad Popular alliance of communists, socialists, social democrats, left-wing Christians and liberals won a relative parliamentary majority in Chile in 1970, chaos and anarchy were seen as on the horizon in Germany. After the UP was able to improve on this result 3 years later, there were calls for anti-totalitarian intervention by the army. It is hardly surprising that this assessment was the same in bourgeois circles both in Chile and in the metropolitan countries. It is interesting to note, however, that skepticism about the prospects of success of a UP government was also shared by radical leftists, albeit for completely different reasons. Both supporters and radical critics of capitalism shared the view that democratic statehood based on the Western model and a social reformist policy in favor of the lower classes were incompatible. While some called for a regulatory solution, others warned against it. Even the socialist Salvador Allende seemed to be no stranger to such skepticism. When he won the presidential elections in September 1970 and his appointment was ratified by Congress, he confessed his astonishment to the Argentine journalist Miguel Bonasso. "You see, how strange. Congress, which is an institution of the system, elects someone who intends to put an end to the system." End quote. For Allende, his supporters and allies, the system was above all one of unjust exchange, of the plundering of poor countries by rich ones, a system consisting of personalizable coordinates. On the one hand, there are the poor, whose personal existence is set in relation to the real abstractions that organize them, such as the internal market, the nation, and various political organizations. On the other hand, there are the rich, both as capitalists, traders, and landowners in the country itself, and in the form of international corporations and their means of enforcement, such as the world market and internationally active secret services. In a portrait of a multinational corporation, the Uruguayan author Eduardo Galeano uses the example of the ITT Corporation to develop the ominous connection between the market and political repression, as was typical of the ideas of Latin American social revolutionaries and reformers for a long time. Quote, "ITT has invented an infrared device to track down guerrillas in the dark, but it doesn't need it to track down guerrillas in the Chilean government. The company is spending a lot of money against President Allende. ITT earns much more than Chile. 400,000 workers and employees work for the company in 7 countries. The board of directors includes men who were previously directors of the CIA or the World Bank. ITT is involved in a variety of businesses on all continents." End quote. As in Lenin's theory of imperialism, to which such an assessment owes much, the state, law, and politics are understood as immediate extensions of personal will. However, the fact that the law and politics in force up to now have embodied the will of the multinationals does not in any way imply the rejection of state and political forms of organization, but rather that they are misused and should be put to their actual purposes, which are assumed to be just and good, for the benefit of the masses equated with the nation. Allende 1972 before the UN. Quote, "The need to put the entirety of our economic reserves at the service of the people goes hand in hand with the recovery of Chile's dignity. We had to put an end to the situation in which, while we were fighting poverty and stagnation, large sums of capital were being diverted from Chile in favor of the most powerful market economy in the world. The nationalization of natural resources was a historic demand." End quote. The UP government nationalized the copper, saltpetre, and coal mining industry, which was largely in U.S. hands, as well as the iron and steel industry, parts of the electrical industry, and the telephone company belonging to the ITT Group and Ford Motors. By nationalizing most of the banks previously controlled by U.S. capital, the government secured control over 90% of the credit system. However, the nationalization of the banks was largely carried out through the purchase of bank shares, and not through expropriation, as was to be expected from Marxists, who were slandered as dogmatic and doctrinaire. The UP government attached the utmost importance to the strictest legality in all its economic policy measures. In this context, here is another sample of Allende's vision of the true character of the national and international legal order. Quote, "The nationalization of copper was carried out with scrupulous respect for the internal legal order and the norms of international law, which in itself cannot be identified with the interests of large capitalist enterprises." End of quote. So it was a national democratic development concept that the Unidad Popular wanted to launch, and an extremely popular one at that. Although the targeted increase in average wages of 30 to 40% was hardly achieved in full, the amount of money in circulation was increased in line with the traditional Keynesian model. This soon led to signs of inflation. Despite the anti-monopolistic character of the changes, small and medium-sized entrepreneurs showed little interest in seizing their opportunities. Not only did they refuse to invest the money that was now increasingly available, they also developed political forms of class consciousness. From mid-1972 onwards, such peculiar phenomena as business strikes occurred. Hauliers, retailers, and even architects refused to do business in an organized manner. During Fidel Castro's state visit in the fall of '72, there were demonstrations by starving middle-class housewives against the socialist mismanagement. These activities were supplemented by a strategy of tension, fomented by the CIA and right-wing groups in the form of deliberately unpredictable attacks and assassinations. However, the UP government was not only under pressure from the real and imagined beneficiaries of the free market. Its own clientele, industrial and agricultural workers, took the anti-capitalist program more seriously than state reformers would have liked. They increasingly responded to the government's necessary concessions to the national bourgeoisie, with self-organization and independent factory and land occupations, and attempted to organize the distribution of necessities themselves, which had been delayed by the traditional owners. This brought them into conflict with the traditional workers' parties, above all the CP. The latter insisted on the absolute legality of the reform process and was not afraid to use state repression against left-wing radicals and also against factory and land squatters from its own ranks. When the Chilean military then proceeded to carry out its democracy-quenching bloodbath, there was militant resistance for a short time, but overall the warning of the left-wing radicals was confirmed in a bloody manner. The UP, through its obscure option of trying to undermine the capitalist system by its own democratic means, had left its clientele at the mercy of the democratic military butchers, unarmed. In the history of the workers' parties, this was not the first and not the last disastrous failure. For the communist parties oriented towards real saws, the history of the up to the coup was regarded as proof of the possibility of the peaceful road to socialism. After the end of the coup, however, it was not self-criticism that was the order of the day, but rather a stifled silence. While Pinochet's henchmen killed at least 30,000 leftists in the first year of their seizure of power, international solidarity indulged in folklore. To the songs of Victor Jara, who was murdered in the Santiago Stadium, people stuffed their faces with empanadas en masse and celebrated democracy with Neruda-like pathos. For a short time, in the late phase of the UP government and in the first year or two after the coup, the Chilean events were of fundamental importance to the German left. Allende's peaceful road to socialism seemed to confirm the theorem of a peaceful transition at a time when the transition from capitalism to socialism, as advocated by the CPSU and its brother and sister parties, was historically inevitable anyway. For those who adhered to this idea, Pinochet's coup was a severe setback. For the so-called anti-revisionist left, whose spectrum ranged from the authoritarian ML groups to anti-state anarchists, it was clear that socialism could not be achieved without the violent destruction of bourgeois institutions. So what meant torture and death for leftists in Chile, regardless of their revisionist or anti-revisionist orientation, led to an upswing in revolutionary positions in West Germany. On September 11, 1974, the first anniversary of the coup, the revisionist DKP/Juso spectrum did not even manage to mobilize 5,000 participants for a solidarity demonstration in Frankfurt. 3 days later, the anti-revisionists mobilized around 30,000 participants at the same location. It was the largest left-wing demonstration since the campaigns against the emergency laws. But although revisionists and anti-revisionists may differ fundamentally in their assessment of bourgeois legality and the conclusions of a sensible way of dealing with it, they were united in their favoring of a national state development model in confrontation with the world market economy, understood as the will of corporations and states to plunder most of the world which is deliberately kept in poverty. Even the most theoretically advanced anti-revisionist positions, when it came to drawing conclusions from the Chilean state massacre, indulged in the most hackneyed Marxist wisdom, as the following quote from a left-wing Trotskyist pamphlet, which otherwise contains much intelligent information about developments before the coup, proves. The greatest tragedy of Chile is that a socialist working class ready to fight, full of reformist illusions, did not find a Marxist revolutionary leadership capable of offering a proletarian revolutionary perspective. End quote. So if the Unidad Popular had not been revisionist and reformist, but had proved to be a truly revolutionary leadership, its pro-people program would have had a chance of success. The same playful competition between revisionists and anti-revisionists then experienced a new addition when the authoritarian protectionist regime was overthrown in Portugal in 1974, and a temporary upswing in class struggles took place before the country's final integration into the world market as the poorhouse of Europe. After the internationalist campaign, which was conducted with greater personnel resources due to Portugal's geographical proximity, had produced similar, albeit less bloody, results than in Chile, the opponents devoted themselves from then on to the common concern for European civilization, which was threatened by the superpowers with nuclear holocaust. Pinochet's democratic career, unlike that of his predecessors, was a real success story. He brought the Chicago Boys around Nobel Prize winner Milton Friedman into the country and had them transform Chile into a model neoliberal state with the misery that is now well known. Friedman, a Democrat, appreciated Pinochet's efforts from the outset. He supported the general's catharsis ideals of democracy washed in bloodbaths with an observation that was typical of the economist and perhaps somewhat dry for contemporaries who were exclusively oriented towards the political ideal. The majority principle is first and foremost a tool and not a basic principle. German Democrats had long been familiar with this wisdom. When Pinochet and his followers seized power on September 11, 1973 and began their Bloody Purge program, German journalists, politicians and industrialists expressed their satisfaction at the return of order in the Andean state. 3 years of Marxism and Chile was ruined, was the headline in the Bild newspaper on September 12. In view of the chaos that prevailed in Chile, the word order suddenly has a sweet sound again for the Chileans, whispered CSU Chairman Strauss in his party organ, Bayernkurier. Immediately after the coup, the then CDU Secretary-General Bruno Heck set off on a tour of the renovation area and also visited the Santiago soccer stadium, which had been converted into a concentration camp. When the weather was good, he said on his return, the life of those interned there was quite bearable. And as far as the weather was concerned, there was hardly anything to worry about. Although German overseas tourism was still in its infancy at the time, people in this country knew that spring begins in Chile in September. Hundreds were murdered and maltreated in the stadium in Santiago de Chile, and for many it was a transit point to torture, execution, or years of imprisonment. The same newspapers that today denounce Pinochet as a bloodthirsty butcher were full of praise at the time for the Chilean army's sense of democratic responsibility. For example, the FAZ on December 9, 73, quote, Chile had to pay dearly for the attempt to introduce a dogmatic, doctrinaire, Marxist socialism by democratic means with severe economic and political damage. Anarchy and chaos have spread ever faster in recent weeks. At the moment of greatest danger, the armed forces could no longer shirk their responsibilities. The political tensions that Allende's failed Popular Front experiment had created in Chile were pressing with force for discharge. End of quote. At the time, the newspaper could probably not have known that 25 years later it would issue further praise for the Chilean armed forces. In exercising their responsibility, they had created a new need for action under the rule of law. FAZ of November 26, 98. The fact that Pinochet almost succeeded in escaping the grasp of the law should give impetus to efforts to establish an effective system of supranational criminal jurisdiction. End quote. What today is supposed to be a case for supranational criminal jurisdiction was 25 years ago the rescue of the democratic Occident from the Bolshevik threat. This assessment was also supported by the competent judgments of representatives of the German economy. A letter from the head of the Chilean branch of Farbwerk hooks to his headquarters, which was published in various left-wing newspapers at the time as a fitting demonstration of what these people were capable of, contained the comment, "We are of the opinion that the actions of the military and police could not have been more intelligently planned and coordinated, and that it was an action that was prepared down to the last detail and brilliantly executed. The Allende government has met the end it deserved. End quote. As early as October 73, Wisniewski, Minister of State in the Foreign Office, returned from Chile with a moderate verdict, FAZ February 10, 73, and the following year was able to place a 21 million DM loan already granted to the Allende government in Pinochet's deserving hands. When it became known in 1975 that Helmut Kraushar, a lieutenant colonel of German origin, had taken part in an officer training course for the Bundeswehr, SPD Defense Minister Labor justified it as a success of social democratic Realpolitik. Kraushar returned the favor in his farewell speech to instructors and comrades by emphasizing the advantages of Chilean military rule for democracy. In the same spirit, the SPD/FDP federal government abstained from voting when even the UN, on the initiative of socialist and third world countries, forced itself to condemn the Chilean regime in 1976. Other European states, which are now involved in the legal mess, adopted a similar attitude towards the Chilean military dictatorship. Some of them were not much inferior to the Chilean butcher in their ruling practices at the time. Examples include Great Britain and Spain. As is well known, Pinochet's arrest did not only trigger enthusiasm in the political ruling circles in Great Britain itself. After all, he was a welcome guest not only of former Prime Minister Thatcher. Pinochet's Chile was and is regarded as one of the best customers of the British arms industry. At the time of the coup, the largest contingent of European arms deliveries to the Andean state came from the UK. British fighter planes bombed the Moneda, Salvador Allende's seat of government, in 1973, and in 1982 Chile made its territory, especially its Atlantic ports, available to the British Army for the war against Argentina. We could not have won the Falklands War without Pinochet, argue British opponents of his extradition to Spain today, perhaps exaggerating somewhat, but not entirely without justification. Not only did the last excesses of the Franco regime take place in Spain at the time of the Chilean coup, torture, executions all-inclusive until 1975, Spain is now one of the 2 European NATO members, along with Turkey, where torture is part of everyday life in dealing with anti-state extremists. This accusation is not only made against the Spanish state by its declared opponents, but is also supported by various reputable human rights organizations from Amnesty International to the United Nations Human Rights Committee. Alongside Turkey, Spain is currently the European country with the most political prisoners. Even after ETA's departure from armed separatism, there are still more than 600 left-wing nationalist Basques in special prisons. At the end of last year, the head of the Public Prosecutor's Office at the Spanish Special Court for Terrorism and Financial Crimes rejected the first incoming criminal charges on the grounds that the Chilean military dictatorship was nothing more than a temporary suspension of the constitutional order in order to remedy the shortcomings of this order and maintain peace, an interpretation that had long been able to rely on a consensus in the Western world. Eduardo Frei, the Christian Democratic president of Chile, was also not entirely wrong when he recently compared the crimes of the Chilean military to some illegal actions of the Spanish police in the fight against terrorism. The quantitative dimensions of this were greatly exaggerated. After all, the Grupos Antiterroristas de Liberación, GAL, founded in 1983 by the Social Democratic PSOE government under Felipe González, had only murdered 28 ETA supporters and those they believed to be ETA supporters. As far as the qualitative assessment of state murder is concerned, however, Frei certainly agrees. The principle of physical extermination of political enemies as the most effective form of state confrontation with them is the same. Wherever the GL are mentioned today, the name Baltasar Garzón, the super judge at the Spanish Special Court who is now demanding Pinochet's extradition, inevitably comes up. Until a few years ago, Garzón was mainly occupied with sending leftists and Basque nationalists to solitary confinement. Even since he began prosecuting state criminals, he still occasionally carries out this activity. Last year, he was responsible for the criminalization and imprisonment of the entire Harry Batasuna executive and the banning of the newspaper EGIN. He got to his post via the safe ticket of PSOE membership, the ticket for ambitious opportunists in post-Franco Spain until the early 1990s. In 1993, he had legitimate hopes of becoming Minister of the Interior. When this hope was dashed in the course of an internal PSOE intrigue, he renounced the increasingly decaying PSOE ticket and soon effectively switched sides. He supported the investigations launched by the conservative Partido Popular, PP, against PSOE officials, who were now blamed for their role in setting up the GAL. Baltasar Garzón was now the judge of revenge for the Spanish public, his personal revenge. Even during the preliminary investigations into the GAL trial, which ended in the first instance with the conviction of prominent PSOE officials, Garzón not only sent documents revealing the involvement of the PSOE leadership in the murders to the PP, but also sent a large part of them to the conservative Madrid newspaper El Mundo. These activities gave him even greater popularity outside Spain's borders than his anti-terrorist activities had already earned him. His biggest coup to date will now probably be the extradition of Pinochet, if he achieves it. The principle of the current European demagoguery in the matter of Pinochet and human rights can nevertheless be traced back to an American intervention, regardless of all anti-American intentions. At the end of the 1970s, after the lost Vietnam War and further geopolitical defeats in Nicaragua and Iran, when U.S. foreign policy was believed to have reached a kind of dead end, a human rights offensive was launched. Now even authoritarian regimes supported by the West could come under propagandistic fire. The U.S. media increasingly published reports on oppression in Latin America. U.S. politicians occasionally profiled themselves as balanced apostles of freedom by castigating not only the conditions in communist countries or those they declared to be such, but also those in South Africa, Chile, and Argentina, for example. In Germany, people quickly understood the benefits of this policy and tried to continue it in their own way. The old anti-communist agitation could become more effective and, above all, more credible if they also criticized a little the dirty tricks in their own camp. A look at the human rights campaigns of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation and leading CDU politicians in the 1980s sheds light on the perfidious logic of these activities. The Konrad Adenauer Foundation presented documentation on the human rights situation, so-called reports, in Chile and South Africa, but also on Afghanistan, then under Soviet influence, and on Sandinista Nicaragua. In July 1986, the then CDU Secretary General Geisler traveled to South Korea and Chile to meet with opposition politicians. The highlight of this trip was a letter of complaint to U.S. President Reagan. A year later, a member of the government, Norbert Blum, even traveled to Chile and met with representatives of the then still illegal Christian democracy in a highly publicized meeting. All of these activities made sense for German politicians at the time in their efforts to bring down the Eastern Bloc, which was already in its final convulsions, and the Third World states that still sympathized with it. Indivisibility of human rights was the slogan at the time. This placed different states such as the GDR and Chile, Nicaragua and South Africa, Argentina and the Soviet Union on the same moral level and placed them at the mercy of the human rights disposition. Cole's remark that it is well known that there were concentration camps in the GDR also dates from this period. This was not a lapse, as has occasionally been appeased, but the human rights formulation of an imperialist claim. The current Pinochet campaign by European governments and their legal and journalistic helpers has a similar purpose to the human rights campaigns of the 1970s and 1980s. It is only superficially about the person of the ex-dictator. Instead, he serves as a cipher for what the new European superpower claims to be fighting against. Pinochet's preliminary judgment is intended to open the door to a series of similar measures against other politicians who, unlike Pinochet, are identified by the German European world power as disruptive factors. And this is also openly stated. Pinochet must be seen as the Karadzic of the Andes, said the former Chilean Bishop Friends to the Tagesspiegel, 21/10/98, and thus openly expressed where the journey should go in the direction of Belgrade. In the meantime, there are open calls for Milosevic's arrest. Others are also trying to jump on the bandwagon. Lithuanian nationalists are calling for the arrest of Gorbachev, who has been superfluous for some time. Others are proposing that the American rival be included for the time being. Texts by the ex-communist and neoliberal Peruvian Vargas Llosa, who wants to get Fidel Castro by the collar, are published in the European press. Pinochet's possible conviction in a European state for human rights violations would be a belated humiliation of his victims, regardless of whether this takes place in Spain, Great Britain, or absurdly, as has occasionally been demanded in Germany. It is also irrelevant that some of Pinochet's victims or their relatives are taking part in the legal cabal, because in a way they are confirming Pinochet's work. The only thing that remains, my friends, said the general to Chilean businessmen on the 22nd anniversary of his coup, is to forget. The transcript notes that he emphasized each syllable of the word individually. Quote, "This is the word, and to achieve it, both sides must forget." End quote. And that's where the old bloodhound is not entirely wrong. At least one side has forgotten what it wanted back then. Nobody wants socialism and similar idealistic things today. Everyone now wants democracy and a market economy, including his former victims, at least as far as they can get publicity. Pinochet himself has announced that a show trial is being planned against him, which he intends to refuse to attend. If the Chilean butcher were a little more aware of history, he might reconsider. Perhaps, like some defendants in Stalinist show trials, he would accept the accusations, knowing that a conviction would also confirm his work. After all, the planned trial crowns Pinochet's life's work in a way, saving democracy by almost completely demoralizing the anti-capitalist opposition. After all, Pinochet did not only commit murder out of a sadistic lust for power. In his own words, he wanted to save democracy by bathing it in blood. He achieved this with the most brutal repression and a neoliberal economic policy, and was thus able to step down calmly after hardly anyone was left to question this, when the majority only wanted democracy and no more socialism. But anyone who names this sad fact today risks being sent to the corner as a moral pig. It is obscene to denounce the victims of Pinochet because of their desire to be condemned, wrote a commentator in Jungle World, November 18, 1998. He deliberately overlooked the not-so-subtle difference between regret and denunciation. After all, in traditional Stalinist fashion, the critic was to be accused of an objective conspiracy with the enemy. Quote, "Well-intentioned criticism takes a far left turn, only to end up on the far right. Because what is supposed to result from these attacks against the anti-Pinochet campaign? Perhaps a freedom for Pinochet campaign? With the last patriarchs of the left at the forefront, in unpleasant company, for example, with the Chilean fascists who are currently behaving in an anti-imperialist manner." End quote. With this combination of Stalinist rhetoric and democratic service, German anti-imperialism comes into its own. Even in its radical militant heyday, the much-invoked peoples and other collective subjects to whom it addressed its solidarity were nothing more than projection surfaces for its own ambitions for power. Ambitions of power that necessarily had to remain helpless at the time, but which today, since the fusion of the German left with the nation is largely complete, can unfold their effectiveness. The objects of appeal, in this case the victims of Pinochet's rule, are nothing more than material for German anti-Americans to push back and forth. By declaring a substantive criticism illegitimate because the criticized were victims, they are denied recognition as political subjects. What torture and prison were supposed to achieve, the erasure of their political subjectivity and the downgrading of their existence to a mirror in itself, is now confirmed by paternalistic protection. Those who sell the moral disqualification of criticism and discussion as respect for the victims expose themselves to the justified suspicion of wanting to profit retrospectively from the atrocities inflicted on these people. It is no coincidence that the formulaic invocation of victims is reminiscent of how established German politicians refer to the people. The invocation of the victims obeys no other necessity than to underpin the repression of U.S. defining power in favor of German European definitions with empirical material. If it were not for the global competition between civil society's guardians of truth, windy opportunists would also have other ways of making a name for themselves in the Pinochet case. Elmar Peyroth, a CDU member of parliament who was not yet so prominent in the 1970s, provided a foretaste of this shortly after Pinochet's seizure of power. Peyroth formulated the German attitude to the Chilean massacre at the time in an almost ingenious anticipation of the later rhetoric of the civil movement. Quote, "The courage of broad sections of the Chilean people and the military to prevent an impending communist dictatorship, even in an insecure and sometimes cowardly world, deserves respect." End quote. In the same spirit, not only the Vatican recently recognized the general's merits in the suppression of Bolshevik atheism and advocated Pinochet's immediate release. Former Czech and Polish civil rights fighters also sided with the savior of Chilean democracy. In a letter to the London Times at the beginning of February, 2 Charter 77 veterans and 6 politicians from the Solidarnosc environment defended the anti-totalitarian merits of the arrested butcher. Quote, "The steps taken by General Pinochet in 1973 were a means of saving his country from the horrors of the communist dictatorship." End quote. Such sentences reveal the whole monstrous baseness of the bourgeois democratic conception of the state. but they have an invaluable advantage over the democracy and human rights rhetoric of left-wing zeitgeist critics. They are, to use civil rights jargon, more truthful. 10 years ago, such a thing would have been unthinkable. The living example of a tyrant installed by the West to secure freedom and democracy, Augusto Pinochet Ugarte, is finally to be brought to justice. Not in Chile, of course, but in a country that was usually considered to be in the imperialist camp itself, in Spain, or, if that doesn't work, before an international, i.e. European, court. Of all people, those administrators of European states whose predecessors cheered Pinochet as the savior of democracy, if they did not actively help to save him, are now concerned about achieving an old goal of the left, to bring Pinochet to justice for his butchery. The seasoned solidarity activist will not allow this unexpected help to be ruined by notorious naysayers. Any reflection on how it is that, as soon as Pinochet was jailed in Great Britain, proceedings were suddenly initiated against him in more and more European countries for misdeeds that had been known for decades seems grotesque and completely wrong. After all, democratization is even captivating Chile itself. The country is prepared to violate its own laws in order to do justice and open proceedings against the general amnestied senator for life. Possibly even the former leading Western power, Pinochet's direct instigator, no longer wants to stand back. Due to the murder of former Foreign Minister Orlando Letelier in Washington by Chilean secret agents, the U.S. judicial authorities are currently examining the possibility of bringing their own charges. Strangely late, given that the authorities there have known since 1982 at the latest that the assassination of Letelier could not have taken place without Pinochet's consent. But not much later either, when it occurred to the various European prosecutors that the victims of the Pinochet regime included not only Chileans but also nationals of other countries. The motives behind the U.S. and Chilean extradition requests are both transparent and understandable. In the first case, it is a question of being able to determine which and how many of the mistakes we made in Latin America, ostentatiously deplored by U.S. Secretary of State Albright, become the subject of the trial. Chile's extradition request, on the other hand, submitted in the name of defending its national sovereignty, is due to the domestic political compulsion to continue to cover the continuity of personnel at all levels of power with a cloak of silence after Pinochet's withdrawal, a situation that is also very familiar in the post-Franco Spain of investigating Judge Baltasar Garzón. It goes without saying, however, that in Europe, too, the consciences of those circles that applauded Pinochet yesterday are not shaken by a pang of remorse, just as little as it is a victory of the independent judiciary in the form of a Spanish investigating judge over the raison d'etat. To explain the strange European purification, even the long worn-out formula of the intensification of intra-imperialist contradictions would be somewhat suitable, at least as it echoes in Latin American News No January 99. Quote, "The USA's resistance to Pinochet being sentenced by a European court was mainly due to the fear that Europe could gain too much influence in Latin America. The competition for supremacy south of the Rio Grande is in full swing. As has always been the case, political interests, no one should dispute the hemisphere of the world's policemen, the USA, are mixed with economic interests. Latin America is a large and attractive market." End of quote. If the razor-sharp conclusion is that the Pinochet case is about the USA defending its supremacy south of the Rio Grande, then the credulity shown towards European ethical foreign policy, Norman Cook, is all the more disconcerting, as if the latter, following the same logic, were not also concerned with gaining supremacy. The strange Colombian mission of Werner Moss in matters of hostage rescue and peacemaking, the tangible flirtation of the FRG with the ELN guerrillas speak just as clearly as the granting of EU loans to Mexico. The latest highlight in this respect was Fidel Castro's announcement in January that he wanted to settle Cuban foreign trade in euros instead of US dollars in future. The peculiar fascination with which the German internationalism scene in particular is filled by the expectation that the arrest of Pinochet will finally set the wheels of world historical justice in motion in Europe cannot be explained solely by their traditional connivance with European sub-imperialism. At the time of Pinochet's bloody purges, such an attitude would have been justified according to the Chinese three-world theory, which was widespread in anti-imperialist solidarity work, since the European states, although they themselves were in bondage to the monopoly capitalists, would also first have to free themselves from the heel of the USA, the main enemy of the peoples. As much as a critique that points to the continuing tradition of such thinking among those who acclaim European jurisdiction is right, it remains puzzling how the anti-imperialist understanding of politics, which otherwise senses sinister interests and conspiracies behind every corner of the world, can suddenly begin to distinguish between the noble goal of a trial against Pinochet and the alleged interests of those who initiate it. As contradictory as it may seem that leftists who used to rightly, if not quite accurately, castigate class justice and sing along to "he who has the power has the right" are now backing this very justice and demanding this very right, this change of heart has at most something to do with betrayal or stupefaction. Indeed, it is not even a real change of heart. Significantly, the strange ambivalence of this attitude only came to light after 1989. Until then, capitalism, and even more so imperialism, including all the institutions associated with these forms of society, were simply unjust. So-called neocolonialism conformed to the usual categories. Here the peoples who wanted to appropriate the material wealth of their countries by means of progressive states, there the monopolies, above all those of the USA, the enemy of the peoples who deprived these righteous people of their property by installing puppet regimes. Imperialism, whose model servants were the compradors and the military, thus constituted the highest level of injustice in capitalism. Just as the capitalist robs the worker of the fruits of his hand's labor, the state of the capitalists robs the peoples of their natural resources. A world market understood in this way could be best criticized using the categories of bourgeois law itself, which in its classical form elevates theft to the rank of a crime against humanity. The reason for this is not only the indisputable fact that the draconian punishments for property offenses in English legal history, for example, are due to the perfidious egoism of the propertied. What is more, the right to property forms the center of the catalogue of elementary human rights because humanity is defined as a title to property in itself, a definition on whose ground also and especially those stood who wanted to liberate the true property of the people from particular appropriation by private capitalists, who demanded the ideal right, i.e. justice, against its abuse for the piety of thieves in pinstripes. The often angrily shouted songline, "He who has the power has the right," was therefore in no way intended to express that the law represents a rationalization of rule, even the rule of a subjectless abstraction, but rather that bad, false rule, that of the egoistic class, sins against the essence of the law, distorts and abuses it. To such thinking, which was shared by both advocates of democratic socialism and supporters of socialist democracy, it was a matter of course that real democracy and capitalism were two contradictory principles. Socialism breaks out when democracy, and that means the democratic state, no longer stops at the factory gate and ends the usurpatory private, in the case of imperialism foreign state, power of disposal over the national wealth. Allende was virtually the bearer of hope for such a peaceful and, more importantly, legal transition to socialism, the living proof of the possibility of state capitalism for the good of the people, Lenin. Allende's opponent and eventual murderer Pinochet, on the other hand, appears as the spawn of a comprador who hands the newly nationalized copper mining industry back over to U.S. imperialism as booty and reverses the deprivatization of the banking and credit system, which had begun in a strictly legal manner via purchase, with the help of the Chicago boys who had been called into the country. The Byzantine appearance of his dictatorship and the exorbitant funding of the army through armaments orders to the industry of the imperialist states confirm this image. However, appearances are deceptive. Pinochet's job was not that of a pseudo-colonialist governor, on the contrary. He plays his role in a process in which imperialism is increasingly getting rid of its colonies and their derivatives, the fixed access structures to raw material-producing countries, bypassing free trade and the world market. Such a transformation is similar to that in which capitalism outgrew so-called primitive accumulation and abolished slavery and serfdom, because the free labor market freed capital from being held liable for maintenance when the use of labor no longer threatened to be profitable. While this step towards free trade was celebrated as progress towards democracy, the uniformed Noski admirer actually deserves the macabre credit he claims for having defended and saved democracy. The Chicago boys he called into the country actually prepared civil society, that of unregulated free exchange, both internally and externally, far removed from the state, but not as mere subjective malice, but by following the logic of values. This was strikingly evident after Pinochet's withdrawal from the office of tyrant. The state's ownership titles to the mining industry no longer have any influence on the sales proceeds achieved on the world market. This eliminates the basis for any catch-up, socialist development a la Allende and, in general, any national political steering of capital. In 1991, the central bank of the newly democratized Chile even introduced speculation controls in a free modification of the pure Friedman doctrine, which was intended to make the inflow and, above all, outflow of short-term foreign loans more predictable. Companies that wanted to make investments with the help of such loans had to deposit 30% of the sum as security with the central bank for 1 year without interest. We don't want to follow the example of the Southeast Asian countries, so we are keeping speculative capital out of the country, promised the finance minister on Inat. a laudable intention that was even applauded by the beleaguered IMF. However, the constant fall in commodity prices, from which Chilean copper is not excluded, which in 1998 was only able to achieve 60% of the previous year's price, has put the state in a quandary. Tax revenues from the non-state copper mines are falling, as are the profit transfers from state-owned companies to the state budget. The state deficit is growing rapidly, resulting in a freeze on state investment. A noticeable shortage of investment capital is becoming apparent. Such control mechanisms only make sense if there is an oversupply of capital, says the analyst at Dresdner Bank Latin America AG, refuting Lenin's theory of imperialism, which assumed that monopoly capital's compulsion to export capital was the cause of imperialism. Monopoly capital is far from wanting or even needing to politically force Chile to change its central bank regulations. It is not forced to export capital, but Chile is forced to import capital under all conditions. So it was without any fuss, without any foreign or dictatorial pressure, that in the fall of 1998, Chapter 14 Capital Movement Control was removed from Chile's foreign trade regulations without a murmur. Like a rotten apple, the supposed imperialists are thus offered what they allegedly sought to possess with the coup and military dictatorship. It is not the imperialist enemy of the people who is withholding the beneficial effects of national wealth from the people and handing them over to the monopoly capitalist exploiters instead. No, Chile must now deprive itself of the enjoyment of its material wealth and carry out the national sellout in an absolutely democratic manner under an impersonal and invisible ruler. The figure of the guerrilla, the puppet of imperialism, is leaving the political stage because in its place comes the practical constraint, which puts a natural, rather than an arbitrary end to all experiments in a transition to socialism with the help of the bourgeois state and the retention of goods and money. It was Pinochet as dictator who ensured that his dictatorship became superfluous. This turning point cannot be determined as a date and certainly not as the influence of any subjective political action. Pinochet's mission was over at the moment when there was no longer a realistic option for the success of national accumulation, supported by a state monopoly on foreign trade in raw materials. With this beginning of the end of the chance of a socialist development model, the last imperialist desire for immediate control of raw material areas also disappeared. The declining profit margin for mining, which can only be rationalized to a limited extent, is no longer competitive with the interest profit possible on the free capital markets, a development that applies to the raw materials industry worldwide. This is where the anti-imperialist everyday mind collapses, because it fails to understand that material wealth was and is only the indifferent shell for a certain quantum of value and continues to shrink completely independently of whether or not this shell possessed an objectivity that appeared useful to the anti-imperialist. The slogans that grew out of this muck are becoming quieter in the face of an increasingly incomprehensible reality. The once self-evident "no blood for oil" could not quite get past the lips of the scattered Iraq demonstrators. It had become too clear since the Gulf War in 1991 that the OPEC countries participating in the war wanted to shed blood for less oil on the world market. But even with the ban on oil sales to Iraq, OPEC has not been able to enforce a maximum production limit for years. As with Chilean copper, the simple question arises that no one knows how to answer anymore. Why should the USA, for example, conquer a country or afford directly dependent government personnel there, when the world market is flooded with ever-cheaper raw materials anyway? The same development that turned Pinochet from a once untouchable dictator into a pawn in the propaganda battle between Europe and the USA for sales markets for machines and automobiles deprives criticism that criticizes capitalism with its own legal norms of its object. When it can no longer find any robbers, the left-wing consciousness only understands what is going on. In any case, this consciousness is no match for the cruel irony with which the fate of the market mocks Allende and threatens to ruin Pinochet's twilight years. The total, i.e. also economic democracy that Allende strove for turns out to be what it actually is. The total market, i.e. the world market, for which hardly anyone in Chile has rendered as much service as Pinochet. Free exchange, which Pinochet had provided with the necessary backing through his political usurpation, shows in the former dictator one of its characteristic features according to Marx. Namely, that all traces of the act of exchange itself are erased from the result of the exchange. For exchange, and not its personnel, is the true nature of society and as such is prior to human will. In the law that is now to be applied to Pinochet, as a codification of equal and free exchange between the unequal and the unfree, the violence that allows the automatic subject to move in the first place seems to disappear through the condemnation of the perpetrator of violence who has become useless. It goes without saying that anti-imperialism is happy to play along with this game. It is not only a victim of its lack of understanding of the political implications of the European German aspiration to all possible international courts. He remains true to himself in demanding justice for the peoples. It is true that the economic justification of this claim to justice, that imperialism unlawfully appropriates, i.e. steals, foreign goods, has lost all reality. On the contrary, the more the rule of the economy and the economy of rule merge into a self-acting process whose automatic subjectivity also loses the last semblance of its controllability by empirical subjects, the more justice becomes the counterconcept of social reform. Whereas social reform once insisted on the equal distribution of material wealth, as soon as material wealth vanishes into thin air in terms of value, all that remains is the airy value of justice without any market-incompatible social or economic content. Since the crisis persists even though no one robs and usurps anymore, but everyone has to offer themselves at any condition, justice becomes the organizational form of market-conforming doom. According to the standard of equal exchange, these conditions are nothing more than just and murderous at the same time. In this respect, the much vaunted and joyfully welcomed dawn of dictatorship in South America is merely a transitional phenomenon on the subcontinent's long descent from National Socialism to Somalia, because the market eats all its patrons. It is a theatrical term for the banal implementation of market-based equality and justice, which has long since disposed of the particularity of personal ambitions for political control as a shopkeeper of history. The arrest of the Argentinian junta member Macera, which would have been unthinkable years ago, was commented on by the Argentinian daily La Nación, described by Jungle World as staunchly conservative in an unconscious irony. Quote, "The international context has changed. A new ethic, which has become the basis of a globalized conception of law, has changed attitudes towards human rights violations, regardless of the country in which they are committed." End quote. There is so much truth in this that the international context has indeed changed and continues to change daily on the world's agricultural and commodity exchanges. After all, the downfall of actually existing socialism is due not least to the same cause that makes any new edition of Peronism or Allendeism so hopeless. An economic democracy or authoritarian integral statism can no more be founded on natural gas or beef than on copper. This makes the statement by the aforementioned apostle of justice from Jungle World all the more absurd. Quote, "The condemnation of Pinochet serves to reconstitute the left." End of quote. Only with minor changes can this pile of letters be transformed into an unfortunately accurate statement. The condemnation of Pinochet serves the intellectual constitution of the left. Distrust can be a virtue. Towards the declarations of intent and proclamations of the political personnel as well as the media, which have been brought into line on their own initiative, regarding Germany's third Serbian campaign in this decade, through which it has worked its way up from saboteur, 1991, to peacekeeper, 1995, to official co-combatant, 1999, abysmal mistrust is even a duty. Those who impute base interests to the moral bombardment that descended before, during and after the actual war, and in Germany these have been economic interests in the broadest, i.e. the most far-fetched, sense, not only since Sombart's juxtaposition of traitors and heroes, are at least trying in their own way to do justice to this duty. Measured by this standard, the German left has disqualified itself beyond all measure for the first time since 1989. But as the horrors inflicted by the state become ever more monstrous, the attempts at interpretation by the nationalized left escalate in step. With Germany's entry into the war, all previous declarations of bankruptcy have been surpassed, not only because the right to self-determination of the peoples, which has now been practiced in Eastern Europe for 10 years, has completely eroded the anti-imperialist naivety bonus of its defenders. Unmoved, they continue to sell their folkish worldview, which they have had confirmed for decades by various liberation movements from the capitalist periphery, as come hell or high water proletarian internationalism, and mainly have to contend with the embarrassment of NATO supporting a people's liberation war against the propaganda stereotype they have grown fond of. Instead of finally daring to come out like the Mahlers and Rabels, various Trotskyists, Maoists, and autonomous anti-imperialists say KLA where deep down they mean DVU. Because if anything is obvious, it is the affinity between the KLA's rank and file and the racist German rabble. At least as bankrupt are those who are all too happy to be anti-totalitarian, but do not mean the truly totalitarian terror of the exchange economy, but ultimately communism according to the old-fashioned custom. Because in contrast to its monolithism, the Red/Greens are honored, that they at least make the moral conflict that has to do with Kosovo, if not a dispute and uncertainty, then at least recognizable, says Diedrichson. Accordingly, his comrades in arms in the UNGIST do not shirk from celebrating the post-national event together with the Democratic Emergency Helpers and world civil rights activists Jürgen Habermas and Ulrich Beck, which consists of the German government allowing its armed ethnic policy in the Balkans to be branded under the cheapest anti-nationalist slogans that could come from the spoils. In contrast, the desperate search for classic imperialist war aims that Germany, the USA or NATO as a whole could be pursuing with the aggression against Yugoslavia appears to be an attempt, not immediately dishonorable but at least hopelessly naive, to expose behind the propagandistic smokescreen those who would operate the smoke screens out of self-interest that is well calculated in barrels and cubic meters. The economic interests of Germany, the USA or NATO in general in Kosovo are invoked in many pamphlets, often without any further justification as to what these actually consist of. A non-bourgeois left should therefore give economics primacy in the explanation of imperialist wars, demands a pamphlet from the communist circle / the revolutionary spark. Quote, "While the economy dominates our lives, the majority of the left steadfastly refuses to ever deal with it and thus come to an explanation of the geopolitical connections." End of quote. Under the heading of accumulation, this circle gives a Marxist-Leninist variant of the West German economic miracle legend, which understands the boom as a consequence of destruction, and thus declares the destruction of Yugoslavia as a miracle cure for the global economic crisis. More common than this thoroughly original view, however, is a materialistic approach to geopolitics in the crudest sense, in which geopolitics is understood as geology and materialism as the search for material, i.e. mineral resources. Economy stands as a cipher for the concrete and tangible, which is hidden behind the confusing surface of credit and speculation. The prospectors of the Stress Factor, an autonomous magazine from Prenzlauer Berg, discover very immediate interests. A glance at the geological map of southeastern Europe was enough for them to discover that there are chrome deposits in Albania as well as in Kosovo. It seems strange, however, that on the one hand chromium was ranked number 1 in an ominous list of strategic raw materials for decades, while at the same time it is reported that the FRG has officially renounced stockpiling. The authors just about refrain from speculating about the Bundeswehr's secret chrome warehouses suggested here, but do not shy away from explaining both the NATO presence in Albania and the occupation of Kosovo with the help of chrome. Quote, "A secession of Kosovo from what remains of the former industrialized nation of Yugoslavia would mean that the so-called third world country Albania, in the stranglehold of the Western industrial nations, would have to sell off its entire chrome reserves at knockdown prices or as a capital substitute." End quote. Even if it will forever remain unclear what is meant by capital replacement, one thing is clear, namely that Albania, which is short of foreign currency, would not have to be strangled, but would struggle to sell anything at all at knockdown prices. Although we are told that the mining industries are obsolete and rotten, we are not told the most obvious reason for this, namely that despite the gigantic subsidies that Yugoslavia pumped into its poorest part of the country, Kosovo, before 1989 chrome mining was not worthwhile and was therefore shut down. Yugoslavian Albanian chrome was simply not competitive with that of the world's largest exporter, South Africa. Why would Germany want to conquer something that was being thrown at it on the world market and whose production was unprofitable even for Albania and Yugoslavia? Linksruck and Junge Welt already understand more about real geostrategy. Under the keyword interests in the war against Yugoslavia, Linksruck 70, June 99, announces, "This in turn coincides directly with the interests of the USA in the region." Energy Minister Bill Rickhartson declared last November, "It's about America's energy security. We are trying to move these newly independent countries to the West. We want to integrate them into Western economic and political interests. We've made a significant political investment in the Caspian Sea, and it's important that the right policies and the right pipeline route come out of that." End quote. While the brave autonomists still have Germany in their sights, the left-wing left stands above such marginalia and looks the enemy of the peoples, the United States, straight in the eye. So unflinchingly that one would certainly not be put off by objections such as the fact that Kosovo is, after all, quite far away from any significant oil deposits and is certainly not an option as a transit country for pipelines. How right the seasoned materialist is to suspect that the enemy is far to the west and the object of his desire far to the east of Kosovo was finally confirmed to the Junge Welt by someone who ought to know. The Russian Balkan expert Boris Shmeljo, in an interview with Perker, revealed an astonishing piece of background information. Quote, "Now we know that this is the foreign policy doctrine of the USA." It says, "Without control of Yugoslavia, there is no control of the Balkans. Without control of the Balkans, there is no control of the Black Sea area, and without that there is no control of Transcaucasia and the oil fields of Baku." End quote. So from the back through the chest into the eye, so to speak. Apart from the awkwardness of the procedure outlined above, the two regulars should have noticed that Russia did not even consider imposing an export embargo on natural gas and oil at any time, but fears nothing more than the freezing of the next IMF loans or the G8 debt restructuring projects. The left-wing common sense, whose horizon has never extended beyond the formula "no blood for oil," is in danger of being confused by the fact that capital in the war against Yugoslavia is no longer excessively interested in the goals that are attributed to it, neither for 1, controlling the oil and gas routes of the Middle East, or for 2, Eastern Europe, which is a rich reservoir of raw materials and skilled labor for Western multinationals, nor for 3, weakening and dominating Russia in order to prevent Russia from controlling the oil wells and other raw materials of the former USSR, nor for 4, securing military bases which Yugoslavia, as is well known and wisely, did not attack. In this respect, however, the paper of the undogmatic trade union left, Express 599, published in Offenbach, took the cake. A text entitled "What Does Citibank Have to Do with Kosovo?" demonstrates the mental aberrations bordering on the paranoid that can result from stubbornly clinging to an opinion of imperialism against any argument that does not require any profound knowledge of economic criticism. From the initially meaningless analogy that both the war against Yugoslavia and Citibank's corporate identity are ethical, the author, after an orgy of colportage about conspiracies against, with and within the U.S. government that almost makes novels such as The Illuminati or the Foucault pendulum pale in comparison, suddenly turns to Germany and Kosovo shortly before the end. Quote, "As far as the Germans are concerned, they will promote the establishment of companies such as Citibank and remain a reliable NATO partner, the sale of insurance policies and displaced Kosovo Albanians. There's bound to be some kind of business to be made out of that." End of quote. But the author doesn't know which one. Quote, "The only problem is that the Kosovo Albanians are not actually wanted in Germany. There are too many HBVs, scoundrels, bandits, criminals, among them." End quote. The idea of capitalism as an intrinsically useful institution that is only in the wrong hands is so firmly ingrained in people's minds that they would rather believe in the wildest conspiracies, in which American banks and multinational corporations are almost inevitably involved, than question this fetishistic idea. Incidentally, the fact that this makes them top scorers on the scales Adorno used to measure the authoritarian personality would hardly be able to irritate the secret spreaders and conspiracy theorists, even if they knew it. In contrast, an almost refreshing realism characterizes the authors, who assume that the wars of the post-1989 era were waged to prevent so-called refugee flows into Fortress Europe. In fact, nothing characterizes practical foreign policy, understood both as securing the borders against non-citizens and the legally regulated disguise of the stay of non-citizens within these borders, more than this interest. In practice, this seems to be confirmed because the EU is actually setting up and financing a kind of home country for the Kosovo Albanians. Representatives of this position are not unaware, at least in a rudimentary way, that the market of the now one world has no interest in expansion, in the sense of a military requisition of raw materials or even labor. Rather, the world market leads to a constant reduction of those areas that are still of economic interest. It is not worth the effort and costs of maintaining a state canalization of the struggle for survival of its inhabitants. Nevertheless, this argument is only good for explaining why the Kosovo Albanians are treated as displaced persons and not as refugees like the Muslim Bosnians. The war itself, on the other hand, was a completely unnecessary game of vieux-banque in terms of preventing migration, with not inconsiderable consequential costs. The Western community, above all Germany, armed the KLA against all realpolitik concerns. It waged this war despite the mass exodus to be expected precisely because of the bombings, despite the associated risks for the stability of Macedonia and Bosnia, the Yugoslav Republic of Montenegro and the so-called Sanjak. Accepting Yugoslavia into the ranks of the other Eastern European petitioner states in order to exchange a tacit division of Kosovo for the lifting of anti-Yugoslav sanctions would have been a risk-free and cheap way of avoiding the flight of hundreds of thousands of people and the subsequent protectorate costs. Not a single reason can be found why the leaders of the NATO states should have started this war if they had had a clear mind i.e., if they had made a sound business calculation and a sober realpolitik. Knowing this well, Gremliza holds back in his assessment and emphasizes the only thing that has really and indisputably come to light in this war. Quote, "Whose war is being waged at the expense of the one and the other? By whom? Against whom? The fact that this cannot be discussed publicly is because the opponents in this war are also its allies. The hot war against Yugoslavia is at the same time the climax of the Cold War that the USA and Euro-Germany have been waging against each other for 10 years. End of quote. But what are they fighting about? And why Yugoslavia of all places? The comparison with the Cold War is a huge misnomer, as neither Euro-Germany nor the USA are installing and funding regimes to ensure that they are loyal to one and hostile to the other. There are no longer any camps that would try to bind their clientele to them economically. There are only individual rogue states, each of which finds itself confronted by several states of the Western world. One bites, in the case of Yugoslavia, Germany, and the rest try to bite even harder. No children's game could be as moronic and cruel as this spectacle. The Western community of states first expels the rogue state, which for the most part does not differ morally from its neighbors in any significant way, then reproaches it for being an outsider and bombs it back into the world market, where the rogue state itself wants and needs to go, because after the end of the CMEA there is no other place for monetary reproduction, no matter how badly it succeeds. The Western defenders of the world market, whether Euro-Germany or the USA, have nothing more to offer rogue states or allied countries than rapid or creeping ruin. For the former elites, who are now gang and clan leaders, it makes no difference whether they are scamming euros or dollars. It is no coincidence that, unlike in the 19th and early 20th centuries, the reference to intra-imperialist competition, which is correct in itself, cannot give any indication of future war zones or war profits. Not by chance, because today's competitors would have what they actually have to fight for delivered to their doorsteps without a fight, if only they wanted it and knew what to do with it. Competition in the sense of the classic imperialist era, which could be at least superficially and temporarily suspended when a goal was achieved, no longer exists due to a lack of cause. The rivalry between America and Euro-Germany is so decisive precisely because this rivalry no longer has any reason or goal outside itself. It is its own reason. The traditional explanatory schemes of imperialism of the Marxist variety, which have always failed because of the infamous money riddle, were bound to be embarrassed by this war. But even the usual lecturers, who are ahead of their opponents by exactly one chapter of Capital, albeit the decisive one, are by no means treading water by chance. Gegenstandpunkt February 99 describes this war as a new type of war, with an initially somewhat accurate justification. Quote, "In fact, the West is not waging a war for possession or loot. That would also be ridiculous in a world that has been opened up to the utilization interests at home in the West and made available to the point of ruining entire regions of the world." End of quote. Instead of interests without an object, however, a camouflage of the same figure of thought emerges a little later as an explanation, which now calls itself power instead of interest, but suffers from the same problem as the one originally criticized. Quote, "What is needed above all for this transition, from the usual foreign policy to war, is the decision of the alliance to see itself attacked as a regulatory power. Such a decision does not follow an imperialist master plan, but comes about through the supervision of every confusion in the world of states, which is constantly exercised anyway. In the end, the alliance then faces up to its decision as if it were a constraint that it can no longer evade, finds that it itself is at stake as a universally respected entity, and owes itself the punishment of the aggressor. This is always the case because, by definition, it is an aggression against the validity of Western values." End of quote. As entertaining as the parallelization of the psychodynamics within the alliance with those found in an elderly boarding school for girls may be, it also fails to explain the reason for the war in Yugoslavia. For what motivated the alliance to put its foot down in the first place remains as mysterious as before, because it cannot be a simple interest. It also remains unclear to what extent Milosevic, of all people, violated the balance of power of states, why he in particular came into the crosshairs. Now, as a way out of this aporia, the counterpoint would certainly invoke the free will of the alliance, including its miscalculations. However, this would then resemble the rejected imperialist master plan like an egg to another. The Gegenstandpunkt thus reaches the same limits as Robert Kerr's in Jungle World 1999. His dossier on global crisis capitalism and the Balkans comes very close to solving the riddle, although it misses the point by a wide margin. He misses it because in his case it is only a dull urge, without any real actors who felt such an urge, that turns the crisis into war in general. He comes close to it because he is not only aware of the difference between functioning and interest-bearing capital, and thus of the independence of the latter against the former, which appears to be a crisis, but also of the new stage of crisis into which this contradictory identity has plunged the commodity-producing world system by virtue of its own processing and without external intervention. Although using the vocabulary of economics in his talk of the Third Industrial Revolution, he characterizes it no less aptly. Quote, "It is no longer the goods markets but the stock markets that essentially determine the economic process. Admittedly not in the sense of a merely external dominance of finance capital over industrial capital, as in Lenin and Hilferding's abbreviated theory of imperialism, but as a financial capitalist simulation and thus as a form of crisis postponement. This is only logical, because the system can only be kept going by anticipating future labor and thus future surplus value. However, whereas in the Fordist era credit actually still related to industrial production, the financial system has now become completely independent as a result of the Third Industrial Revolution. The financial markets have therefore mutated into a seemingly autonomous money creation machine in place of the printing press. The relationship between goods markets and financial markets has been turned on its head. In practice, real production can only take place if there is an inflow of transnational fund capital. However, this globally fluid money capital no longer slips into the skin of real investments, but makes them dependent on itself. They are de facto paid for by share issues and price increases." End quote. He could have gained access to the enigmatic new type of war, for he holds this new form of capitalism, which, like every one of its forms in the 20th century, is an infernal machine that owes its existence to the mistermination of the exchange of goods, against the impositions of the supposedly concrete, which has always been a deception and exposes those who continue to adhere to it to ridicule. The repeatedly postponed crisis, which no one wants to talk about anymore but which everyone quietly suspects and fears all the more, not only dismantles the objective interest in conquest and natural resources, but also the accountability of the subjects whose actions are the cause of the disaster. He misses this connection between the postponed crisis of the economy and the crisis of collective perception that precedes it, also and especially among the political and military decision-makers in the Western states, because he wants to miss it. He waits in vain for the reward that the spirit of the world will one day pick him up for his sharp distance from any imminent partisanship, because this spirit sits as an evil spirit in the whole constellation with its false alternatives, which Kurz so confidently refuses to accept. The escalation scheme of the Western community of values from provocation to war, which almost seems to obey an inner inevitability, can only be compared to a gang of thieves who commit a burglary even though they know that the safe to be broken into is not only empty but also well guarded, and who, on top of that, are already fighting over the non-existent loot during the burglary. Such behavior is simply paranoid, and therefore inaccessible to reason. However, this does not apply to the paranoia itself. This is a reaction to conditions of action that have actually slipped out of the hands of the actors. A paranoia that is exacerbated by the fact that the actors ostensibly hold all the reins in their hands. The leaders of states behave no differently on a large scale than their citizens on a small scale. Just as the latter expect a boom in telecom's shares because a former German state-owned company simply cannot go bankrupt, the latter are governed by the idea that a successful military campaign will encourage fund capital to invest in the respective currency area. It is true that the market assertiveness of the companies in which the funds are to invest has very little to do with which state can and cannot drop which and how many bombs on a territory that has long since been economically written off. But precisely because there is virtually no sensible connection between the two, the one that is absurdly attributed to it is all the more decisive. The complete psychologization of investment processes not only reflects the ignorance of fund managers, who are like old-style capitalists, about how money becomes more money. They also set the example for the hopeless and bagless raids of the strange band of robbers consisting of ministers and heads of government. The combination of technical omnipotence concentrated in the hands of both groups and equally real subjugation to fate is the incomprehensible but all the more profound imprint of the completed replacement of unlimited credit with shrinking accumulation possibilities. The powerlessness to act causes some people's quite justified fear of the natural catastrophe of the crash to turn into hectic activity that tries to sense the disaster in order to help bring it about all the more. The vicious circle, in which the value base on which accumulation is based is crumbling further and further precisely because of the granting of credit to highly rationalized sectors, exacerbates the panic of the others just as much as it does the restlessness and quasi-naturalness of the competition that robs itself of its objects, which therefore appears on the political surface as aimless rivalry for its own sake. The schizophrenia of the subject of exchange, being on the one hand the doer and on the other hand the driven, virtually cries out for the action that is supposed to abolish the driven. Since one can supposedly take one's fate into one's own hands, one seeks salvation on the side of the stronger, regardless of the fact that the latter's political military strength can say little about whether an investment will fulfill the interest expectations placed in it. A pattern is returning that paradoxically becomes irresistible again at a time when it has actually lost its systemic justification. Fund capital cannot be seriously jeopardized by national revolutions and expropriations, because one stroke of the pen can now cause entire states to collapse. Indonesia. There is therefore no threat of this kind in a world that is competing with each other for potential investments. Only against these vanished dangers did military power count. Only against them did governments have to be raised and overthrown for economic reasons, foreign possessions conquered or at least controlled. But because the only remaining danger for credit is its own necessary mode of action in accumulation, i.e. it is the only danger to itself, but in the long run it is definitely fatal, a cult of strength returns, which bourgeois ideology shook off in its early days, something its economy could only partially and revocably succeed in doing. This regression is a direct successor to the first, which came in the wake of the global economic crisis of the 1930s, and surpasses it in terms of paradox. The successful removal of capital from the goods markets, which far surpasses the shift from industrial to financial capital in the course of the Second Industrial Revolution, leads to an idolization of arbitrariness, as which powerlessness in the face of mute compulsion always disguises itself, as if the stock markets were really guided by extra-economic forces. The flight of investment capital into the dollar or the pound appears as a moment of military aggression on the part of the issuing countries and their governments. Stock market reporting thus becomes veritable frontline reporting. Under the title The Euro, a Casualty of War, the Tagesspiegel, August 5, 1999, presents this connection, which does not actually exist, but in fact all the more so, as a matter of course. Quote, "The airstrikes are accelerating the decline of the new currency against the dollar, and further, the course of the NATO war operation has made it abundantly clear that the USA dominates and that the 17 European NATO countries, above all Germany, like mute fish, give the USA a free hand militarily in Europe." End of quote. Thus the prey scheme without prey suddenly returns precisely because it has long been superfluous. As a seemingly archaic conflict over something of which the prey hunters know very well that it is the opposite of prey, as an economy of conquest that does not want to conquer anything, but only to reassure investors, although they should be completely disinterested in war. One of Horkheimer's considerations, which was related to the end of classical liberalism in the fascist planned economy, is also confirmed in the crisis of the retort liberalism of formed societies. Namely, that the very latest form of economy is at the same time the return of its very oldest form. And this is always a compelling appearance. The fiction of the natural economy in National Socialism was brought into being by the decoupling of national credit from the gold backing, while today the decoupled credit stages an elimination competition by means of its character masks, the criteria of which are paradoxically determined by suitability for the most archaic form of acquisition, the warlike raid. In this respect, the fantasies of left-wing geostrategists even catch a glimpse of reality, which hastens to accommodate the delusion as best it can. The qualification as best it can means that absolutely no one wants to advance to Baku, but it is quite possible that suddenly everyone will act as if they want to, just to show that they could. The still-left hallucinations owe themselves to the same cause, especially in Germany, that underlies the ranting of their former comrades who are now in office. For it is not only the fetish of the tangible that makes people fantasize about oil, whose price on the world market has long since undercut that of lemonade. A secret desire for the downfall of the hated bourgeois society, not forwards, of course, but as a relapse into the archaic seems to drive its official defenders as much as its critics. How else can it be explained that the geostrategic papers of the foreign and defense ministries, in which spheres of influence are defined without being able to determine what they are needed for, hardly differ from the critique of imperialism à la Junge Welt? Quote, "As if the imminent collapse of the global economy had already taken place, we are preparing for conditions in which conventional economic reason would have no basis in reality. For once capitalism has collapsed, the regression gains a certain plausibility, instead of thinking in terms of value relations again in kind. If one thinks, or rather wishes, the international exchange of goods away, the only thing that matters is the direct, non-economically mediated power of disposal over food, arable land, natural resources, labor, and other resources, the bankrupt East and Southeast, which no one who thinks in the categories that are still valid wants to have as a gift. Where naked poverty reigns today, granaries and oil deposits are already emerging on the map before the inner eye. What is forgotten, or rather repressed, is that the existing wealth under capital is only a fleeting, vanishing moment of its movement. End quote. The completely disproportionate hatred of the rogue states, which are in no way able to disrupt the economic course of events and could therefore actually be consigned to oblivion, provided they do not have nuclear weapons, also stems from such sources. Saddam Hussein, the first of these major villains after the Zeitenwende, had attempted exactly the coup that many in the anti-Hussein coalition would have liked to carry out themselves, but had to forbid themselves to do so for reasons of foreseeable futility and counterproductivity. Namely, to carry out an open robbery that would even have made sense. A title he deserves much more than Milosevic. The defense of Israel was not the goal of this war, but an absolutely necessary side effect. Had it been otherwise, Hussein would indeed have had to be toppled and Iraq completely demilitarized. But it was probably precisely this side effect that brought the opposition to this war onto the streets. There is hardly any sign of it in the war in Yugoslavia. Imagine if hated Israel had been left out and the Kuwaitis had been turned into Muslim Kuwaitis exploited by atheist Iraq, in whose name and right Germany had intervened, then there would have been no such opposition to this war. For if only the folkish, anti-Semitic and anti-American reflex still drives crowds onto the streets, then one only has to know how to make them officially serviceable. The incorporation of Kuwait would indeed have improved the country's foreign trade balance immensely, which cannot be said of the fruits of the dismantling of the Eastern Bloc. The same morality fed by envy that denounces the social parasite in this country applies to the rogue state, personalized in the head of state. The Western world, represented by its media, also resents the individual robbery because it has to fake robbery without being able to achieve a secure goal. So bad that a report from the US magazine Forbes has just appeared in the Tagesspiegel, mocking the fact that Hussein has passed the Queen of England on a list of the non-working rich with a private fortune of $6 billion. Milosevic is also accused of being more concerned with his personal enrichment than with the interests of Serbia, a trifle compared to the monstrous crimes of which the Serbian Hitler is otherwise accused, but all the more important for the mental economy of future prosecutors. Quote, "The master of Serbia is getting richer and richer, his country poorer and poorer." End quote. Here, morality does not play the role of a reason for war, but that of a cause for war. The robber must not be allowed to get away with it because his own spoils are not only more than small in relation to the effort involved, but will also be a negative item, as happened in Bosnia and is certainly to be expected in Kosovo. This envy, whose target does not give the slightest realistic reason for this emotion, must be moralized. What normally concerns the petty bourgeoisie with regard to the bigwigs, concerns them with regard to the villains. The insight that morality with a desire to punish is due to the terror of a cruel superego against the ego does not require any major psychoanalytical tricks. One hates the mute, unquestionable compulsion because one is subject to it for better or worse. This forbidden hatred, however, is expressed in the draconian punishment of the person who supposedly disregards the compulsion. In him one punishes the futility of one's own desires that have been projected onto him. These desires are only initially suppressed by the superior power in order to then execute them on the villain, as punishment in accordance with this superior power. The moral indignation that cries out for the death penalty is not directed at the victims of the criminals or the restoration of the hated order, but rather channels one's own desire for crime, in this case breaking out of the absurd hell machine in which one sits into channels that allow the repressed antisociality to run riot in harmony with the conditions that cause it. Tony Blair, the chief Clemmy and leading warmonger, gives a truly horrifying definition of aggression that dissolves into morality against a target you don't really care about. Quote, "Ultimately, interest and values become one. If we succeed in promoting the values of freedom, the rule of law, human rights, and an open society, then that is also in our national interest." End quote. Everything is equal to everything, as long as there is war. The outrage about the events in the Balkans, which cries out for action, therefore seems like the product of a tremendous effort of repression. There, the West is obviously being confronted with the business foundations of what it calls its civilization, which it has never overcome or abandoned, frozen barbarism. Now there is a thaw, and the apostles of civilization are dreading it. They want to use force, including military force, to bring down what appears to be something alien, which in reality is themselves. The last sentence explains why the wars against Yugoslavia in the past decade were not only de facto German wars, but had to be why Germany clung so tightly to Serbia. In the perception of the Germans, Serbia slips into the role of a Germany that has not been subdued by occupying powers. A collective voyeurism cannot get enough of the ethnic cleansing and large concentration camps committed or erected by a people who allegedly rally behind a leader in a hopeless struggle against the rest of the world without any opposition or resistance. Germany looks into the mirror of its own past, which has only passed but not disappeared. In a state that perhaps has the misfortune of serving as a projection screen for Germans today because its population suffered under the Germans like hardly any other and yet never capitulated to them, people punish the things for which they themselves were punished and which they would like to do again. The Germans associate the Atlantic Revolution, Diner, which not only took away the Führer state but also, albeit with some delay, brought back unemployment, with a particular relationship of suppressed anger towards the sphere of circulation. In the human right, which is at the top of Germany's catalogue of punishments against the rest of the world with a special anti-Serbian tip, both the old insult of the free market system and that of its most recent form, which threatens to turn the German-style welfare state into a gutted ruin, are avenged on the substitute object. The Oracle of Bellevue, Roman Herzog's moral legitimation for German missiles on Belgrade, says it with all possible clarity. Quote, "Peace and the protection of human rights must not be lost sight of even for a moment. But the experience of lack of freedom places a special obligation on us to stand up for freedom. We are only giving back what we ourselves have been given." End of quote. The war against Yugoslavia is one of the aggressors against themselves for nothing. Hence the preview of the unbridled war of all against all, which cannot be won and therefore cannot be ended. The new type of war turns out to be the return of the oldest type. Quote, "No material interests of the West are recognizable. After all, it is not about oil wells, but about human rights." Tagesspiegel, May 20, 1999. This thesis expresses how naturally collective asociality could already become a virtue, that even the smallest light among the social democratic luminaries, Wolfgang Thierse, peddled it for applause and got it probably the first time in his life that he could be sure that it came from the full heart of the audience. Some things about the old colonialism, which actually enriched itself under the guise of Christianization, almost seem less terrible than the pure ethics with which destruction is pursued today. Because colonialism still needed natural and human material for exploitation, the crimes it committed were still carried out within the framework of a murderous but calculable rationality. There are no longer any limits to the objectively indiscriminate and only collective subjective paranoia-driven lashing out at the world to drive out a specter, which is the forward-defended value system of the West itself. Thier's statement, which, like any number of others, proclaims the end of the war of interests, sounds more frightening taken at face value than if it were a calculated lie. The category of interest has already been irreparably damaged since the self-movement of capital has not only periodically denied the self-preservation it aims to achieve, but in a permanent state. Since self-preservation can in turn only be realized on the basis of the general equivalent, the wars of this century are increasingly characterized by the attempt of subjectivity to break out of this circle of hell in order to be allowed to remain in it. The causes of war have increasingly become transparent rationalizations of the actual goal, the war itself. If not the First World War, then in any case the Second World War of National Socialist Germany represents an infernal endpoint in the history of wars of interest. This is also why the reluctant invocation of Auschwitz has become a reflex of the warlords. The ritualization of the constantly unasked Kosovo equals Auschwitz lie can rightly be described as perhaps the only real, especially German war aim. Not out of any calculation, which the authenticist moral priests Fischer and Scharping would not be able to do at all, but this latest species is acting. It speaks from them. They recognize themselves far too much in the role of a leviathan shaken by madness, who should have turned his murderous hatred of finance capital against himself, but preferred to punish the destruction of his national credit to 6 million Jews. A transmission whose exact repetition can hardly happen again, but whose subjective functioning has been preserved in the subject. The autonomous subject, who coolly weighed up the advantages and disadvantages of his actions, has disappeared in favor of a type of fear and envymonger. He rationalizes his behavior as a morally justified right, because classical law has lost all meaning for him. This right, denounced today as merely formal, deliberately ignores subjective intentions and presupposes a mutual interest in the existence and integrity of the competitor, who as an exchange partner was also a medium of self-preservation and not just a mirror of one's own superfluousness. The same applies to what Clinton, Blair, Schroeder, Fisher, Herzog, and Sharping call the right, as Horkheimer stated for the economy. Its newest form is also its oldest. What has always secretly preoccupied the citizen is now coming to light more openly than ever. Port noted as early as 1982. Paranoid fear, which transforms the aggressor into the threatened for one's own consciousness, drove the citizen forward unstoppably, from the conquest of South America to the decision to rearm. The desire to attack, like any desire, can be lost, but not the instinct for self-preservation. The desire to hunt blacks in Africa could once have waned. Not so the zeal to defend the fatherland in the Congo and save the Occidental world. End of quote. Habermas' statement in Die Zeit of April 29, 1999 that war, like Germany, which started it, has become more civilized because there is a lack of militaristic enthusiasm for it, points to the complete opposite of the claim. Killing without enthusiasm once started is indiscriminate and almost impossible to stop, because enthusiasm can die out if the desired goals do not materialize. In a world that has definitely become useless, starting in its written-off part, which lies outside the zones in which significant trade flows still move, there are no goals but only compulsiveness perceived as a moral duty which controls the killing. The war of conscience is a conscientious war. Öcalan abducted to Turkey, Kurdish protests in Europe, mass arrests of Kurdish politicians, and a news blackout on the Kurdish areas in Turkey. As if a purgatory had descended on the inhabitants of southeastern Turkey and their relatives living in western Turkey or Europe, Kurdish nationalists and their generally left-wing supporters of German or Turkish origin had to see themselves cheated of their ideal and despair of humanity. After the protests in Berlin, the news consumer, who is always very receptive to such things, was informed about Kurdish terror, civil war in Berlin, and the revenge of the Kurds. The Minister of the Interior no longer wants to rule out mass deportations, and the majority of Germans know that the issue of integrating foreigners must be on the agenda far beyond the CDU campaign. For any anti-imperialist leftist, the explanation is obvious. International conspiracy against the Kurdish struggle for freedom, led by the USA and, of course, the Mossad. You never need any proof. Involuntarily supported by Greece, which has capitulated to imperialist pressure, and benevolently accompanied by the Germans. No matter what you think of Öcalan and the PKK, there is no alternative to the only movement that is recognized by the Kurdish masses and is also powerful. The struggle for freedom was unavoidable because, that much was certain, the Kurds had always been oppressed as a people in the Turkish Republic. Anyone following the German debate from Öcalan's appearance in Italy in November last year to the current reactions to his abduction from Kenya will find the standard left-wing argumentation no more confirmed than the legend of the unified Kurdish people and their struggle for identity can be maintained. Certainly, the triumph of official Turkey over its worst enemy, the chauvinistic satisfaction with the capture of the child murderer, separatist chief, drug trafficker, all HRRIYET, must arouse extreme repugnance. A state that in its 70-year history has turned any social reformist approach that existed in the early decades into its opposite, that can only present society in the pursuit of the enemy image and reveals its practice, which flies in the face of all humanity, with the repugnant comparison of Öcalan's abduction with that of Adolf Eichmann by the Mossad, can only be met with cold hatred. The staged parallelism between the kidnapping of Öcalan and Eichmann is disgraceful because the core of Öcalan's kidnapping lies solely in the humiliation of the prisoner. Even in the weeks before, the desperate escape of the PKK leader was treated in the Turkish media as a sadistic cat-and-mouse game, and the fact that the fugitive even temporarily got rid of his mighty mustache in order to reach a European country undetected was satirized by Hrayat as a kidnapping and a confession of homosexuality. The personalization of the conflict on Öcalan by the Turkish side has undoubtedly found an echo in Germany, and the images seem to be similar in the presentation of the bloodthirsty party leader. However, unlike Germany, Turkey seeks to impute to the PKK primarily the kind of criminal energy that is characteristic of the state-affiliated gangs that have been the subject of public debate since the Susurluk accident. In addition to the PKK's alleged drug and mafia connections, the main focus is on bomb and grenade attacks in the mid-1990s, which claimed the lives of women, children, and tourists, as well as unarmed conscripts who were taken off the bus and liquidated. Of these, the Germans are only interested in the mafia element, the so-called tax collection, which is occasionally prosecuted as racketeering. In Germany, Öcalan and his troop are primarily seen as disturbing because of the shadows of their past, the Marxist, FAZ, even Stalinist, TAZ, FR background to which the PPK is still loyal today. This is the main reason why the PKK is denied legitimacy as a representative of the Kurds, which is why it is only banned in Germany apart from Turkey. The view of totalitarianism trained on the Black Book finds a current object in the Kurdistan Workers' Party and its leader. However, the Stalinist spirit is exorcised using the example of a formation that has only internalized so much of Stalinism that it is nationally oriented and strictly hierarchically organized. This party and its supporters, who stand together like one man in their hour of need, i.e. the way a German ideologue always wants his own people to do in the face of global challenges, cannot, at least for the time being, be accepted by Germans as interlocutors under any circumstances. The Kurds are simply becoming the object of collective fears of threat under the sign of the PKK, quite unlike the Kurdish cause itself. On the Kurdish question, as PKK-friendly leftists, such as the staff of Medico International, have been in complete agreement with Öcalan guest Heinrich Lumier for years, there is a need for action. And this is clearly directed against the Turkish state, which must stop the dirty war, respect human rights, and grant the Kurdish people cultural and regional hegemony. The shrill anti-Kurdish tones following the shots fired at the Israeli consulate in Berlin can easily obscure how lively and thoroughly understanding Kurdish affairs are being discussed in Germany. More so than ever since Öcalan's escape from Syria, Kurds have many pleasing qualities. Even if they tend towards fanaticism, they are credited with being refugees and not parasites. They live far from their homeland involuntarily, and their most ardent wish is to return to where they come from. This unites German-Kurdish friendship with nationalist Kurdishness, regardless of whether it is represented by Kamker or the PKK. The Orientalist and freelance writer Dr. Namo Aziz, obviously a partisan of Öcalan, reveals to FAZ readers in the December 29, 98 edition what is valued about the Kurds from Turkey in contrast to the Turkish migrant workers. Not to call them by their national name is a mockery of the exiled Kurds, who in Germany as in Turkey are nothing other than Turks, even if the real reason for their departure is the disregard of their national identity with all its political consequences. End quote. The issue of national identity is not only a concern of Kurdish functionaries, whose political and thus economic survival depends on unbroken access to the herd. Forward-looking Germans will have noted with approval the solution Dr. Aziz had to offer in the Frankfurter Blatt für Volksdummspflege. Quote, "It is just as logical that if this problem were solved, many of the Kurds living in Germany would rather exchange their exile for a secure life in their homeland today than tomorrow." End of quote. Aziz recommends that the Germans apply a very German discipline. He knows of 450,000 Kurds from Turkey living in Germany who are hidden in the 2 million-strong pool of Turkish immigrants. German authorities could help to discover the hidden ones, as they have more experience in racial selection than Kurdish chauvinists. How do you find the Kurds and what is their purpose? Aziz rightly remarks, the largest Kurdish village, however, is located no less than 1,000 kilometers west of Kurdistan, in the explosively growing slums of Istanbul. End quote. Another person who uses the plight of people as a means of making a profit in his ethnological business is the Utrecht professor of Turkology and Kurdology, Martin von Bruinissen, who holds a visiting professorship at the FU Berlin. In an interview with Jungle World from September 12, 98, which is well worth reading, the FU professor helps the somewhat party-like stiff Dr. Aziz on his feet. As usual in this newspaper, the editors considered the Kurdology nonsense spread there, which has been rampant at the FU for years, to be vouched expert knowledge instead of using it as a basis for ideology-critical study, which is why the interim Neue Falge Zeitung für kritischen Sozialdemokratismus was able to adopt the text without comment. Confronted by the interviewer with the demand for social and cultural acceptance of the Kurdish people, which has recently been appearing increasingly in Kurdish publications, Bruinissen replies, "It's not just about the question of an area in Turkey that wants to be autonomous because only about half of the Kurds still live there, and the other half live elsewhere in Turkey or in Europe. But there is the symbolic level. Kurdistan is part of the definition of Kurdish identity, even if you were not born there. And because the symbolic is very important, the Kurdish movement will probably not give up the demand for autonomy for Kurdistan, but perhaps it will no longer be the only demand or the main demand of the movement." End quote. The fact that Kurdish identity is cultivated even if one no longer lives and was not born in the homeland is due to a change in the basis of legitimacy of Öcalan's politics. From around 1994, the peak of the PKK success was past. The Turkish Özel special units learned the counter-guerrilla strategy and used superior technology to put the PKK fighters on the defensive in their own territory. The forced evacuation and destruction of remote homesteads and villages by the military, i.e. what interested circles from the PKK to Medico International still call a genocide today, accompanied the program. Since then, the mountains are no longer a strategic retreat, but wasteland, often certain death for the guerrillas in winter. It was precisely in this hour of need that the fragility of Kurdish identity, on which the PKK so necessarily depends, was confirmed. The migration movement to the west of Turkey and beyond was certainly greatly accelerated by the civil war, but it had been underway long before the start of hostilities and was by no means solely or even primarily due to the specific discrimination and disenfranchisement of the Turkish Kurds. Like more and more inhabitants of central Anatolia and the Black Sea region, the majority of the inhabitants of the Kurdish regions are fleeing from misery and hopelessness. At the time of the turning point in the uprising, Öcalan was still predominantly territorially fixated. He wanted to rule a people on their ancestral soil. When half the people are already living elsewhere, and with increasing tendency, a head of state in waiting must feel anxious. When it became apparent that interest in cultural characteristics such as language and customs was declining just as rapidly in the diaspora as tax morale, which necessitated the establishment of a very rigid tax police force with an associated enforcement apparatus, which only accelerated the alienation, Öcalan demonized the refugees as deserters and traitors to their country, saying they were a disgrace to their country. He had no need for these outbursts. Time was working in his favor. Those who come to Istanbul from Hakkari today find themselves in an even more deplorable Hakkari than 10 years ago, because once there, the dream of a better life in the big city has finally come to an end. Housed in shanty towns and in search of income, which, as in Hakkari, barely ensures survival for the majority, they are at the mercy of a predominantly Kurdish society that functions as a network of earning opportunities through relationships, marriage opportunities through relationships, and emigration opportunities through relationships. In Istanbul or Izmir, the Kurdish village is being re-established. In the major cities of Western Turkey, peace still prevails between Kurds and Turks in the face of shared misery and the unifying overculture of Islam. Those native Istanbulites, however, who see their hopes dwindling due to competition from the east or who, like the bourgeoisie in Izmir, are suffering from the enormous deterioration in the quality of life in the rapidly growing city, tend towards hostile, essentially racist exclusion. The unsuccessful escape from traditionalist misery has also created new identities in the diaspora. German immigration policy exacerbates Kurdish nationalism as a desperate ghetto certificate by denying naturalization to all people from Turkey living in the country who are dependent on unemployment benefits or social welfare. Turkish migrants from the Kurdish regions have a poorer education than their compatriots from the West. Already inadequately familiar with the Turkish language, they learn German even worse. Burdened with the fear of losing relatives in southeastern Turkey, and more socially marginalized than the majority of Western Turkish migrants, the commitment to togetherness is expressed in Kurdish. Identity, that concoction of language, folkdom, family ties, and unhappy memories of a wonderland that never existed, was more popular than ever in the late 1990s and became the actual propaganda hit of the militarily defeated but never completely defeatable PKK. It interprets collective characteristics arising from hardship and marginalization as the very own, indestructible Kurdish national character, even beyond the national borders, and agrees with many Europeans on this. The special interest shown in the PKK-dominated parliament in exile or the associations of Kurdish intellectuals who are creating a unified Kurdish language or a Kurdish national and cultural history and similar state-preparing facts with the approval and financial support of Western European states confirms that the symbolic is very important, as Bernissen puts it, not only for Kurdish nationalists, but also for states that value a Kurdish question as a means of domination. It was against this oppressive background that Öcalan appeared on the European stage in November 1998. Before that, what he had always had to reckon with had happened to him. Useful idiot that he had always been for the Syrian government, he had been summarily dropped and deported in the face of massive and militarily convincing threats from Turkey, and at the same time the training camps were closed. After Turkey's regular military interventions in the UN Special Zone of northern Iraq had already cut off the Iraqi retreat in previous years, and Iran did not want any Turkish Kurdish leader on its territory. The only option was to flee the region. But even in Europe, Öcalan had to learn that the movement he led was never more than a means in the calculation of others to exert influence on Turkey. No one was interested in his well-being, not even Greece, which was so understanding when it realized that the PKK card was currently not working. Nevertheless, the Kurdish card remains up the sleeves of interested nations. It can be presented as a criticism of the neglect of human rights in Turkey when it comes to Turkey's integration into the EU, because the EU, especially Germany, wants to prevent this at all costs. But the big game with the Kurdish card, and thus also with Turkey's future, is being played in the field of Middle East policy. Starting with the EU's increasingly openly anti-Israeli stance, which in Germany is expressed in vicious accusations of fundamentalism against Israel and the condemnation of Netanyahu as an enemy of peace, which runs through all the media, the interest extends to the entire region. Wherever the USA, as a dominant power, seeks to maintain or stabilize old positions, Europe is proving to be a critic of Israel in line with the USA's Arab allies. Stalemate in the Israeli-Palestinian negotiations? No wonder the USA would unilaterally back Israel. Missile attacks on targets in Iraq? Together with Saudi Arabia and Egypt, the EU is keeping its distance. Political Islam? Europeans, especially in Germany, see laicism as a colonialist attack on national and cultural identity in the region. The louder Huntington's thesis of the clash of civilizations is condemned by the European, especially the German media, the more securely German Europe places itself on the side of the only and genuine culture against imperialism. Turkey is not only the western tip of the Middle East in terms of military strategy. As a firm ally of the USA and reliable NATO partner, it is an important guarantor for the maintenance of Pax Americana in the Middle East. As the Turkish state disintegrates into a conglomerate of disparate and increasingly armed interest formations, the European West senses opportunities for action. The persistence with which Turkey's official national ideology, Kemalism, is denounced in Europe as an unnatural and culturally alien evil that has been forcibly imposed on society marks the forward-looking alliance with the increasingly powerful Islamists. What appears dangerous about Kemalism, which is now devoid of any capacity for reform, is not so much its police state and national chauvinist elements. What makes Western Europe unhappy is its explicitly pro-Western, strictly secular and still oriented towards the idea of opening up to Europe's prosperity and freedom, a desirability that has still not been overcome due to Turkey's special role in NATO and the IMF's restraint as a result. The central state's rigorism, due to Ataturk's strict homogeneity policy, has completely done away with all national and cultural minorities, less through murder than through a mixture of threats, repression, and offers, with the exception of the Kurds. Their last revolutionary upsurge under the banner of the PKK was initially more an expression of impatience at the lack of prosperity and corresponding reforms than an explicitly national cause, and thus a sign of the failure of the Turkish development model. Because capitalism no longer offers prosperity worldwide, but only misery self-administration under the sign of freedom and democracy, the Kurdish protest movement lends itself to promoting the parcelling out of a state that insists on sharing in prosperity under the sign of international law, while at the same time using the nature and rights argument to promote the whole evil of Islamism. Anyone who positions themselves on the side of the Kurdish movement automatically ends up on the Islamic Arab side in the clash of civilizations, which not only increasingly large sections of the Turkish population are leaning towards, but also the Kurdish national movement for purely political reasons. The result is antagonism not only towards Turkey, but also towards the USA in particular. If things come to a head, and the pro-Arab European statements suggest that they will, anyone who supports Kurdish nationalism will also have to position themselves against Israel. Although Israel is scrupulously keeping out of Kurdish affairs, it is already categorized by Kurdish nationalists, as by all Arab Islamic countries, as a classic enemy. While the USA supported Turkey's request for Öcalan's extradition from the outset, Europe found itself in an embarrassing situation. The pro-Islamic option, to which the pro-Kurdish option owed its existence, was still too immature politically and militarily for Europe to openly confront the USA in foreign policy. Italy, suddenly placed at the forefront of a PKK recognition policy thanks to the activities of some Rifondazione Comunista functionaries, not only received a beating from an insensate Turkey, but above all had to fear the disapproval of the USA. At the same time, Rome had been put in this situation by Bonn in an unprecedented way, because the promise that it would apply for Öcalan's extradition in any case was denied within a very short time. Öcalan's hopes for a quick Arafatization through European aid could not be fulfilled. This was a personal defeat for Abdullah Öcalan, which could cost him his life, but not necessarily for the cause he led. The fact that Öcalan is out of action for an unforeseeable period of time does not necessarily paralyze his party. On the contrary, the coldness of the leader encourages competition. After all, Kurdish nationalists will need to make a few quid pro quos to gain European friendship, such as renouncing violence and demonstrating their suitability for civil society. This could mean the merger of the PKK with other parties or simply the presentation of untainted cadres. Brynison sees this obligation as largely fulfilled. I think that the PKK is already largely de-ideologized in certain respects and has already distanced itself from the strongly ideological Marxism. How right he is. Not only have the hammer and sickle been removed from the party symbol and replaced by the fascist-sounding fire of the mythical blacksmith Kawa, but the PKK's temporarily quite useful activities before the opening of the Patriotic War in 1984 against Turkey have long since ceased. Instead of attacks on the feudal structures and their supporters, an alliance was formed with patriotic feudal lords. Instead of anti-Islamism, an alliance was formed with patriotic imams. The seemingly extreme radicalization of the PKK resistance through the declaration of the People's War against Turkish fascism in the summer of 1984 was instead to prove to be a step towards the programmatic and practical normalization of the movement. The more than 30,000 people who have died in the civil war since then, mainly on the Kurdish side, have fallen as soldiers and not as freedom fighters. They did their duty for their fatherland, and the Turkish soldiers went into the fire under the same pretext, with the difference that they had more serious doubts about the purpose of the exercise. Today the war has been decided, but not the Kurdish problem. Of course, it will not be negotiated in the categories of liberating people from material hardship and social coercion. Our Kurdology professor criticizes that the PKK has not come up with any concrete ideas about economic development in an independent Kurdistan. Quote, "If it really succeeds in playing a political role in the future, it will of course be within the framework of a capitalist economy." End quote. Germany came up with the idea of turning Öcalan and the Turkish-Kurdish conflict into a European international law process, which the Kurdish movement immediately jumped at. Initially more in order to save face in the face of the serious snubbing of the Italian government, a European trial of Öcalan was demanded and the liberal German press, but also the Kurdish press, eagerly took up the project. Nothing came of it, but the prospect of at least symbolically putting Turkey's military and political rulers in the European dock together with Öcalan and playing the role of world conscience is all too tempting. What the voluntary services for human rights issues, such as the Society for Threatened Peoples, have compiled in hard work as far as Kurdistan is concerned, but even more so the Kurdophiles of Medico International, is perfectly suited in style and gesture as material for the indictment. Cultural nights like Mr. Aziz and Mr. Brynison are already demonstrating the inalienable ethnic rights of the Kurdish people. A human rights administration practiced along the Bosnian question can make highly useful deductions regarding the treatment of Kurds defined accordingly here and elsewhere. On February 21, 1999, the inevitable Udo Steinbach of the Hamburg Orient Institute stated in an interview with Bild that anyone who wanted to intervene in Kosovo because of Serbian human rights violations would have to station a corresponding force in southeastern Turkey by the same right. The Turkish state is already being put under increased European human rights pressure. Strangely enough, because of the unlawful proceedings against Öcalan, who was not wanted in Europe, least of all in Germany. However, the negotiations on the Kurdish question have the most lasting consequences for those who come from Kurdistan and live here. In the midst of the civil war fantasies of the German media, the image of the indomitable Kurds longing for their national freedom reappeared, as if PKK cadres had prepared it. They will continue to receive more attention. Kurdologists of all countries will see to that. The result is already foreseeable today. The Kurds living in Europe, especially in Germany, will gradually become tolerated minorities, refugees from the civil war whose toleration could break away from under their feet as soon as the situation in Kurdistan has eased and possibly been ethnically clarified. The entire operation is not only a destabilization of the Turkish Republic in favor of a multi-ethnic confederation, which will then be ruled by whoever created it. It would also be the triumph of the European line on the periphery of the Middle East. As a result, the third European path that emerged through the Huntington controversy could prove successful in what is now finally Europe's backyard. Ideologically, the zoologists of humanity of German provenance, who have no understanding of folkdom and religion, have long since asserted themselves. because they know that the pre-civilizational imprint of a society not only dissuades the individual from articulating human interests, but that the collectives thus created will remain loyal to their savior, against the competition from the USA and against the Zionist devils from Israel. Apo Öcalan will hardly benefit from Kurdish autonomy in Turkey. He will remain pushed out of the front line, even if he is released one day. Moderate, democratic, and compliant autonomy chauvinists with an extreme culturalist orientation, free from the smell of assassination and strong ideological Marxism, will take over Öcalan's legacy. More credible than him, they will take up what he has long paved the way for and declare the largely uninhabitable region their homeland and happily await the repatriation of their brothers and sisters living in Europe. The European Kurdistan trial will have to be cancelled due to a lack of defendants, but the people's cause will probably still prevail. The sun of Kurdistan has been extinguished even without a European trial for crimes against humanity and internal democracy. Öcalan's fate in the dungeons or even on the execution ground of the Turkish state will make him useful once again. This time as proof of the legitimacy of the Kurdish cause against the Turkish state that tramples on human rights. The losers in the process of the affirmation of the Kurdish folkdom by a Europe committed to international law will be the people who have been taught to call themselves the Kurds. The European turn towards the Kurdish people will indiscriminately affect the former inhabitants of the Turkish southeast, who simply wanted to escape misery and have shed their interest in folkish identity in search of a better life. But those who wanted to fight the pigs with a gun in their hands and who mistook the increasingly folkish tirades of their leaders for the promise of a liberated life will not be spared either. The first group will have nothing left to oppose the deportation order to Kurdistan, which perhaps Mr. Shealy, based on the folkdom and human rights analyses of Dr. Aziz and Dr. Branscheid of Medico International, will one day pronounce and execute in the most humanitarian manner. They will have been subjected to such fierce recurdization that they will not even be able to object to the folkish cattle drive that is planned for them. That would be the way back to Hakkari, eternal damnation to material and intellectual misery under the sign of the homeland. The others, the ones with the weapon, if they have not lost their lives in suicide squads or other patriotic endeavors by then, may one day become proud members of an original Kurdish Özeltim. Abdullah Öcalan will feel ill-treated by history if he lives to see the hour of Kurdish liberation. Like Mr. Pinochet, whose life path does not stand for the murder of 30,000 people, but for the rescue of the market economy from strongly ideological Marxism, Mr. Öcalan will be dropped, although in his life path he has always understood strongly ideological Marxism only as a transparent propaganda tool owed to the requirements of the times in the 1970s and early 1980s for the implantation of healthy folkdom within the framework of a capitalist economy. He, too, is a successful man who is sacrificed for the sake of the cause, on the altar of human rights. It will be of little satisfaction to him that those who want to lynch him legally are already being scolded by those who want to take him out of circulation for lacking the rule of law. Abdullah Öcalan and Augusto Pinochet are alike in that they responded to the hope of liberating their compatriots by establishing the freedom of the market. The one by liquidating the leftist competition, the other by the chauvinist liquidation of the attempt to oppose the terror of the ruling conditions with a project of all communist Turks. The one is the father of a new middle class whose social democratic or Christian democratic majority hates him for having created it and not Allende or Frei. The other is the creator of a folkish collective that will identify the autocratic boss of the past with a revolutionary criticism that he never stood for. The hot NATO war against Yugoslavia is over, bomber pilots and moralizers have returned safely to their bases. And just as the smoke has cleared over the ruins, the troubled conscience of German foreign policy seems to have calmed down, for the time being. With Fischer's admonition for going it alone at the UN in the matter of East Timor and the Social Democrats' words of power in the dispute over tank exports to Turkey, the world is back in its usual disarray. The complaint of Claudia Roth, the Green Party chairwoman of the Bundestag Human Rights Committee, may have sounded like a retrospective confirmation of those who have always known that morality, conscience, and human rights are a mere pretext for business. Quote, "When it comes to economic issues, human rights seem to take a back seat." End quote. Tangible interests, as they are valued in anti-imperialist planning games, seem to be guiding Schroeder and Sharping again. Securing the location of the arms industry and the need to save money determine attention and indifference to certain parts of the world. It is undeniable that reason speaks here instead of conscience, as a mixture of economic calculation and sober realpolitik. Unfortunately, however, this kind of reason is in no way immune to the voice of conscience. Even persecution maniacs can perform simple additions. However, the inner reference system of their actions hardly obeys the rules of formal logic. Roth's restriction when it comes to economic issues, then, i.e., when it is immediately about austerity packages and jobs, when 2 and 2 are added together already implies the counter-question. And if not, then we are talking about Yugoslavia. The allies to whom the tears and the lifeblood of the German elites are devoted, the so-called Bosniaks and Kosovars, cannot pay for a new Leopard 2 tank on their own. Identification with them cannot be sold as a labor market policy measure. The compulsion to save money and the inevitability of acquiring yet another protectorate, Kosovo, after the billion-dollar grave of Bosnia, are deeply contradictory according to the rules of formal logic of addition and subtraction. This makes the search for the supposed material causes of imperialist activity an almost impossible task. Where mineral resources, which the First World is supposedly so obsessed with controlling, are actually to be found in considerable quantities, it is precisely there that German foreign policy shows itself to have a clearer mind than its critics. Not because this mind knows what its anti-imperialist critics should know. That abstract wealth, the result of capitalist exploitation, is not a useful thing and certainly not a cake to be divided by political cuts. It thinks more realistically than all official and critical geostrategy experts put together. Rather, the deficit-ridden public coffers simply prohibit the creation of zones of influence or even areas of control that would be as profitable for these coffers as a Tsarland enlarged 100-fold would be for the financial equalization of the federal states. Now that the war being waged in Chechnya and Dagestan is exactly the war that anti-imperialism mistook the Kosovo War for, the flimsy reactions to Russia's actions show that the 2+2 logic only applies to the economic pariah state of Russia, but not to the states of the Western community of values. The latter do not seem to dislike the fact that Russia's tried and tested energy cartels and rope teams and not Muslim gangster states control the supply of Caspian oil. Germany, of all countries, shines here with an unusual sense of reality, which the German government's economic organ FAZ in the form of Heidmary Wieckereksul praises. Large oil reserves are suspected under the part of the seabed that belongs to Kazakhstan in the Caspian Sea. Germany has so far held back in the race for extraction concessions and transportation rights. End quote. However, we hear little about the fact that other countries, apart from Russia, are fighting to create good weather or an infrastructure for investment in Kazakhstan. In contrast to the ominous competitors, according to the minister, the federal government wants to contribute to the development of democratic structures and the rule of law in the states of Central Asia to preserve peace in the region and expand the market economy system. This included good governance and independent financing systems. But no money will be poured into a bottomless pit. What is already regarded as the proverbial bottomless pit in a place where the oil could only gush forth, where the world's largest deposits of zinc and tungsten, as well as significant resources of lead, chrome, or in manganese can be found, is only a pitiful bucket compared to the barrels that were opened by the Serbian wars. This applies in particular to the costs of maintaining the Bosnian protectorate. Cooperation with Kazakhstan, which serves to finance longer-term investment projects, only amounts to around 25 million marks a year. Technical cooperation, in which German experts advise on individual projects, barely exceeds 5 million marks. Kazakhstan has received a total of 186 million marks in financial aid since 1994. In comparison, Ethiopia, the African priority country, received around 700 million marks from 1992 to 1997. However, the figures for the Balkans also leave those of Ethiopia, which is poor in raw materials, far behind. The approximately 10 billion marks that have flowed into Bosnia over the past 4 years plus almost 3 billion for the neighboring states serve as a point of reference for estimating the costs of the Kosovo Protectorate as the center of a Balkan Stability Pact or a new Marshall Plan. A cost estimate that will be far exceeded by the new plan, as formulated at the Balkan Conference on July 29, 1999, namely to create democratic model countries out of nothing in a free trade zone around Serbia. Joseph Stiglitz, the chief economist of the World Bank, aimed the highest at $100 billion. The EU Commission named almost 60 billion marks as the basis for a kind of Marshall Plan for the Balkans. Deutsche Bank research came up with the same figure. In addition, the deployment of a peacekeeping force of 50,000 men alone, according to a projection by Deutsche Bank research, will cost between $14 and $25 billion a year. Figures that were presented again on the eve of the summit spectacle in Sarajevo. According to estimates by the European Investment Bank in Luxembourg, Reconstruction and refugee aid will cost around 98 billion marks. According to the head of the World Bank, James Wolfensohn, around 4.5 billion marks will have to be raised this year for immediate measures. 2 days later, official estimates emerge from the USA, which consider up to 740 billion marks to be necessary for reconstruction in the Balkans. In the face of such megalomania, the argument that rational, interest-driven motives are behind this is completely misleading. The desired eastward expansion of the German-dominated EU, the enlargement of the Eurozone, or even a deficit spending project pushed by industry. What is thus presented as a strategic goal is already a reality in the Balkans. The fact that the secret and/or actual national currency in each of these states is the DM could easily be seen even at the petrol stations of the rogue state of Yugoslavia. No war had to be fought for the convertible dinar in Macedonia or the convertible mark in Bosnia, and no stability pact had to be concluded. An eastward enlargement of the EU in its present form is in fact only being sought by the so-called accession candidates. The subsidy traps that would arise if depreciated regions had to be brought up to world market competitiveness would perpetuate the financial crisis that the German reconstruction of the East alone has brought the EU into on an unimaginably larger scale, not to mention the effects of free labor migration. Only the American model is conceivable: free trade with Mexico with the simultaneous installation of self-propelled guns on the Rio Grande. However, such a comparison can only be made with the proviso that Mexico's demand potential far exceeds that of most Eastern European candidate countries, and that the wage pressure exerted by Mexico on the U.S. labor market cannot shake a social partnership in the sense of Rhineland capitalism. There is no equivalent in American to the concept of social dislocation, invoked by the Junge Welt for the period after the planned introduction of the euro in the Balkans in 2003. Quote, "The merger of two regions with such different levels of productivity in a free trade zone cannot, of course, remain without considerable social upheaval. Factory closures and mass unemployment will be an inevitable consequence." End of quote. The JW author can hardly be referring to the Balkans, which have already left the feared future behind them, i.e. have returned from industrial production and wage labor to subsistence production and simple exchange of goods. The German nationalist Marxism shares his nevertheless correct prediction with the EU think tanks. None of the proposals of the authoritative CEPS, Center for European Policy Studies, in Brussels amount to more than the mere re-regulation of a free trade zone that is already in the making. They do not envisage integration along the lines of Portugal or Spain, but rather seek a new form of association to be created. In concrete terms, this means abolishing customs duties on EU products, introducing a free trade zone, then joining the customs union that exists between Turkey and the EU in 2003 and firmly pegging the regional currencies to the euro. This does not change much compared to the current situation, the normal type of post-socialist economy. On the basis of subsistence and exchange in kind, a currency-controlled black market is emerging that can only feed itself from two sources: from the infusions of a hypertrophic international bureaucracy, as in Bosnia or Macedonia, and from its function as a money-laundering machine for the profits of the ghetto economy, the grubby twin brother of the service society. One should speak of a ghetto revenue rather than an economy, because the circulating foreign currency is only a split-off part of the remaining demand power of the world that left the ghetto, for goods that are still rare or illegal: their drugs, sex, and virtually unpaid labor. The unctuous prosperity rhetoric of Fischer, initiator of the Balkan Stability Pact, is merely a self-soothing pill against the possible realization that a foreign exchange economy at a retarded level of productivity simply means misery without end, which no international financial aid in the world can do anything about. Peace, democracy, and prosperity. The motto of the Balkan Summit in Sarajevo, Fischer had already promised the countries of the region, with the exception of Milosevic's Serbia, 2 months earlier, but also that the Stability Pact is not a shortcut to the EU. He then went on to explain this strange junction. We must do for Southeast Europe today what was done for the West after 1945 and for the East of our continent after 1989. End quote. Precisely because no amount of money can bring about a new 1945, but only an eternal 1989, this is the prospect that the magic formula of the Marshall Plan is supposed to banish. It's just too bad that the demand-oriented left and the official festive speakers are so keen to believe in it that they are already embarrassed by the sober bookkeeping. Many people are thinking of a new edition of the Marshall Plan, which contributed $11 billion to the reconstruction of Europe after the Second World War. The basic principle at the time: Washington paid the funds directly to American exporters, The recipients of the imports in Europe then transferred the equivalent value in domestic currency to a fund, which in turn financed investments for reconstruction. A successful principle, but in contrast to the 1940s and 1950s, almost all of the Balkan countries today lack even the beginnings of an economic structure with functioning companies. There is a great danger that, as in Russia, large sums of money will trickle away to no effect. Even Bosnia, well endowed with financial aid, is not only far removed from the eternal peace of Fischer's provenance. Even the Keynesian illusion that economic aid to the protectorate would create a demand from abroad evaporates as quickly as it arises. For not only would, without foreign aid, this country would have died very quickly, Fr. July 27, 99. As the ICG, International Crisis Group, the most important political consultancy agency active in Bosnia, sums up, its survival also holds no benefit for the donor countries. Despite everything, the country's gross national product is only a third of what it was before the war, which also makes it uninteresting as a consumer of industrial goods from those donor countries. The same naturally also applies to the neighboring states, which owe their meager continued existence only to international presence. Albania, for example, has received the highest per capita aid of all countries since 1990 after Namibia, without anything having improved there. The interest in Bosnia and Kosovo, i.e. in the establishment of cost-intensive open-air laboratories for political experiments, does not come from the sources from which oil gushes, not to mention the order books of industry, which does not care whether state-financed bridges are built over the Elbe or the Neretva. In all likelihood, the Kazakhs would be just as happy to sell their newly acquired sovereignty as the state that the Izetbegovic clan only created in order to sell it off. The fact that he succeeded in doing what the Kazakhs, fobbed off with development petty cash, will never succeed in doing, and that the KLA chief's calculation in Kosovo seems to be working out just as brilliantly, is not due to the arithmetic of the budget or location of the donor states, and certainly not that of Germany, the largest donor to Bosnia with an estimated 25% share. Only a fraction of the acumen that left-wing critics use to look for connections that definitely do not exist behind the ideological backdrop, applied to the backdrop itself, would help to shed light on the Yugoslav riddles. Ideology is not merely the instrument of lying priests who hide their highest selfish interests behind religion or morality, as the early Enlightenment assumed. It is not mechanically separable from its source. The belief in democracy is neither deception by the elites nor error on the part of those who adhere to it, but a product of the abstract freedom and equality of exchange. The fact that peace and prosperity are destroyed by the result of this free exchange, the highest form of democracy, the world market, is something the believer cannot comprehend, much less accept. The new colonies in the Balkans are pointless according to criteria of platitudinous rationality of purpose. But they are by no means pointless. They serve as practical proof that the world system of exchange has more in store for its participants than complete indifference to their existence. What used to be called system convergence, the overwhelming similarity of the Western, especially West German, welfare state to socialism, the certainty that prosperity can only be wrested from capitalism through a non-market, political principle, makes the deficit-induced demise of the socialist states appear as a harbinger of what also awaits the Western authoritarian distributive state. Templin in the Tagesspiegel, November 10, 99. Ruin. Using ruinous means to scare away the fear of ruin. This is the source of the billions on which the dummy state of Bosnia lives. This is the reason why the West has taken on a region that has been written off, in order to prove that society is much more livable and lovable as a civil society, after the collapse of the Yugoslavian welfare state. 10 billion to prove that the principle defeated in 1989 was the reason for all the evils that followed this victory. Proof that they do not want to give to the actual inhabitants of those protectorates, but to themselves. If the Dayton Agreement was already marked by a galloping loss of reality, its implementation, in NGO speak, implementation, is even more so. The constantly lengthening implementation period, the constantly expanding powers of the OHR, Office of the High Representative, up to the unlimited duration of an unlimited educational dictatorship cannot be characterized in any other way. In Bosnia, the capital of interventionism, times December 17, 97, there are an estimated 50,000 members of the international military and administrative bureaucracy, plus around 200 NGOs. The only thing more grotesque than the effort involved are the goals of this new type of colonial administration. Goals that will remain unsolvable even as a task for generations, Fischer. Nothing less than a self-sustaining economy is to be created on the ruins of state industry, which has been cut off from the world market, which is not eternally dependent on total alimentación from the West and does not seek to secure the reproduction in clan and gang economies that the vanished state once guaranteed, and does not pursue the decentralization and local autonomy laid down in Dayton as a distribution of international alimony according to ethno-nationalist principles, but as a peaceful multicultural ring game. Because what must not be cannot be, undesirable developments such as in Bosnia are attributed to a kind of subjective factor instead of the regression of the market society. Political disenfranchisement was followed by socio-psychological disenfranchisement. Because ethnic cliques and nepotism cannot be seen as the adequate survival strategies that they actually are, they are interpreted as a traumatic legacy of the authoritarian state, which can only be overcome through targeted detraumatization. Quote, Bosnia is a very sick society in which people are not familiar with the most basic democratic principles. OHR in Washington Post, June 10, 1997. The OSCE in particular is dedicated to such empowerment with its own democratization branch. The Bosnians, for their part, prefer such disenfranchisement to the fate that would befall them if the tap were turned off on this large-scale therapeutic experiment. What the Bosnians have to fear more than a slackening of the PIC's Peace Implementation Conference engagement is the emergence of fresh competition. A credo quia absurdum est like that of the Dayton protecting powers may not diminish, but it can turn to other substitute objects of gratification. After all, the Muslims and Croats of the former SR Bosnia-Herzegovina, who were also hostile to each other, qualified for international aid and the sympathy of first the German and later the entire Western media simply by seceding from the authoritarian distributive state in a coup. In the meantime, others have also rendered outstanding services to the anti-totalitarian mission. The credit of these others, headed by the Kosovo Albanians, is still almost unencumbered in comparison to the Bosniaks, who have been proving difficult to treat for 5 years now. Albania and Macedonia are also hoping for Bosnian-style alimentación, which has been and will continue to be a reward for anti-Serb fronts. Kiro Gligorov, president of Macedonia, knows the rules of the game and knows the crisis, i.e. the war against Yugoslavia, gives us a new chance, Taz, July 31, 1999. The task that the Federation Bosnians were supposed to solve is unsolvable with the best will in the world, because the transfer payments to the protectorate are only made for the purpose of demonstrating that it is possible to live well under capitalism without transfer payments. The Bosnians were given the task of proving that unemployment can be eradicated by starting a business and that those who want to work can eat without the welfare state, i.e. that it is simply a matter of the will of the superfluous to end their superfluousness. Quote, but cash and cement will not be enough in the Balkans. Capable people of integrity are needed to manage the money and lead the reconstruction. For their sake, it is important to get investors to commit themselves to the have-nots. Societies must mutate into pluralistic democracies, which until now were more akin to totalitarian dictatorships. Berliner Zeitung, July 30, 1999. A lack of ability and integrity must therefore have prevented a civil society in Bosnia. In the face of such overwhelming bourgeois logic, Marx could only think of Shakespeare 100 years ago. To be a handsome man is a gift of circumstance, but to be able to read and write comes naturally, MEW 2398. And it is no coincidence that reports of corruption in Itzebegava-controlled ministries and the Bosnian State Bank are circulating just in time for the Balkan Summit. Suddenly, after 5 years of empowerment, Bosnia is covered with socialist remnants that prevent a proper banking system and thus a flourishing trade. It is always the fated socialism that prevents, via corruption, the paradise of free exchange of small owners of themselves. Quote, none of the Balkan countries has made much progress on the path from a state-run economy to a market economy, and none has come close to the social product of 1989, the year of the fall of communism. Businesses are lacking everywhere, and political instability and corruption are hampering economic progress. Zeit, June 17, 1999. The catastrophic progress is leading to the very situation that the West perceives as being contrary to prosperity qua market. The fight for the free market and against corruption is like a dog chasing its own tail in vain. What's more, because the cure produces the disease, the same diagnosis is inevitably always given. The corrupt dictator, embodiment of the ineffective state economy, is targeted. Milosevic is unchangeably and incomparably condemned to play this role. However, the futility of the financial effort, the widening gap between the pressure to save in the donor countries and the establishment of further laboratories for the future in the Balkans, makes even former bearers of hope appear in a different light. It was clear from the start that the Izetbegovic clan would treat Bosnia like Al Capone treated Chicago. The fact that this corruption has suddenly become an obstacle to growth has nothing to do with a change in the way things are done in Bosnia, but with the despair of Western illusionaries that the future Bosnia is supposed to stand for, the future of the rebuilt welfare state, is turning out to be what it has to be, gangster-esque paradise. Whatever the new distribution formula for an even more disastrous Greater Bosnia II called the Balkan Stability Pact will look like, the villain who is responsible for the predictable failure of the venture is excluded from the pact and thus already determined again. Expelled at the substitute object Montenegro, it will again be Serbia that prevents the Balkan upswing. It was not least the futile wait for a post-socialist economic miracle that led the Social Democratic International, which rules in Europe and the USA, to follow the anti-Serbian course set by Germany. The Treaty of Rambouillet was a faithful descendant of Dayton in its social reformist parts, its projection of a future society in Kosovo, only that the aggression against the designated troublemaker, the successor to the central state of Yugoslavia, has taken on a completely different scale. Dayton minus the Serbian Republic is now the Stability Pact for Kosovo. According to the new German model, the Albanian freedom fighters are also being prescribed subsidiarity. But the Germans have known since the times of the Winterhilfswerk, not just since the Dayton disaster, that a civil society without blood ties, without ethnic purity, does not work. Otherwise, the high song of post-Tito civil society resounds like an echo from the Bosnian forests. When Clinton calls on the states of the region to take more responsibility for themselves, to take their fate into their own hands, it is no coincidence that this sounds like Blair/Schroeder and the daily speeches to the metropolitan unemployed. In any case, the statement that socialism was to be brought to its knees was not the stupidest explanation for the war against Yugoslavia. But it was a projected and imagined socialism, because the crisis and downfall of real socialism were only a prelude to the downfall of its own socialist implant, the welfare state. It is not actual socialism that needs to be defeated, not even the overpowering desire of the masses for it, but the almost obscene memory that even in the victorious West it was the state and not the market that guaranteed welfare. A memory that urgently needs to be erased, because the People's State brand West is structurally no less deficient than the brand East. The aim now is to prove that the revenant of the early bourgeois illusion, in which the state was a disruptive factor on the path to justice which only the market can guarantee, is working better at the end of the statist, i.e. social democratic, age than it did before it began. The fact that social democrats, of all people, are the ones to provide this proof, which is likely to be more difficult than turning lead into gold, increased the appeal of Milosevic and Yugoslavia as an enemy image outside Germany. The more violent the metamorphosis that the respective ruling social democracy has undergone or is currently undergoing, be it America's formerly Keynesian Democrats or England's formerly strict statist Labour Party, the more furious the attacks on the formerly courted dreamland of the third way between socialism and capitalism. The third way between the state and the market cannot keep up with the memory of the Golden Age, as the aged Erich Hobsbawm described it. It is as if the social democratic leaders, who are certainly more hysterical warmongers against Serbia than their conservative predecessors, and the social democratized post-war society they represent, whose common sense consists of wanting to bind capital as the engine of the common good to the state, are at war with their alter ego. This is all the more vehement the more the money-making money proves to be the actual sovereign of society and, in accordance with its immeasurably increased organic composition, increasingly no longer regards the citizens of the state as means of its utilization, but endeavors to write them off as dead costs of production. The more clearly the debit of the public coffers of the victors of 1989 and the soundless demise of their opponents reveal that the empirical world is becoming useless to capital, the more clearly it also becomes apparent that one and the same mind otherwise preoccupied with austerity packages and jobs to be secured is staying out of East Timor and Kazakhstan in order to give shape to its projections with billions and billions in the former Yugoslavia at the same time. So it really is about human rights in the Balkans. The crisis of integral statism is expressed in the ostentatiously defended liberalism that culminates in the establishment of Blairite protectorates. The citizen returns as a completely socialized zombie. If the original substrate of formal human rights, the property-owning citizen, rejected the state as a parasite in the name of equality and freedom, today the state throws its property-less subjects back into the market society in the name of independence and subsidiarity. The hatred of dictators, who autocratically keep segments of society free from the indiscriminate terror of the exchange economy as a reward for pure loyalty, feeds on the envy of no longer being able to act like them. This is why social democrats of the third way are also at the forefront of the human rights war. On the one hand, They are avenging the downfall of the social people's state of social democratic provenance on the projected fascist Milosevic, a downfall that reinforces the regressive need of the people for this without social democracy being able to fulfill it. On the other hand, the stereotype corrupt despot violates market and self-determination, because of which the human rights war against corruption and for civil society self-determination is being waged, is also the learning objective that the social democracy of the 21st century is trying to inculcate in its domestic clientele. However, the overall social democrat of the German model not only projects fascism, but also acts as the executor of National Socialism. Like the others, Germany is not only waging war against its own business basis, the manifestation of the crisis character of the market and exchange. It is also waging war against its patent on this type of war. For it was Germany that undertook the historical attempt to put an end to this character of crisis by preparing the final solution for interest-bearing capital, the sphere of circulation delusionally embodied in the Jew. In this respect, Germany is not only waging a war against the deficiency of the welfare state, but in the truest sense of the word against its own past that does not want to pass away. It is waging war against Auschwitz. However, the current anti-fascist campaign in Yugoslavia is too similar to the historical one, not in terms of the result but in terms of the degree of projectivity. Not only did Germany find the same auxiliary peoples with somnambulistic certainty, but also the same enemy. Today's German efforts are also aimed at eliminating an imagined troublemaker. If the original war of conscience was waged against the Jewish principle, which threatened to plunge the German ethnic group into undeserved misery, then in camouflage it is the Serbian aggressor who is keeping peoples, who inevitably invite the Germans to identify with them, away from the fruits of the market. But in order for German innocence to be pursued again without bias, it must first be credibly restored. To this end, the former victims of the First German War of Conscience, which was not fought for filthy lucre but for the redemption of the world through the sacrifice of evil, must today be the perpetrators. Since Israel must be avoided as a material opponent of war and a rogue state, it has been an ideal one for the last 50 years. Yugoslavia and Serbia are being held harmless. It has to serve, so to speak, as a projection surface for the ritual purification of the new Germany from the old Germany, with which this new Germany, however, maintains an intimate affinity in its projectivity, in the inseparable unity of delusion and reason of state. However, the ideological systematization is no longer folkdom as Nazi antisemitism was. It cannot be, because it must inevitably disappoint the citizens' longing for fascism as a unity of Volksgemeinschaft and welfare state. Anti-totalitarianism, which today bundles projections, promises deregulation instead. But that is why it is so irresistible to the elites, who can no longer fulfill their social mandate. With its help, they can sweeten the retreat of the deficient welfare state, which was particularly embarrassing for German social democrats, as a late but all the more effective anti-fascist purification. Anti-totalitarianism, which lumps the concentration camp and the gulag together and wants to deal with the century of camps solely by ending state intervention in the free exchange between labor and capital, also ennobles the pettiness of austerity packages, which is traditionally regarded as low-mindedness in Germany, into a cathartic cleansing of authoritarian tradition. Nazism, the GDR, and the welfare state have one thing in common. Quote, the de-differentiation of society and its functional subsystems through the primacy of a hypercentralistic political controlling authority. This not only captures the totalitarian character of the dictatorships, but also their decline. The subsystem economy becomes crisis-ridden because it no longer obeys its internal control parameters of efficiency and profit, but is overridden by political imperatives. The academic ventriloquist whispers, report on the conference The Europe of Dictatorships, Tagesspiegel, October 25, 1999. The crisis of the welfare state makes Germany the most aggressive proponent of a people get up, even without social welfare, on the Balkan substitute object. But because Germany will also be most concerned with blatantly placing the education for denationalization that the Bosnians are receiving on the curriculum at home, the special aggressiveness of German imperialism will continue to exist as a reflex of the love for integral statism that has become impossible. This reflex results in indifference to the consequences of one's own warlike actions, which presents itself as disinterested morality. In this respect, new German anti-fascism is merely disappointed National Socialism. The fact that Germany can no longer afford to be Germany will not be the last time the Serbs have paid the price. A more maligned offense against the general public than ripping off can hardly be blamed in Germany. The top politicians have lost all decency. The anger has eaten deep into the people. This is the permanent damage, said Rudolf Augstein. As in the rest of the country, there is outrage in Rathenow, a small town in the brown belt around Berlin. Claudia R., landlady of the super snack at the train station, takes the rip-off artists to task in a way that is hardly different from the headlines of state-run institutions, only a little more rustic in tone. Quote, "Some of them really rip you off. What can you say if your fist slips?" End of quote. However, this is not meant as a call for Helmut Kohl or Roland Koch to be told off, but is only indirectly directed against the politicians, the state. In Rathenow, the state lets everything go to waste. Claudia R. grumbles because all the money goes to some earthquake victims in Turkey. So all the money is being squandered on foreigners, and they are ripping them off to such an extent that the average healthy person in Rathenow is sick to the stomach. After all, 47 asylum seekers housed in Rathenow dared to write an open letter asking to be transferred from East Germany, formerly the GDR, just because some of them had been beaten up in a hospital on the street. Quote, "They want to go to West Germany because there's more welfare there," says a young man with a beige anorak and a thin mustache, Michael the construction worker. Shameless. Rainer, the mortician, interjects, "We take them in and they even complain. They get everything here." End of quote. In the rest of the conversation, everything is reduced to the fact that they carry bags of clothes from the Social Welfare Office. Tagesspiegel, February 21, 2000. But this does nothing to diminish the people's anger. As disproportionate, even absurd, as the extent of the envy is in relation to its objects, earthquake victims and asylum seekers who receive clothing aid plus 80 DM pocket money per month, the various political scandals do not actually mean any significant damage for all those who are enraged by cash donations and assumed but unproven corruption. What today triggers a state crisis, Augstein, which shakes the foundations of the community, was and is not only common practice at municipal level. The sums in question are also far below the mark set by the so-called Flick affair. Between 1969 and 1980 alone, the Staatsbürgerliche Vereinigung, SV, founded by Adenauer in 1954, donated an estimated DM214 million to the CDU and FDP via Swiss and Liechtenstein accounts and consulting firms, bypassing the tax authorities, presumed tax savings for companies of around DM100 million. However, the proportions between the sums under negotiation and the degree of public scandalization have shifted considerably since 1985. Back then, the Flick affair served for just 2 seasons as material from which second- and third-rate cabaret artists could carve out corny jokes and conspiracy-obsessed journalists could write exposé paperbacks, whereas today the mere suspicion of somewhat odd financial dealings is a political neckbreaker. But anything that would actually be reminiscent of Chicago in the late 1920s, as suggested by the Stern with its Don Corleone campaign, has not yet come to light since the media-laden arrest warrant issued on November 5th of last year against the former treasurer of the CDU, Walter Leisler-Keep, even if published opinion follows a similar free associating pattern as the public opinion that can be heard in the Rathenow super snack. Quote, "It is not only the approximately 2 million marks in cash donations that Kohl has reported so far that need to be clarified. It is equally unclear where the initial 8 million marks came from that were allegedly invested so profitably by the Hesse CDU in Switzerland. And there is also no source for the 10 million marks from the federal CDU that have now been discovered." End of quote. So far, so unspectacular. The real mafia flavor has to be added to the soup by the Spiegel itself. Quote, "Strangely enough, there were millions of marks elsewhere, the whereabouts of which are still being riddled by prosecutors. 13 million marks had disappeared when the conservatives' old donation laundry, the Staatsbürgerliche Vereinigung, was drained by investigators in 1984. End of quote. The fact that Kanter himself names the Alpine startup capital of the Hessian CDU as coming from donations, and the funds of the Staatsbürgerliche Vereinigung were nothing other than industrial donations, is ignored by Der Spiegel and Die Zeit in order to make the association with the mafia. Quote, "Only one reason seems plausible for Kanters and the prince's fear of proper accounting. The money was not clean." Zeit, April 2000. Der Spiegel no longer even cares about the chronological order of what doesn't belong together. Quote, "And from 1993, the French company Elf Aquitaine is said to have sent at least 85 million marks to Germany for the deal with the Luna refinery and the Mainol filling stations." Spiegel, April 2000. Whether there is or can be an actual connection between possible bribery in the Luna case and the undeclared old donations to the CDU, including the 100,000 marks posse around the Schreiber/Schauble duo, which appears in the column a few lines later, is of as little interest to Der Spiegel as it is to Rathenow that 80 DM a month can hardly be described as a rip-off. It may well be that state secretaries and lobbyists have taken cash from the privatization, i.e. the sale of the Luna Petrochemical combined to Elf Aquitaine, but there is no reason for the inhabitants of the Saxony-Anhalt region in particular to feel that they have once again been lied to and cheated. Without state subsidies for the refurbishment of the plants and the addition of the Mainol filling station network, Luna would still be a mere industrial scrap heap of post-socialist proportions instead of a functioning, albeit from a market analysis point of view completely superfluous location-disadvantaged oil processing factory, a heavy industrial ABM measure, if you will, with French participation. But on the other hand, and here, of course, Gregor Gysi speaks from the soul of the representative super snack visitor. The affair is catastrophic for the consciousness of the East German workers, for example in Luna. Quote, while they had to make do with tiny social plans, possibly millions of marks in bribes flowed, SZ 29/30.1.2000. Those who claim a right to a clean, i.e. nationally liberated neighborhood are actually only demanding a clean state, whose major cleanup they take into their own hands, so to speak. For what is catastrophic consciousness supposed to mean other than open Nazism? The spirit to which Gysi is still issuing the PDS typical clean bill of health is becoming increasingly sinister for the party. The disappointment of the recently held local elections in Thuringia, which showed that the PDS is by no means the beneficiary of the CDU and SPD affairs, and that there have been no automatic gains for the PDS so far, led the deputy party leader Zimmer to a remarkable insight. Quote, as a consequence of the party and financial scandals, the PDS sees the danger of a haterization of German politics. The structures for this are already in place. End of quote. And not only among the envious average public. The Thüringer Allgemeine laments about a society abandoned to decay. In a representative survey conducted on behalf of the Leipziger Volkszeitung, 68% stated that they had lost their trust in democracy, and as many as 82% of readers of the Magdeburger Volkszeitung wanted to abolish party donations altogether, and thus ultimately the parties themselves. Press review in the Tagesspiegel, July 2, 2000. Jörg Haider can therefore count on frenetic approval from all sides when he, as happened on Boehm's NTV talk show on February 6, 2000, smilingly counters Ralph Giordano's accusation that he is a coercive Democrat. That's not an accusation. We live in a coercive democracy and now want a real democracy, not party rule. End quote. That the rejected coercive democracy, in which the respondents of the Leipziger Volkszeitung are only too happy to lose a trust that never existed, actually means a coercion to democracy imposed from outside, can also be sensitively formulated. An ice wind is blowing over the delicate little plant of democracy in the East, says political scientist Werner J. Patzelt. Because, on sober reflection, the scandal does no harm to the little man. It is actually a miracle that people who, as they themselves like to say, are not interested in politics at all, take any notice of it. Patzelt explains quite rightly why they do. This is the first really big scandal, it's really hitting home, and people here have a much deeper moral claim. End quote. A sense of morality that unapologetically allows a rushed foreigner to bleed to death in a doorway and envies the clothes of those still alive truly stems from deeper layers of character, namely its anal traits, in short pathological envy and avarice. One may, perhaps even with some justification, attribute the special moral susceptibility in the East to political corruption and party scandals to certain characteristics of everyday life in the GDR, which allowed familiar German character traits to continue instead of killing them off. The eternal, probably often self-serving organizing and the constant, probably often misplaced feeling of scarcity certainly contributed to the fact that envy could remain a way of life that never asked whether there was any reasonable cause for it at all. When Claudia R. speaks of all the money, she sees it as a fixed amount, a contingent of something of immediate use. Everyone except her who gets something has taken advantage of her, certainly a prototypical phenomenon in the land of the lied to and cheated. The monstrously inflated hate figure of the politician also has a great deal to do with this envy. The acclaiming of Kohl as the new leader and the immediate tipping over of the mood into apolitical spitefulness, which underlies the susceptibility to the hater type that is to be assumed, points to the ambivalence of the father-leader figure for the authoritarian character who sees himself as an honest painter compared to the lying white-collar Wessie. The leader-politician does what everyone wants but is forbidden to do by him, not by the paper law. Tax evasion, for example. Such envy turned into morality is reflected in the exorbitant fantasies about wealth, conspiracies, and even debauchery that are attributed to the politician. At first glance, however, at least a large proportion of the old federal citizens seem to have distanced themselves considerably from this traditional authoritarian model. The democratic paragon of the old FRGIE, minus its backward appendage, can now point the finger, and with a certain preference, at France in response to accusations of being particularly authoritarian, particularly nationalistic, or particularly racist, i.e. German. That's where the true statists are, with their elitist education system, their anti-Americanism, their Front National. What social democratic historians once described as an integral part of the German Sonderweg, the hardware, so to speak, of anti-Semitism and racial mania, a disturbed relationship to the market economy and speculation, in a word to financial capital and excessive statism, an obsession with regulation, is this not practiced to a greater extent to the left of the Rhine today? As if nothing had happened with the historically unique attempt to get rid of the Jewish principle, speculation, interest bondage, profit without effort and consideration for the common good, one wave of privatization follows another, and the people's share, telecom, has replaced the Volkswagen as a national symbol. Shareholder capitalism, which seems to have finally consigned the fascist planned economy to the dustbin of history, accordingly sets a new counterprinciple for German conditions: no longer the stock market but the loss-making state, no longer returns but taxes and levies. It is precisely in this dichotomy between the productive community and the state, which it perceives as an external, purely private troublemaker, that the structural fascism of the exchange subject has persisted despite the fact that the dichotomy looks like the liberal countermodel. As if to mock those historians who in late capitalism still relied on the civilizing power of money as a universal, in Germany the freely convertible Deutschmark has merely led to a shift in the fascist resentment that opposed the sphere of circulation in the name of honest labor. It holds on to this division, but increasingly shifts it into money itself and its sources. The Deutschmark replaced the Reich labor service as a guarantee of being able to reproduce oneself securely by virtue of the natural characteristic of being German. In contrast to the Italian lira, for example, German money increasingly embodied the fascist state's promise of stability and protection in a kind of transubstantiation. The less the citizen can be sure of being able to withdraw from the pitfalls of speculation under state procuration in the public sector or in industrial mass labor, the deeper he shifts DM fetishism into the lion's den. Even on the stock exchange, shares in German companies have to be different, with patriotic social ties, yielding returns in accordance with natural law and preventing crises. However, this also gives rise to a new type of circular madness, that of an authoritarian anti-statist, whose boom began with the emergence of the tax rebel in the mid-1970s. The quasi-automatization of the guarantee of reproduction through the Germanness of money and its derivatives, interest and returns, a view that is increasingly rationalized rather than justified by the expenditure of labor, results in the relationship to the state described above. On the one hand, the state, together with its technical and administrative infrastructure and the guarantee of survival expected of it, becomes a self-evident and automatic fact of nature. The Viennese Neue Kronenzeitung gives a concise impression of this perception. In view of the protracted formation of a government in Austria, it asked its readers whether we need a government at all, when the buses run and the police chase criminals even without it, quoted from Spiegel, May 2000. On the other hand, the state, instead of being merely a free precondition for life, nature also acts as a demanding agent. It thus takes on the role of the curtailing of the just yield, the wasteful usurer. The fact that, in order to be able to continue to represent the social condition of nature, it necessarily becomes deficient and therefore necessarily ever more demanding, appears to be an arbitrary presumption. The simple train of thought that the technological pension speculated on with the telecommunications share will burden the social security systems and thus the contributors and taxpayers through the next rationalization push makes no sense to either the average taxpayer or the FAZ. The latter rejoices in the imminent demise of the status juggernaut in Austria following the successful formation of the VP/FP government with a subliminal but clear anti-Semitic stereotype. Quote, "The SP has extended its tentacles into almost all areas of economic and social life, from the banks, insurance companies, public service companies, the public television broadcaster to the school and university system and the federal theaters. An entire generation of Austrians, including entrepreneurs, was educated and bent in the spirit of paternalistic social democratic statism. A huge, sinfully expensive redistribution machine was created, which places an unreasonable burden on companies and citizens alike, inflates the social bureaucracy and shifts money from one person to another and from one person to another. End of quote. The calculated madness of the Europeans referred to here, the excitement surrounding Haider, only serves to prevent the new Austria from demonstrating the superiority of a liberal economic order over continental statism. The ideological overregulation of the EU by the paladins of statism from Chirac to Schroeder, which has come about through the blatant disregard for democratic decision-making, is an excellent weapon of the left's essentially totalitarian claim to power. End quote. In the defense against totalitarian continental statism, Haider even appears as a liberal avenging angel, as the administrator of the legacy of Montesquieu, Say, and Tocqueville, which the French have betrayed. Quote. And then there is a third reason for the French indignation: the aversion to liberalism, generally reviled as ultraliberalism. Long gone are the days when Jean-Baptiste Say advocated free trade and a laissez-faire economy, Montesquieu for the separation of powers, and Tocqueville for an American-style democracy. Neither the socialists nor the Gaullists want to abandon the paternalistic welfare state. The fact that Haider has taken it into his head to smash the Austrian proportional bureaucracy can only arouse disgust in a country where every fourth employee is paid from the state coffers. End quote. Against the Franco-Belgian anti-Haider course, both papers relied on the Anglo-American political culture, which is otherwise scolded for its notorious hostility towards Germany, a strategy that could work. The German party crisis and the rise of Haider appear to be the starting signal for cleaning up those who have allowed the state to degenerate into a den of thieves, Augstein, and Augean stables of excessive taxes and social security contributions, paternalistic politicians, subsidized parties, lobbyist association functionaries. The Hesse CDU in particular, with its Swiss accounts, is at the center of this never-ending furioso. To my knowledge, however, only one commentator has noticed the unsurpassably grotesque features of this case. Quote, the CDU may be in the process of gambling away its credibility, but it has once again impressively demonstrated its economic competence. A party that can accept perhaps 7 or 8 million Konter from members and donors, in other words savers, or better still investors, and turn them into inheritances of 13 and a remaining balance of 17 million marks through a clever investment policy. One would rather entrust the restructuring of the insecure social security systems today than tomorrow. FAZ, January 17, 2000. The Hessian State Association has not only virtually carried out its own privatization, but has also displayed precisely those qualities that are otherwise used against the public tax and subsidy mentality. Quote, thanks to his prudence, the secret treasure has steadily increased. Wittgenstein says, I am still proud of this part of history today. End of quote. Such behavior could easily pass as a test run for the implementation of the circulating proposals to manage public pension funds as a fund in combination with private old age provision. But Saint Wittgenstein was not thanked for it. The authoritarian anti-statist, only seemingly the opposite of the classic German social character, rather inherits it, in both traditional and modernized form. He believes himself to be surrounded by conspirators and robbers, at the latest when it comes to money. Structurally anti-Semitic is not only the attempt to disguise the fund proceeds as Jewish legacies, but also the outrage over these fund proceeds. In the hysteria of people who are just as likely to be involved in internet broking as they are to grumble about capital gains tax, a deep-seated aversion to their own actions seems to be unleashed on the object of the scandal. The resentments of the East German envymonger and those of his oh-so-open-minded new German compatriot are more closely related than one might think at first glance. The old wives' tale of Erich and the robbers, above all Alexander Schock-Olekowski, who enriched themselves to such an extent that there were few video recorders in the final phase of the GDR, but all the more potholes and power cuts, is too primitive to be able to determine the public perception of the West German party scandal in an identical form. Nevertheless, this parallel, which is so precarious for the CDU, is often drawn in the media. Arms dealer Schreiber is the prankster Golodkowski of the CDU. Tagesspiegel, January 23, 2000. Since 1989, the use of the corruption phantasm has become the cornerstone of the German, but also the Western world, i.e. world crisis explanation. Schock-Olekowski is now up to mischief everywhere. The sums he allegedly embezzled to the detriment of the GDR have reached astronomical proportions, not only in the zone but also on the front pages, in order to explain how such a large backlog could arise within 20 years. This argument is constantly repeated, no matter what Szakaladkowski is actually called in each case. The function it fulfills always remains the same, no matter how real or unreal the suspicion of corruption is. Indonesia's economic collapse, for example, it is suggested, was caused by the Byzantine kleptocracy of ex-dictator Suharto. There is a consensus that the fact that socialism failed to keep pace was due to the planned economy. The fact that the post-socialist world is sinking into misery is, of course, due to the illegitimate continuation of the planned economy, to autocratic political intervention in the self-regulating course of market forces, which in itself is beneficial. The fact that even the tiger states are crashing is therefore due to their state dirigisme, with which corruption and the individual enrichment of state personnel are inextricably linked. But even the disempowerment of formerly allied autocrats, which is taking place with Western approval, naturally does not change the problem. Mere manpower, no matter how disastrously it is paid, is definitely no longer competitive with the highly mechanized work of the metropolises by world market standards. Nobody wants to admit that the resulting fight of all against all for the last remaining spots in the islands of production working for the world market is the greatest imaginable corrupter, that in this sense fair and free, deregulated competition is anything but an antithesis to corruption, that the crisis is fueling corruption and not the other way around. The fight against corruption has become the only pattern that can still be used to personalize the effect of the abstractions whose consequences the metropolises themselves are groaning under. People are tilting at windmills on all fronts. In 1997, the OECD adopted an anti-corruption convention aimed at curbing bad governance. The World Bank has been pursuing an anti-corruption program since 1994. Last year, the EU Commission scandal, combined with the collapse of the Eastern European economies, led to the establishment of the Council of Europe's Multidisciplinary Group on Corruption, GMC. It is not only the former second and third worlds that are sinking into debt chaos. The crisis of the domestic welfare state also manifests itself in national debt. Accordingly, the recipes that the World Bank demands of the third world states as conditions for granting loans are similar to those of the system reformers in the first world, with the difference, of course, that saving there means starvation and independence means a ghetto economy and child labor. In both cases, the state as monopoly holder and de facto regulator of the sale of labor must be abolished. However, this maxim, which is constantly proclaimed by official politics and bureaucracy, is grist to the mill of the proportional state smashers. Their perhorrescence of the intervening state makes this very policy, i.e. its supporting element, the parties, which by definition represent non-economic group interests, look all too similar to the specter to be exorcised. The parties become prisoners of their own invention. If left-wing politics is to be made with the folkdom's hatred of corruption and rip-offs, which coincides with the official and only crisis explanation scheme, this is evidence of downright criminal naivety. Oscar Negd, for whom the have society is an abomination, also sees an opportunity in the moral decay that makes the community the prey of economic calculation, namely a learning process through the restoration of an autonomous public space of political perspectives for action. East Germans don't have to learn how to deal with scammers and rip-off artists autonomously and brazenly in public. They have been practicing this since 1989. The fact that these scandals seem like a godsend to the current red-green coalition is likely to prove true. Quote, "They should seize the opportunities, because the economic representatives are in the process of preparing themselves for a longer period of red-green government." Freytag, April 2000. However, it is not a revival of integral statism, but the liberation from the burden of its costs that is on the agenda. It is not the trade unions, but the business community that is benefiting from the scandal. The latter had already expressed undisguised displeasure at the traditional social democratic coloration of the CDU election campaign in Berlin. The CSU's tax plans to stimulate the economy, which were launched at the same time, have long since shifted the BDI's enemy image. The fact that this opportunity will be seized is something that both still collectively paid employees and the unemployed, not yet conscripted into forced labor, must indeed fear. As Kohl and Schäuble doubles, who are ripping off the community by preserving vested rights and shunning work, the concerted reform zeal of the employers' associations and the Schroeder government will apply to them. The modern social democrat makes use of the fact that morality cannot be used as a weapon against the reduction of the dead costs of social production, but rather as a suitable mask for antisocial aggression against foreigners and parasites of all kinds, and the old socialist will probably never understand this. The same applies to an even greater extent to the coalition of soft SED members, recorders and civil rights activists, who are now publicly attacking Kohl and the CDU in order to take revenge for the disgraceful exit that was prepared for the reformed GDR. Hans Madro tells us pars pro toto. He categorized the exercise of power by one person over long periods of time as a system-wide problem that we already experienced in the GDR. End quote. Instead of feeling provoked, this parallel is gratefully taken up by the FRG media establishment. Quote, "The Crown Prince waits too long. He should have overthrown the old man, the overlord, the long-standing party leader, for the sake of the country's future." So this is the story of Egon Krenz and the story of Wolfgang Schäuble. The parallels between the crisis of the SED in 1989-90 and the crisis of the CDU in 1999-2000 are too obvious to be ignored, even if some find the comparison outrageous. Weren't they like enemy sisters, the Cold War parties? They both came into being after 1945 with the two states. The enemy sisters both invoked anti-fascism, and both had the traditions of the German authoritarian state in their bones. Tagesspiegel, January 23, 2000. To the disappointed farewell to a paternalism that has become a burden, the Merker, November 99, adds the analytically interesting image of the overpowering or overgrowth of the state/community by parties/paternalism. Quote, "Because the parties have increasingly appropriated the state in recent decades, the long farewell to the father state is indispensable. The ferment of new civic alliances is the rejection of the paternalistic guardian state." End quote. The notorious Chuches Erwin K. and Ute are not to be missed. They recommend the tried and tested to the rebellious taxpayers, namely the guillotine. Quote, "Senior civil servants, and especially political leaders, are no longer the stewards of subsystems in the service of our society. They are the new nobility. Compared to the practices of feudalism, in most cases there is nothing wrong with what is still criticized here as corruption. However, the new, still illegitimate feudal caste should remember what happened to the ancien regime when the ruling class was only expensive and no longer useful." FAZ, December 24, 99. It is not only that by serving up the SED equals CDU comparison, one is sawing away at the last, reliable pillar of social paternalism and thus helping to solve the reform backlog, which, once broken loose, will certainly produce results that will frighten every old socialist who does not dream exclusively of work at any price. Worse still, it will further promote the anti-totalitarian depotentiation of anti-fascism. If fascism equals socialism equals state regulation, then fascism as a popular movement disappears from view. Then it is forgotten that the Keynesian/paternalistic welfare state and real socialism actually had a parallel. They certainly did not distrust the population because of its communist sympathies. Non-fascism in case 1 and anti-fascism in case 2 endured because and as long as the population was kept quiet and away from decision-making. Fascism as a populist movement can also emerge in an anti-status guise, not to question the rule itself, but to shake off its institutional moderation. A desire for liquidation, which was previously only directed against the GDR, is now coming to grips with the old FRG, the staid Bonn Republic. The TAS, January 14, 2000, postulates in its headline, "The system itself is the fault," and continues cheerfully, "The East showed how quickly the erosion of a system can end it. So why not think of the Federal Republic from its end? Business and service provision no longer have anything in common with the old Rhineland capitalism. Why shouldn't the political system also change drastically? Why should the old-style politician be protected in a way that the conventional skilled worker has not been for a long time?" End quote. Just as entire branches of industry exceed the expiry date of their economic raison d'etre through state subsidies to the detriment of the tax-paying general public, so do the parties. Quote, "In recent decades, the German parties have compensated for their dwindling roots in society by transforming themselves into semi-governmental subsidized enterprises." Zeit May 2000. Who doesn't think of legacy burdens, coal pennies, political bureaucracy, and planned economy? The party state also appears to be such an obstacle to progress. The general aversion to it no longer has anything to do with the original facts of the scandal. No, the party state has become a synonym for the long infirmity of social corporatism, a synonym for the longing for ventilation, for cutting the Gordian debt, not that drives citizens. A strange alliance of state proletarian bigwig hatred and bourgeois fiscal deregulation desires under the sign of the unadulterated will of the people seems to be emerging. Straubhaar, president of the HWWA Institute in Hamburg, sees the CDU political scandal as a therapy against faith in the state. Quote, "It contains a painful but necessary lesson. It can curb overzealous faith in the state. It can increase a healthy mistrust of the careless delegation of powers to politicians, functionaries, or lobbyists. It can awaken reservations about creeping centralism in the European Union. In Germany, too, it may give greater weight to personal responsibility, private provision, the individual insurance principle, and local tax sovereignty. Perhaps more employees will also begin to ask themselves what interests national trade union confederations actually still serve today. Could it not be the case here, as in politics, that the representatives claim to be pursuing the interests of their members, but ultimately have their own interests primarily in mind? Here, too, personal income, re-election, power, and prestige are likely to play important roles." End quote. However, in order to create new jobs for the unemployed who have been betrayed by union officials in service, consulting, maintenance, and repair, a flexible wage determination is needed that is based on actual individual productivity and not on abstract compromises agreed by officials at distant round tables. SZ, February 17, 2000. The structure of resentment against the abstract as the source of evil, together with its counterpart, the belief in one's own usability, is precisely met. The confirmation of not being superfluous through low wages, but employment, after all, weighs more heavily than the semi-state guarantee of collective wages at the price of unemployment. This is shown by the ease with which the regional collective agreement could be virtually abolished in East Germany. There is some evidence that, at least there, a new edition of the German labor front in the hire-and-fire low-wage sector corresponds better to the constitution of the nationalized exchange subject than the alternative of sufficient pay or marginalization. The party state harms the general public not only by ripping off and enriching functionaries, but also by its weakness in decision-making and eternal compromising. If the state has become the prey of the parties, i.e., if, when in doubt, office holders are closer to their own shirts than to their skirts, which are oriented towards the common good, the one-sided emphasis on the principle of representation that has been customary up to now loses its coherence. It is then necessary to look for effective control mechanisms, and these lie in activating the common sense of citizens. Away with the exclusive talking shops, let the people speak. Quote, "Without activating the people as the reserve power in representative democracy, a real reform will hardly come about." FAZ, November 2, 2000. The people, the real overall majority, would certainly not be scrupulous, reform congestion would be unknown, but presumably so would the ban on the death penalty. "We are the people" scrawls Die Zeit on the front page. An alliance would be necessary against the burdensome and vicious preponderance of the parties. In this way, the electorate can leapfrog the cartel of parties. It is not at all important whether the electorate passes all laws itself, but only that there is a swift reaction to political problems. The mere possibility of a plebiscite would give the legislature a leg up. Such a model would certainly help to break down the party political blockades of any major legislation, for example in tax reform or the conversion of the pension system. End quote. But it is the aging grassroots Democrat Klaus Legawi who calls most loudly for the Austrian solution, but without using the dirty word hater. The break with the state of the parents that Legawi is calling for does not, of course, refer to the state of his own parents, quite the opposite. No, Legawi is making himself an advocate of the Berlin generation, compulsively and laughably repeating the slogan of his own youth, "Don't trust anyone over 30 at the age of 50. Quote, "Many people belong to the coal system who now want to forget it just as quickly as the profiteers of the Honecker system. Needless to say, it was not the systems that were the same, but the opportunism that subsequently turned coal's extensive network into a one-man show. But the comfort zone in Berlin must now come to an end." Quote, "What is needed, however, is a sharp break with the political culture of the old federal republic. The historical permanent compromise, especially in pension and health policy, and the insistence of the social and collective bargaining partners in the Alliance for Work on supposedly traditional rights is outdated. Proportional representation, the agony of which can currently be observed in Austria, must not be allowed to continue." End of quote. Haters' agitation, like that of the much less respectable political scientists, against the party-state combines and varies two basic components: the popular concretization of rule the emphasis on its immediate nature in contrast to representative democracy and the retreat of the paternalistic interventionist state. Fascism has always been grassroots democratic in the sense of people's voice, populist. The renunciation of state intervention, however, contradicts the image of classic fascism. Haider's success lies precisely in the fact that he succeeds in exploiting hatred of the abstract, while at the same time detaching fascism from its social democratic conundrum, replacing the militarized interventionist state with the militant lean state. This new synthesis corresponds to the fact that the honest Georg presents himself less as a representative of a party than of a movement, and also expropriates and reinterprets a traditional concept. We are Austria's new social democracy. This synthesis has mass appeal because the corporate interventionist party state, which was designed precisely to transform the needs that classical fascism had brutally satisfied into more civilized forms, i.e. ultimately to eliminate racism through full employment, has suffocated under a mountain of debt. All that remains is the need, which knows all too well that it can no longer be silenced and therefore urges us to act on it. If the majority of Germans and Austrians actually believed that Jewish financial capitalism was their misfortune, 50 years later, the shift of the German counterprinciple from the protective state to good money has taught them that the problem is not the return per se, but the national debt and the tax burden. The classic projection surface Jew has therefore not been forgotten in any way. Nevertheless, the modernized resentment focused on the tax state seems to be adjusted differently than its historical predecessor, namely to the excessive consumption of the clientele subsidized by the state beyond the A, absolute necessities of life, and the B, right ethnicity. Foreigners, artists, political parties, here the Jews pampered by the state reappear. This is how the contemporary negative definition of the ethnic, who is ruining the taxpayer, works against multicultural alienation, against the bigwigs in the bureaucracy and party cartel, against the free-floating intellectuals. The FAZ puts it particularly perfidiously. Quote, "The protest actions on the streets of Vienna prove Marx right, who attributed social consciousness to social existence. State artists fear for subsidies, social engineers for state contracts, project commissioners for already approved projects, and all this in the name of the fight against fascism." FAZ, December 2, 2000. The direct will of the people no longer governs in the sense of the positive use of the state and money, but exclusively in the sense of their negative use as agents of resentment instead of large-scale employment programs. There is the abolition of asylum. The symbolic satisfaction of antisocial envy is an essential part of the manslaughter racism of social democracy. This includes the fact that within the party there is a maximum limit of the equivalent of DM 8,600 per month for salaries paid by the state. What one earns privately, independently, is of course exempt from this. The party of the decent, hard-working, diligent goes even further. The FP obliges every single elected representative to keep the party's election promises by means of a democracy contract. In individual cases, everyone is even liable with their private assets. Tagesspiegel, March 1, 2000. In return, the Volksseele even seems to be willing to endure social selection. Haider cleverly exploits the phenomenon that those who are most at risk of social relegation detest those who have obviously already suffered it. The cult of efficiency follows in the footsteps of the Nazi persecution of asocials. Which populist other than Haider would dare to suggest turning the statutory pension and health insurance funds into an open multi-class system, and constantly talk about personal responsibility and independence without concealing the fact that those who want to avoid a lot of risk must also pay a lot? Be glad that we live in a democracy, otherwise you would be up against the wall, Umberto Bossi shouted in the summer of 1993 in the direction of the divided Democrazia Cristiana. The fact that Der Spiegel leaves the final comment in its story about the disintegration of the DC to the leader of the Liga Nord, of all people, shows how much his almost murderous hatred of the bureaucratic compromise state suits the greater German mood. In Italy, as in France and Spain, those who believe that the Keynesian Leviathan hinders the fulfillment of the desire for just punishment just as much as it promotes theft from the industrious are attracted not by classical fascist movements but by regionalism, what is already emerging in Padania or Catalonia. The combination of folkish isolationism on the outside and deregulation on the inside, held together by an authoritarian grassroots democracy, is the blueprint of the new Austria, like the Berlin Republic. What is still seen in Italy, and in France anyway, as an attack on the Republican nation-state, even if its perseverance is becoming ever weaker, is presented in Germany and Austria, on the other hand, as an overall national reform movement, which is supported by the state's own personnel, minus Kohl and Klima. In Germany, as in Austria, there is no significant regionalism à la Bassi, nor is there a counterpart to the authoritarian anti-statist hysteria caused by the only superficially, forcibly democratized unity of homogeneous people, state and nation that has endured throughout the post-war period. The concern that prompted Atzi Bronner, head of film studios Grunewald and Konstantin Film, to write a letter to the editor entitled Begrenzt die Epidemie, Stop the Hysteria, as a large advertisement in the Welt, is well-founded. He senses more than he realizes that the completely disproportionate nature of the scandalous emotions to their cause is closely linked to drastic anti-communism and a lynching mood towards unnatural people suspected of infanticide. Quote, I am not a CDU fan, especially not after I recently learned that the CDU Mandreger is developing intensive initiatives to bring the war criminal Priebke to the mercy of German society. I find it equally scandalous how the judiciary is dealing with Egon Krenz. Disproportionately worse perpetrators enjoy unabashed freedom, and the fate of Mrs. Weimer is no less tragic because the legal component, according to which, in case of doubt, the accused should be given the benefit of the doubt, seems to have been forgotten in this country. End quote. Bronner no longer understands the world that for so long had presented him in the manner of Hanschen Rosenthal as the model reconciliation Jew of the FRG. The insistence on the formal legal process and the keeping away of popular elements from the political and legal system of the FRG, the mistrust of persecution rage and punitive hysteria, all this is recognized by Bronner, without explicitly saying it, as a necessary condition for the survival of Jews in post-war Germany. Under the impression that this condition is dwindling, he turns to the people. Quote, there is no reason why the common man should feel affected by such events. But what tragedy are we witnessing in this context? As if the country's finances are being squandered and immeasurable damage is being done to the Federal Republic. Die Welt, February 12, 2000. Bronner's appeal to the cool mind can achieve nothing with a people who have always despised calculation. In contrast to Italy, Germany remained steadfastly loyal to fascism when it no longer had any social benefits to offer. For National Socialism, one thing was even more formative than the state economy and full employment, which of course must rightly be regarded as the classic hallmarks of fascism in the 1930s and 1940s. The alliance of mob and elite, willing to consecrate themselves to destruction together if only enough others had to lead the way. The terrible core that cloaked representative democratic corporatism is once again exposed. The alliance between the socially envious mob and the elite, which craves direct, unrestricted enforcement power unhindered by compromise, is being reforged as the Berlin Republic or New Austria. The end of coercive democracy leads us to expect deregulation enforced by plebiscite, to compensate for whichever new victims are made for murderous envy and resentment. Symbolically, professional civil servants, Bild headlined on March 1, 2000, Scandal, civil servants retire at 55, only 7.5% less. Politicians and association functionaries have to serve, in real terms, i.e. in terms of life and limb, it is Tschushen, sexually abnormal and socially inferior people who are hit. The wishes of the mob and the elite converge in hatred of the party state. Gone are the days when editorials echoed the quintessence of social and civic education and both piously pointed out the GG's reservation against direct democracy and insisted on the formalization of state action. The plebiscite is now also demanded by the mouthpieces of the educated middle classes and the BDI. The demanded no-party state is in reality the reprise of the one-party state of National Socialism, with all its informal, plebiscitary structures, which actually turned the state and the people into a common being. When literary critic Ijoma Mangold presented a Keith Paringsei's bestseller Deutschland von Sinnen to readers of Die Zeit on April 4, 2014, he went further than he had ever gone in his professional life. Quote, in its mixture of brutality and howling, the book, I swear I've never made a Hitler comparison in my professional life, is reminiscent of Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. End quote. Mangold may have hoped that his silly Hitler comparison would be honored by decent readers as a sign of courageous bravado. But instead of a cultivated pat on the back, there was only a concentrated load of hatred from people who rationalized their inability to keep their highly aggressive tics under control as a fearless affirmation of freedom of expression. 2 weeks after Mangold's Paringsei teardown, Stefan Willicke summarized what the commentary column Mob thinks of one of its leaders being reprimanded. Quote, there is talk of a lecturing press, red-green filthy reporting, scumbag newspapers, stupid talkers, thought manipulation. Fuck you, stupid. One reader says, I'm ashamed of our journalism. A reader writes, you are Hitler. Rarely before have the accusations from readers been so hostile. End of quote. Parinksai's critics in other newspapers, while not picking fights with the readership, also came to the conclusion that Parinksai, who was dubbed Sarrazin on Speed, FAZ, Hate Citizen, Frankfurter Rundschau, Germany's Pet Turk, Taz, or Crazy, malicious revenant of Thilo Sarrazin, Jungle World, was a rabble-rouser who used his Turkish background to let the Germans sow out. There seems to be a great deal of interest in Parinksai's background in general. While the Taz expects the Turk to preach tolerance and multiculturalism, Alexander Wallisch demands that critics of Germany prove that they are Aryan. Quote, what the shouter lacks is a basic trust in the German constitutional state, which my fathers and forefathers, not Parinksai's, conceived and ultimately perfected together. A constitutional state that today, if it is finally interpreted, consequent punishes and prosecutes violence regardless of its color. End of quote. Because Parinksai attacks both Islam and the cultural relativism that has been elevated to the raison d'etat, he also got into trouble with people who discredit any criticism of Islamic atrocities as an outrageous intrusion into democratic coexistence. In Migazin, a specialist magazine for migration and integration, where the reputation of Islam is naturally valued more highly than the well-being of those who fall victim to it, right-wing populism provides the alibi for remaining silent about Islamic horrors. Quote, for more than 30 years, right-wing populists have been working on the development and manifestation of this enemy image. Due to the mostly negative connotations of media reporting on Muslims, Islam is always associated with violence, terror, and blood. Muslims are equated with terrorists, violent people, and oppressors who are not capable of democracy. Sometimes the enemy image of Islam takes on bizarre excesses that assume inciting proportions. End of quote. The only thing that is bizarre is the good conscience of people who manage to attribute the connection between Islam and violence to sinister right-wing populists and negatively connoted media coverage, while murder gangs such as Boko Haram, IS or Hamas and their worldwide admirers continue to gain ground, and hardly a day goes by without some bearded marauder posing in front of corpses and calling for world war via video message. Unlike his critics, Parinksai has a problem with the conditions in Islamic-dominated communities. He names the brutalized mores that prevail wherever Islam is in charge, and also reminds us that Arab or Turkish origin has not always and inevitably correlated with compulsory headscarves and Quran exegesis. I swear that I didn't see a single Turkish or Arab girl wearing a headscarf in the 70s, let alone a veil. Some so-called backyard mosques, of which there were certainly some, but which we never got to see, would have seemed like ghouls' tombs to us young people of Turkish origin. Of course, there was the beheaded grandma and the Quran, which was disintegrating thanks to the woodworm, in a drawer that hadn't been aired for a long time. But didn't you also see such artifacts in the local museum that you occasionally visited with your class? End of quote. However, Parinksai himself dismantles the correct references and questions that emerge in a few passages, as the lines against Islam are merely an accessory in the all-round attack on the unproductive and imaginary paternalism. As his defenders occasionally point out, the author may not mean everything in all seriousness. And yet Parinksai's world is about nothing other than sexualized rank comparisons and population battles. The popularized version of the theory of evolution provides him with the right theoretical tools to explain Islamic ideology. Quote, but since the ideology of Islam first and foremost interferes with natural selection between the sexes, the process of increasing intelligence in the offspring is throttled, if not brought to a standstill. End of quote. It is true that in the dominion of Islam, the stupidest of all religions, Michel Houellebecq, the hatred of everything beautiful that is trained from an early age, the rigid distribution of roles between the sexes based on uptight mistrust, arranged marriages and similar coercive measures are constitutive components of the socialization process. The fact that the elimination of competition in courtship leads to pronounced atrophy of intellect and charm, as well as to character deformation, is part of the misery. However, it borders on trivialization to see the religiously legitimized interventions in sexual and partner selection as a curbing of vulgar biologistic natural programs. For although the Islamists, who are constantly on the rise, are bizarre bearers of advanced, malicious stupidity, they are not simply retards who are necessarily left behind in the selection process due to their reduced intelligence. On the contrary, The Islamists offer to restore the tradition of Islam and to forcibly abolish the few freedoms that allow the individual to develop his or her resistance to repressive communities obviously strikes a chord with the times and is an indication that Islam has a very good hand in the global ideological selection process. Parinksai moves from the theory of evolution to the big questions of domestic politics. What to do with those who are at the bottom? His proposed solutions reveal that he shares with the typical visitor to a local backyard mosque both a lust for punishment and a belief in the disciplinary power of family confinement. People who have got into dire straits through no fault of their own are housed with their parents, siblings, or relatives, provided they exist at all and have a normal income. Then the discussion about whether they are too lazy to work or not will suddenly stop, because their loved ones will put enough pressure on them to get back to work and disappear very quickly. End quote. Parinksai finds the circumstances in which people find themselves in dire straits through no fault of their own perfectly acceptable. This approval goes hand in hand with the desire to make life hell for the déclassé. What really drives Parinksai and his enthusiastic readers up the wall is the state welfare transfer. Wanting to abolish it does not stem from the enlightened citizen's desire for freedom, but from a competitive, persecutory urge. If there was just a hint of serious humanity or the serene leniency of the privileged mixed in with the ranting, Parinksai and his ilk might at least come up with the idea that state-funded housing, including the Hartz IV standard rate, women's shelters, and other minimum social standards for those who were born into an Islamic family through no fault of their own and no longer have any desire to play racket, could be abolished. This is an opportunity to escape the pressure of loved ones for the time being. The obvious brutalization of Parinksai and his ilk is compounded in this case by the complete misunderstanding of German social policy, which, with Hartz IV and the associated activation measures and justification obligations, does not enable a lottery life at the state's expense. Rather, with ALG2, state support was linked to being available at all times for even the most absurd placement efforts in order to keep the memory alive in those left behind that they are at the mercy of the state for better or worse. Parinksai has an even simpler solution for those unproductive social cases who cannot be accommodated with relatives because they are destitute and stranded alone in Europe. Quote, "We should give a ticket to a few million of the migrants who are here and send them home again as quickly as possible before they eat the hair off our heads. Quite simply, don't get me wrong. We need everyone here, regardless of skin color, who is useful to us, but not a single one who is useless." End quote. The envious need to drive the weakest into a corner is considered an expression of delicacy even in established circles. In the middle-class magazine Cicero, Parinksai is ennobled as an ultra-liberal romantic, whose proposal to cut off money to the unemployed is interpreted as a successful criticism of state interference. Quote, "I'm not even interested in defending Parinksai's views on the emancipation of women or on behavior in certain migrant milieus. But anyone who just rides around about it is presumably deliberately ignoring the author's real concern, who has presented an ultra-liberal manifesto against state interference in all areas of life in Deutschland von Sinnen." End of quote. Note, plump social Darwinism, whether authoritarian social democratic, Sarrazin, or neoliberal Parinksai, is fine, but consequent application of it to Muslims is frowned upon, because their everyday practices should not even be measured against the self-evident aspects of cultural liberalism. There is absolutely no denying that Germany von Sinnen is an ultra-liberal manifesto. Parinksai's declaration of enmity against the unproductive is the liberalism of the little man at the height of the times. The unpleasant contemporaries, who see the author of Deutschland von Sinnen as a tribune of the people who finally says what's what, not only appreciate the anti-authoritarian uprising against everything that stands in the way of the breakthrough of narcissistic impulses and the worst resentments. They like the language in which he articulates their frustrations and resentments. The gutter journalistic production of hate, which Jan Fleischhauer places in the tradition of Heine to Henscheid for Spiegel Online, is regarded by the liberal Wutberger as an unsparing expression of authentic discomfort, with the pseudo-strength of the stimuli ranging from green childfucker to good-humored asshole. The helplessly ranting ones compensate for their real weakness before the social apparatus, which has regressed its members to the level of quarrelsome children to such an extent that their diffuse displeasure now only takes the form of a rant. However, Parinksai's first appearances were not on politically incorrect xenophobic blog, but on the most important site in Germany's pro-Israeli scene, the Axis of Good. However, it is logical that little that is cosmopolitan is dumped precisely where it is supposed to be about courting the open society against its enemies, as the Axis of Good has long since degenerated into a rallying point for rebellious cranks and liberal clubbies. There, too, They are waging a relentless battle against the dictatorship of the do-gooders and see the abolition of capitalism in every government redistribution measure. In addition to defiant declarations of support for the market economy, the ludicrous program is mostly filled with bad jokes about those unwilling to perform and obstacles to progress of all kinds. However, liberal interventionism was not always quite so stupid. When liberals attacked the politically and morally hopelessly neglected left in the wake of the September 11th attacks and defended Western civilization against the international of barbarians, they were far and away the only possible allies for anti-Germans. For there is no doubt that a reasonably liberal society is the prerequisite for any liberation. There are also far worse things than capitalist competition and constitutional institutions. However, these still valid but also banal insights were soon no longer enough for the liberal protagonists. Since then, they have switched to nasty praise of obedient drudgery and act as one of many angry citizen factions in the German opinion scene. The liberal presents himself as an executor of unstoppably beneficial developments, who, as a proclaimer of freedom, makes fun of diehards or rages against the patronizing dictatorship of opinion. This applies not least to someone like Henrik M. Broder, who roams the media landscape to rant against the omnipotent fantasies of impotent bureaucrats in agreement with and to cheer up the German taxpayer. The engagement against a Deutsche Bahn employee denounced as lazy fits in just as well as the flirtatious confession of having voted for the proto-fascist AfD. The image of humanity that the new liberals have in mind is the idealistic conglomeration of the subject ideal that has dominated the post-Fordist world of work since the 1990s at the latest. This includes pretending, even in the shabbiest of jobs, that you are constantly hungry for professional self-realization, personal responsibility, and unbridled positive chatter. While the ordinary office worker is ordered from one project like laughingstock to the next, and the simultaneously increasing number of burnout sufferers, panic-stricken or depressed people in this milieu does not necessarily suggest that late capitalist trampling will yield individual happiness. The writing staff of the economic mobilization provides the rebellious slogans of perseverance. Liberal journalism on the Axis, but also in Die Welt, is a particularly persistent symptom of the new working and operating conditions. The liberal Welt journalist Ulf Porschardt, who in his unintentionally flaunted mixture of young, dynamic go-getterism and precocious business stiffness can be regarded as the ideal representative of that generation of new liberals, is a perfect example of the failure of liberal polemics. Because he is not a critic, but a liberal, he worried about the city's economic data on the occasion of the referendum on Tempelhofer Feld and reveals that he would only be too happy to tighten the belt on Berlin's pain belly. Quote, Berlin is sedated by a sense of entitlement that bears no relation to the ability and willingness of those formulating the demands. It is the eternal students, the project precariat, and the pot-bellied apologists of the biotopes for the less well-off and rollerblading transfer recipients who confidently point out the limits to those who want a faster and more strenuous Berlin. The hedonism of the decelerators harmonizes with the miserable economic data. End quote. Incidentally, Porschardt is not the first German with a sports obsession to make a big deal of it. In his 1959 classic Sprache in der Verwalteten Welt, the language critic Karl Korn, who was held in high esteem by Adorno, compiled a dictionary of the pretender. In it, he reproduces what his colleague Werner Schulz had gleaned from the jargon of the Hitler youth leaders. Quote, from the threatening form of address Mensch, man to prima metal, to which it is noted that before the Great Age it was called prima, where in the merchant language, to knock and knock, erstmalig and einmalig, and the fashionable adjective ordentlich, occasionally patronizingly dedicated to one's own father when he was silent out of caution, to zackig and above all and again gross to ganz gross, there is a flower harvest of arrogance and stupidity. End quote. Liberal faith in the invisible forces of the market, which were supposed to bring prosperity and peace to mankind, has been completely disgraced by social reality. The faith that still relies on the religion of the market is thin-skinned. It reacts irritably to criticism. Anger against Adorno or anti-German dividers is the order of the day. Because the permanent capitalist crisis is a mockery of the liberals' preaching, and there is no solution to the ongoing production of the superfluous, the constant demonstration of capital's failure is sold as the result of individual operational disruptions. While only the good are lucky, the misfortune of the bad is seen as just punishment. The axis of good and its offshoots believe that they can overcome the German mustiness with more market in the rebellious liberal gesture of progress narcissism, Stefan Brewer, without realizing that the alleged contradiction between liberalism and German ideology has never existed. To want to reanimate liberalism fresh and cheerfully in post-Nazi Germany is evidence of a naive lack of history. The denial of the essential driving forces and the glorification of domination are part of the untruth of liberalism, whose destructive dynamic is that its progressive content is withdrawn as soon as there is an economic crisis. The engagement with liberalism in this country has therefore always amounted to a healthy economy in a strong state. Carl Schmitt. While in Western liberalism the category of individual interest is at the center and social life is supposed to be mediated by the rational thinking and actions of individuals, in German liberalism the identity of individual interest and state interest is a categorical prerequisite for social practice. The abstractions of exchange and value, which in Western liberalism were seen as a blessing and an opportunity for the individual to finally free themselves from narrow-minded traditions and collective constraints in order to follow the path of their own perfection despite all resistance, were always seen as mere threats in Germany. Never so self-confident and power-conscious that it would have exemplified the advantages of wealth and luxury to the exploited and thus cast a spotlight on the liberated society, German liberalism stands for a sense of self-indulgence and doomsday destructiveness. Beginning with Friedrich List, who simply consigned the consequences of capitalist socialization to Anglo-Saxon capitalism and declared the German national economy to be the only honest system of production, thus prompting Marx to do so, to denounce the ugliness and phraseology of the German bourgeoisie, via the Protestant-inspired and always national social liberalism of Friedrich Naumann to Olaf Henkel, AfD, whose notorious advertising for a lot of work and few wages goes hand in hand with folkish agitation against bank gambling. When Germans play liberal, liberalism brings out its darkest side. There is hardly anyone who demonstrates more clearly what German liberalism is than the Saxon itinerant preacher of New German economic policy Friedrich Naumann, 1860 to 1919. Naumann shows in detail how the economic liberal phraseology of freedom and political commitment to capitalist free trade on the one hand and a willingness to make sacrifices for the production community on the other fit into the same program. The fact that the namesake of the FDP-affiliated foundation still has a good reputation today as a guarantor of local liberalism may be due to the fact that he wrote several power sentences for capitalism. Labor is considered the supreme human good. Those who do not work should not eat. The fact that those who do not work should die is the message that all liberalism sends to its followers, even before the pathos of freedom. In any case, Naumann refrained from doing so. Quote, "This working class, bound together with our trained entrepreneurs, with our syndicate leaders, with our secret councils and officers, does not produce the most graceful and amusing society that can exist, but the most effective, most secure, most enduring human machinery. This living national machine runs its course whether the individual lives or dies, it is impersonal or superpersonal, has its frictions and disturbances, but as a whole it is something that could have existed here before, our character that has become history." End of quote. In the liberal textbooks, one also comes across the linguistic proximity of Naumann's National Socialist Association and later National Socialism. The ideas of an organic and natural national body that functions for the good of all, as long as no external enemies intervene, and of capital accumulation drilled for the common good did not remain fixed ideas in this country, but were put into practice a few years after Naumann's death, in that the German people's machine practically realized the fantasy of crisis-free accumulation through the annihilation of Judaism, which had been exterritorialized into a ravening counterpeople, thus demonstrating that a world is possible in which it does not matter whether the individual lives or dies. Even if Naumann was not a representative of folkish antisemitism, German liberalism was not in contradiction and certainly not in opposition to National Socialism. On the contrary, the latter should ultimately be understood as the continuation of liberalism transformed into open frenzy, as Adorno and Horkheimer also note. The lie of German liberalism came to light in the beer bench politics of the anti-Semites. Liberals who were in gentle opposition to the German production community for the people's state, such as Eugen Richter, were perceived as curious figures and fought against as supporters of Manchesterism or as vassals of English industry. The standard of counter-enlightenment, whether on the beer bench or in the commentary column, included shouting against those who had been expelled. The German liberal shares the rebellious resentment against the unwilling and dissenters, believing himself to be protected by the majority, with the ordinary Nazi. The virulent German anti-liberalism, which senses a competitor in the liberal political economy, can also be understood as a repression. The addiction to hound and hunt liberalism down to the remotest corner now indisputably suggests that it is, psychoanalytically speaking, something of a repression phenomenon. You pursue it with hatred because you have it inside you. Consequently, the liberal electorate almost completely defected to the NSDAP. In the 1920 elections, the two liberal parties DVP and DDP received 22.4% of the vote. In July 1932, just over 2%. The 5 remaining liberal members of the German State Party in the Reichstag in 1933 found the appropriate words for their approval of Hitler's Enabling Act. We feel very much in agreement with the major national goals as presented today by the Reich Chancellor. We understand that the present Reich government demands far-reaching powers in order to be able to work undisturbed. In the interests of the people and the fatherland and in the expectation of a lawful development, we will set aside our serious reservations and approve the Enabling Act." End quote. Nonetheless, the ex-leftists among the New Liberals act as if their political conversion was also a conversion to a better past. Today's pro-Western liberals do not get their liberal calendar slogans from Friedrich Naumann, but from Friedrich Hayek. Nevertheless, so-called neoliberalism and Naumann's German liberalism are not fundamentally different phenomena, but represent two historically different varieties of the pure apology of the self-valorization of value. Both differ from classical liberalism in that they do not promise happiness and only fuel the course of events ideologically. While classical liberalism envisioned world historical progress as universal liberation from elementary hardship, the liberalism inspired by Hayek and parroted by the authors of The Axis of Good affirms complete subjugation to processes that no one has planned and whose causes perhaps no one understands. It relies on historical unconsciousness of the spontaneous forces of growth that come to bear in market processes, whereby spontaneous means nothing other than aimless cooperation in the hope of surviving in the social battle zone. In the new edition of liberalism, there is no goal that transcends the prevailing state of affairs. The sole purpose is competition, the utility value of which should be to make individuals more effective. In addition to state intervention in the market at the organizational level, the only thing standing in the way of human happiness is human laziness and inertia at the motivational level. In traditionally state-fetishistic Germany, relying on the market instead of the state may be provocative, but it does not provide a way out of the prevailing misery. The apology of the lean state is not a critique of the state, but a belief in domination at the height of the times. The outsourcing of the state merely marks the transition to a new form of state policy, to which the liberal critics of the state play the accompanying music. The contemporary liberal campaigns are therefore popularly motivated brandings of everything inefficient. Whether someone is at the top or the bottom is exclusively a matter of personal responsibility. Because structural reasons for individual misfortune are inconceivable to the liberal megalomania, the individual must be idealized as a prerequisite for success in the market. The willingness to compete has little to do with the original Western demand to cope with one's life as well as possible and not to allow oneself to be made stupid by the power of others or one's own powerlessness. It is about obedience, complete submission to the mute compulsion of circumstances. This credo of the new liberals also determines the form of their solidarity with Israel. Instead of exonerating Israel by exposing its opponents, not least those who hide behind democratic jargon and German ideology, they are writing a new chapter of German projections onto the Jews and their state, following in the footsteps of the philosemitism of the early Federal Republic. Not being able to grasp the connection between German ideology in its democratic variant and anti-Semitism is one of the weaknesses of an Israel solidarity that believes it can bring the middle classes over to Israel's side with a bit of advertising hype and appeals to the German raison d'etat. German raison d'etat does not prevent economic policy pacts with enemies of Israel such as Iran or Saudi Arabia, nor does it represent a contradiction to democratically dosed anti-Semitism. The limits of a defense of Israel based exclusively on raison d'etat could be seen at a glance on the front page of the Bild newspaper on July 26, 2014. There, after the anti-Semitic Palestinian mob had raged on German streets, politicians and celebrities were asked to recite a slogan against hatred of Jews. One of the participants was Sigmar Gabriel, who said what you have to say as a German politician. Hunting Jews? Anti-Semitic slogans in front of synagogues. That must never happen here again. The same Sigmar Gabriel who you would expect to be on the side of the cheering Palestinians, however, after he himself posted hate speech against the Jewish state online not so long ago. I was just in Hebron. That is a lawless area for Palestinians. It's an apartheid regime for which there is no justification whatsoever. End quote. If such an uprising of the decent had even a hint of truth, Gabriel would not be given the opportunity to play the clean man, but would be exposed for what he is, a democratically moderate Israel hater whose propaganda provides the cues for the pogrom-minded street mob. The admiration of the small but industrious and defensive state, whose Aufbau heroes and blitzkrieg warriors guarded themselves against a hostile environment, was more than welcome to the Germans, who were put into military retirement by the West. After all, they saw themselves reflected in the Jews who had obviously been changed for the better by Hitler and Auschwitz. Even today, solidarity with the Jewish state, which is in itself gratifying, is often accompanied by an enthusiasm that is difficult to separate from mere kitsch. While anti-German friends of Israel undergo cliché Zionist training in Krav Maga or Hebrew courses and make regular pilgrimages to Tel Aviv to immerse themselves in the local lifestyle, those interested in economics are discovering Israel as a land of economic adventure. At the third business lab of the German-Israel Congress, organized by ILI I Like Israel e.V., an organization that runs political event management for Israel, they go on an economic taster course. Quote, at the third German-Israel Congress on November 10th, the business lab will focus on startup synergies between Israel and Germany, among other things. In Berlin in particular, where the Israel Congress is taking place for the first time this year, a successful startup scene is currently growing. Israel itself is already being apostrophized as a startup nation, and Germany is generally regarded as a country of traditional and successful industries and companies. At first glance, the German left is by no means more hostile to Israel than those in other Western countries, and German society as a whole is not too far out of line with Europe in its hostility towards Israel. The figures revealed by a major European Union survey 15 years ago, which caused a minor transatlantic scandal at the time, have since been repeatedly confirmed by social statistics. In this one respect at least, the pacifist anti-racist bias of the public media reflects the feelings of a clear majority of German citizens, even if the relevance of at least anti-Zionism for the political feelings of EU citizens in general and Germans in particular has diminished since the times of Western intervention in Iraq. The so-called Eurobarometer, published at the beginning of November 2003, produced the following result. 59% of EU citizens saw Israel as the greatest threat to international peace, followed by the USA, which came in second place with 53%, on a par with Iran and North Korea. In Germany, as many as 65% of respondents felt threatened by Israel, while 45% still felt threatened by the USA, a deviation from the European average that can probably be seen as a late consequence of the post-war period, when, to use Ike Geisel's phrase, the Jews could not be forgiven for the Holocaust, but were otherwise not too reluctant to place themselves under the protective umbrella of the victorious American power. The majority of Europe thus appears to be anti-imperialist, and national characteristics seem to be increasingly leveling out. And yet, the national causes of this pan-European tendency are very different. British Jewish sociologist David Hirsch explains the national difference, which can be seen in the form of the projective charging of the so-called Middle East conflict, and in this country in the fact that at least a small part of the red-green milieu, which otherwise supports the raison d'etat of the Berlin Republic, has a harder time with Israel bashing and the BDS campaign than their European or American counterparts. The temptation to use the Middle East as a vehicle for one's own concerns is omnipresent. In England, views are influenced by colonial guilt. Germany looks at Israel through the lens of the Holocaust. In Ireland, the Palestinians become Republicans. The Israelis become Unionists. In Poland, many sympathize with Israel as a small democratic nation threatened by tyrannical neighbors. In South Africa, and not to be left out of the equation, among the misbegotten descendants of the American civil rights movement, the conflict is paralleled with apartheid. Mail and Guardian, September 10, 2008. This accurate observation can be summed up as follows. In the countries and milieus, a kind of unbiased anti-Semitism prevails, which has not yet experienced the apocalyptic intensification of a primitive effective hostility to civilization posing as anti-capitalism, which National Socialist Germany historically already put into practice as the final solution. The mimicry of German anti-Semitism, which knows itself all too well, with the more impartial, merely suspiciously repressive anti-Semitism that prevails in other European countries and among the US left, has not quite succeeded to this day. It presupposes, after all, that the Jews and their state can be easily assigned to the camp of the imperialist aggressor, which is difficult when you, like every German, however reluctantly realize that the Jews were murdered in the camps of German imperialist aggression. In order to achieve this mimicry at least to some extent, victims must be turned into perpetrators whose deeds in turn at least outweigh the suffering inflicted on them. This is why the Six-Day War of 1967 is so fondly remembered in this country, because it allows Israel to be stripped of its innocence, so to speak, and thus co-opted into the ranks of Western states that subjugate or have subjugated autochthonous populations and whose military superiority puts them in the morally awkward position of the Goliath among many Davids, regardless of the real situation and respective mission. For the same reasons, the Yom Kippur War is remembered so little in this country, which just 6 years later reminds us of the unpleasant fact, because it actually obliges us to take sides, of how fragile and endangered Israel is and remains and how quickly a new version of the Holocaust threatens, should Israel be defeated. It is easy to see from the left-wing and radical left-wing publications of those years that this fact was scandalously ignored right up to the federal chancellery and the social liberal government and was not only secretly welcomed in the New Left. As a representative example of much of the same, here is a quote from a Marxist-Leninist magazine which, in terms of its programmatic focus, considered aggression against Israel to be the most revolutionary act imaginable. We are talking about the organ of the Socialist Palestine Committees, published from 1969 onwards, which emerged from the SDS and was dominated by the KBW in the 1970s. It bore the significant name Die Front. In the first issue of 1974, which was primarily directed against the ceasefire that ended the Yom Kippur War, the following was written: "The war is the only way to erase the traces of the imperialist aggression of 1967, to destroy the imperialist bridgehead in Palestine. The masses have realized with their revolutionary spirit that imperialists, Zionists, and reactionaries cannot be defeated by peaceful means. Only through a protracted people's war can the Arab territories be liberated from imperialists and Zionists. The Arab masses wanted a long war in which all Arab forces would be sacrificed in order to openly expose and destroy all puppets and classes that are trying to stop the Arab Revolution." End quote. Such pamphlets, whose tone seems to have been borrowed one-to-one from German Wehrmacht orders to the Eastern Front, have naturally been rather unpleasant for those who wrote them for some time. Those involved in the old SDS usually counter by pointing out that the shrill rhetoric of the 70s had long been put aside like any youthful sin, that they had finally moderated themselves quite quickly, and that they knew how to make a valuable contribution to the modernization of the Federal Republic in the course of the so-called new social movements. So far, so wrong. In reality, the partisanship for the oppressed peoples of the tricontinent, which seems so hysterical today, and thus implicitly and explicitly against the powers of the former anti-Hitler coalition and their bridgehead in the Middle East, provided exactly the blueprint that the ecological pacifist mainstream of later decades also used and continues to use. Although the anti-Zionist aggression of the forces invoking Marxism-Leninism in particular was certainly a shrill exaggeration at the time, it possessed precisely for this reason the avant-garde function that the many different groups and factions in all other political fields claimed and strove for in vain. In its necessarily distorted way, this aggression reflected the end of Germany's phase of forced integration with the West and the forced westernization of German political thought and cultural mores that took place during these years. It ultimately expressed the fact that the end of re-education, which had shaped the early Federal Republic against the will of at least a very large minority of West Germans, had come. However, this end was not accompanied by a renaissance of classic Nazi nostalgia, which had actually made public education in the Federal Republic impossible as such and profoundly disavowed it. Rather, it was a kind of anti-imperialist coming to terms with the past, in which National Socialism was leveled as an episode in the global people's war, and at the same time the opponents, defeaters and victims of National Socialism became the Nazis of today as if by themselves, enemies of the peoples, warmongers, usurpers and destroyers. While in 1973-74 the Arab masses still had to serve as a projection screen for this shift, a few years later the ecology and peace movements made it possible to universalize this shift. Nature itself, culture itself and peace itself were now threatened by the capitalist West, and all of them had the now purified Germans, who had been taught by history, on their side as advocates and defenders. This state of affairs, which was to make Germany the world champion of waste separation, appeasement and ultimately a welcoming culture, was not inherent in the Federal Republic from the outset. It is the result of an epochal change that has gone hand in hand with the upheavals in production since the 1970s and the associated structural change of the post-war West German and later all-German state. The transformation of the Federal Republic from a constitutively demobilized state into the mobilizing state of the Berlin Republic, from a strictly Western-oriented civil service state, characterized by a deep, institutionalized, and all too justified mistrust of grassroots democracy and political hysteria, charged with the recivilization of Germans, into one in which the supposedly good cause that defines so-called civil society takes precedence over law and reason in cases of doubt. In this new state, which should certainly be understood as a civilian reprise of what Frankl, Newman and others had identified as the fundamental peculiarity of the Nazi state, the once anti-fascist mission degenerates into an arbitrary ticket. A ticket that is used against war per se and everywhere, against the supposed destruction of autochthonous cultures, forest dieback, for the climate, and sometimes against Serbs and then again against unpopular reactionaries. The Holocaust has become a manipulative token, while the prevention of its repetition, which was actually threatened in the Yom Kippur War, has fallen victim to indifference. This reintegration of Auschwitz into a series of more or less imaginary dangers and presumed powers according to German convenience and German sensitivities is accompanied by the fact that what was once precisely until the Yom Kippur War, the motto of German foreign policy, is now just reluctant lip service. The strengthening of Israel and the unconditional support to which the Federal Republic had committed itself under the leadership of CDU Chancellor Adenauer, SPD opposition leader Schumacher, and Federal President Hughes in the 1950s. A pro-Israel policy that was pushed through against the considerable reluctance of a population whose clear majority in contemporary surveys considered National Socialism a good idea that had only been poorly executed, and in which very large minorities spoke out in favor of a strong leader who stands above the parties and against too great an influence of Jewish circles in business and politics. These attitudes were also responsible for the fact that remembrance and democracy, as Jeffrey Herf put it, repeatedly came into conflict in the early Federal Republic. Adenauer's focus was on granting anti-Semitic authoritarian sentiments as little independent articulation space as possible, i.e., he preferred to tolerate an only superficially democratized far-right wing in the CDU/CSU and force it towards the West through integration rather than risk the formation of a powerful anti-democratic right-wing party. This was a perfectly understandable attitude, but the bitter consequence was that the prosecution of Nazi crimes in the 1950s was anything but zealously pursued, and the role of the Wehrmacht in the war of extermination was even hushed up. Hughes and Schumacher, on the other hand, focused more on justice, always addressed anti-Semitism and the Holocaust, including the mentality that was shaped by the one and therefore led to the other, and thus made themselves almost as unpopular in wide circles as the fulfillment politicians of the interwar period who were so reviled by the Folkish. The electoral defeats of the Social Democrats in the immediate post-war period were probably due in no small part to the party's pro-Jewish and pro-Israeli stance at the time. For example, the opposition SPD parliamentary group in the Bundestag was the only one to vote unanimously in favor of the Luxembourg Agreement in 1952, in which the agreed reparations payments from West Germany to Israel were regulated, which is what gave the motion its clear majority in the first place. The small KPD parliamentary group also voted unanimously against it at the height of the anti-cosmopolitan purges behind the Iron Curtain. The political constitution of the early Federal Republic was therefore deeply contradictory. On the one hand, there were, to paraphrase Lenin, the commanding heights, the federal chancellery, the broadcasting corporations, the ministries of education, and the universities, which pursued a gentle but, in retrospect, very definite re-education and hoped for its effects on the growing late and post-war generation. On the other hand, however, the omnipresent Nazism of everyday life prevailed, in families anyway, but also at the lower levels of administration, executed by beating and agitating teachers, brutal police officers, and authoritarian superiors of all kinds. It is therefore not surprising that a generational conflict of the sharpest kind was brewing in the 1960s, which ultimately did not lead in the direction that many of those who were driving forward the westernization of youth with verve had hoped for. The conflict took place on two levels that were anything but neatly separated. The growing unwillingness to live as the everyday Nazis of the previous generation had done was directed against the authorities per se, against Adorno ultimately just as much as against the Steistromler, whom one had to endure at the family table as in the classroom, without even wanting to distinguish that the one represented the exact opposite of the other. The ability to distinguish between well-meaning paternalistic conservatism and crypto-Nazi pseudo-conservatism was almost non-existent, which unfortunately still applies today. In the eyes of the rebels, the establishment merged into an amorphous mass from which and whose past they wanted to distance themselves in toto, with whose suffering or guilt they no longer wanted to have anything to do. All of this, but also the sensitivity towards violent mobilizations, world incendiary speeches, and, not least, the morally recognized obligation towards Israel, which had slowly grown over the course of a quarter of a century, was to be got rid of in one big blow, with the very greatest that the historical arsenal had to offer, the proletarian world revolution, carried by anti-colonial masses. The common formula was stupid but effective. Capitalism creates fascism. Capitalism must go. It was only logical that anyone who was against capitalism could therefore not be a fascist. This rejected the insight and reminder that fascism and National Socialism in particular were indeed anti-capitalist in a very specific way, that the latter in particular had promoted anti-colonial movements like no other and, last but not least, that the NSDAP, SA and SS also represented youth movements that were no longer willing to show any consideration for the inhibitions of the old world. However, such ruthless self-empowerment, as the term is treacherously used today, competed for quite some time with the equally undeniable sympathetic civilizing successes of the past quarter of a century. A survey conducted by the Allensbach Institute at the end of 1967, i.e. after the Six-Day War, and also after the murder of Benno Ohnesorg by a fascist auxiliary policeman, revealed that although students shared the underlying anti-Americanism of West German society to a large extent, at the height of the Vietnam War and in view of the large number of dubious allies of the USA in the Cold War, this was at least understandable to a certain extent. They decidedly did not share its authoritarianism and anti-Semitism. More than half of the students approved of their fellow students' protests, and as many as a whopping 85% of students at the time simultaneously supported reparations payments to Israel, something that just 1/10 of the population as a whole did. Again, only 9% of students answered the well-known question of whether National Socialism was actually a good idea with yes, whereas in the population as a whole, 1 in 2 still agreed with this statement. In the years that followed, this tense atmosphere created the climate for the social democratic reform policy of the first Brandt years, which continued reform projects already begun during the Grand Coalition on a large scale. On the other hand, the loosening of public debates in the Federal Republic probably revealed all too many cross-generational mentality constants. The outsourcing of National Socialism to imperialism promised detachment from the German past, thereby simultaneously paving the way for a generational reconciliation in which the grandparents' repentant fighters of the actual national revolution converged again with the fighters of the imagined world revolution, who were repentant a few years later. Moreover, in those years, ostentatious radicalism increasingly advanced from a career obstacle to a career helper, as long as one got rid of the Mao costume in time in exchange for social advancement. The only thing that was disturbing about this hustle and bustle was Dieter Kunzelmann's attestation that German left-wingers were suffering from a Jewish crunch, which they tried to cure ever more tangibly. Israel's victory in the Six-Day War began to take on a relieving function. After all, Israel's apparent military superiority showed that, on the one hand, there was no longer any need to worry about the Jewish state, indeed that this state, which was attributed almost mythical omnipotence in the years following the 1967 victory, no longer had anything to do with victims of fascism equals capitalism, but had itself become a pillar of fascism equals capitalism. This projective reversal of Israel in the view of young left-wing Germans into a profiteer of National Socialism almost reversed the previous development. While openly anti-Semitic resentment slowly receded in the West German population as a whole in the 1980s, with the re-education having a broad impact, so to speak, it returned with a vengeance in the academic milieu. But in a different form, in the neo-folkish kitsch of eco- and third-world romanticism and the academic cult of the other. The attack on Yom Kippur 1973 came at a time when hardly any progressive-minded people felt it necessary to raise their voices for Israel. The avant-gardes of Marxism-Leninism, from the RAF to the KBW, whose common slogan was "Serve the People," had blown the whistle with their shrill tones, while the DKP, then a party with around 50,000 members, echoed the duller tones from the GDR, in which the Council of Ministers had announced on October 7, 1973, "We are not going to let this happen." On October 7, 1973, the Council of Ministers had announced, "Israel and those imperialist forces that have been supporting it in its policy of aggression for years bear full responsibility for the current dangerous situation and all its consequences." End quote. Even in the SPD-affiliated youth organizations, a mood spread that perceived the Arab attack as a kind of revenge for the American-backed military coup against the socialist President Allende a few weeks earlier. And nothing else came from the highest level either. The line pushed through mainly, but not only by Schiele's FDP, that Israel was a disruptive factor in Germany's foreign and economic policy. As Michael Wolfsohn summed up the tone and direction of the files from the Federal Chancellery that had been opened after 40 years in the Welt on June 9, 2013, bound not least Chancellor Brandt to kneel. His inglorious diplomatic role in the summer/autumn of 1973 made Israel's new isolation particularly clear, an isolation that only led to disaster thanks to the unconditional support of the USA, which hardly cared about the resistance from other NATO states. In any case, there are good reasons why Yom Kippur remained the suppressed war. It did not fit then, and it simply does not fit today, not in the modernized German way of coming to terms with the past and not in the German economic strategy. For the growing anti-Zionism of reformist Germany and the apparently irresistible temptation, despite all re-education, To dispose of one's own past by demonizing Israel are not phenomena that can be explained solely in terms of social pathology. The weakening of the Federal Republic's intellectual and political ties to the West, which the Yom Kippur War made clearly visible for the first time, did not coincide by chance with the end of the world trading system as established in Bretton Woods at the end of the Second World War. The guiding function of the dollar, including its birth defect, the backing of the dollar in gold, which Keynes vehemently rejected at the time, also ended in 1973. Just as Germany refused to alienate its export customers in the Third World by taking sides and supporting Israel in the Yom Kippur War, it also refused to support the US dollar through foreign exchange interventions in the same year. Exchange rates were de facto floated, heralding the end of American regulatory supremacy. This conflict had a history. Since the 1960s, Germany and Japan had refused to continue and support the expansive economic policy that the dollar was supposed to guarantee as the world's money. They cooked their own soup in the course of decolonization. Both countries gained immense competitive advantages, particularly in the newly opening markets of the collapsed empire and the French colonial empire, by pursuing a policy of low inflation and systematically undervaluing their currencies. In 1975, the Rambouillet Declaration, the result of what was then known as the G6 and later as the G7 and G8, finally paved the way for the postmodern capitalism of today. The industrialized nations now also agreed de jure to free exchange rates and, above all, to abolish capital controls, which ultimately strengthened the influence of the capital markets on the budgetary sovereignty of nation-states to an extent not seen since the Second World War and helped to initiate the migration of production away from the corporatist legislative shackles in Western countries to low-wage countries, with all the well-known devastating consequences here and there. 1973 was the year in which the post-war order came to an end, 16 years before it officially became obsolete with the collapse of the CMEA, the year in which the crisis-ridden capital began to evade regulation just as the former victorious powers began to lose control. Israel alone, as the central product of that post-war order, as a state that could hardly have existed without the Western victory in the World War and the resulting U.S. hegemony, continues to exist as a disruptive factor that is reviled as a nationalist and sovereignist relic in a deregulated world. This does not change the fact that Israel, if only for the sheer survival of its population, saw itself forced into permanent military technological superiority and therefore suspended any realization of social utopias. The transformation from a union state to a high-tech state took place in a similar way to other Western countries, and then again it did not. Israel simply cannot afford the tendency towards the self-destruction of state sovereignty that prevails in Europe. Only against this background can the postmodern reorientation of anti-Zionism of our time be explained. Whereas the Jews used to be accused of disintegration, it is now their state that is accused of resisting disintegration.